diversity of faiths. We've seen rising attacks on people in places of worship.
The U.S. State Department report says attack on minorities and their places of worship has recently gone up in India. All right, top of the hour, let's begin with the updates. It's the dossier that has now been decoded right here on Times Now. This is regarding the Popular Front of India. We tell you how this organization that masquerades as a charitable society is using links from the Middle East to China to fan hate in India. So far, you've heard of the PFI's hand in unrest across the country, from UP to Assam to Karnataka and even Kerala. But now we get you how foreign funding and illegal immigrants are also being pushed into India by this organization, all the while claiming witch hunt wherever the government cracks down on them. Straight away going across to Bhavtosh. So Bhavtosh, what exactly is the PSI's repertoire of evil? Because there have been multiple bank accounts that have already been frozen. Exactly where is the investigation headed? Getting Bhavtosh in just a bit, but fanning anti-CAA protests, many of which also that ended in violence, inciting the riots in Northeast Delhi and carrying out provocative social media campaigns on Babri Masjid are just one of those movements that was facilitated by the PFI. So Bhavtosh, the investigation being carried out as multiple accounts also that has now been frozen. Bhavtosh, can you hear me? All right, in the meantime, as we reconnect that line with Bhavtosh, because here is the shocker, all of these activities were actually funded not just by shadowy firms from the Middle East, from where the PFI has formed its district executive committees, but also from China. When we confronted the PFI, here's what they had to say.
This is completely a fake and baseless allegation by ED as their previous allegations. So this is nothing but misuse of power. The ED is basically used as a pawn, as a tool by the BJP government to target Popular Front, and not just Popular Front of India. You might see that any opposition leader, opposition party, NGO, or any organization that is speaking against the BJP, you might have seen that it was the same ED that had said in 2020 that Popular Front received 120 crores, and many news channels covered it for many days. Even now some people are quoting it, but the same ED now comes and says it's 60 crore in 13 years. So ED itself has proved that previously it lied to the media, lied to the people of the country, and this 60 crore what they're talking about, the deposits, basically it's for over 13 years, okay, and it's quite normal.
So the PFI denying all of those charges, saying that even the ED that continues with its investigation, they have found nothing in those said business transactions that have been taking place so far. But when it comes to a China link, there is also a Middle East link where the PFI has formed district executive committees, but also the link from China that is now coming to fore, where targets are given individuals to collect cash and to transfer the same through Hawala or through camouflaged as genuine business transactions. We have Vivek and Imran both joining us live, but let's play out the STPI reaction also that we are getting this hour.
Rauf Sharif, ED arrest ചെയ്തിട്ട് ജയിലിലാണുള്ളത്. ഒരു വർഷമായിട്ട് അയാൾ ജയിലിലാണ്.
ഓക്കെ.
ഒരു വർഷത്തിന്റെ ഇടയിൽ ഏതായാലും ഇപ്പോൾ അയാൾ ഒരു കൂടുതൽ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ നടക്കാൻ സാധ്യതയില്ലല്ലോ.
അതെ. അദ്ദേഹം എപ്പോഴാണ് ജയിലിലായത്? അദ്ദേഹം
ഒരു വർഷമായി കഴിഞ്ഞ ഡിസംബറിലാണ്, കഴിഞ്ഞ 1.5 വർഷമാവുന്നു.
അത് ശരി.
1.5 വർഷമായിട്ട് ജയിലിലുള്ള ആള് ഒരു കോടിയുടെ ട്രാൻസാക്ഷൻ നടത്തിയായിരുന്ന ജയിലത്തെ ആൾക്കാരെ പിടിച്ച് അവർക്കെതിരെ കേസ്
വരേണ്ടത്. അതെ, അല്ല ഇതിനകത്ത് ചിലപ്പോ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് വേറെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു അക്കൗണ്ടിലേക്കാണോ അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും?
അതന്നെ നമുക്കറിയില്ല. നമുക്കിപ്പോ നിങ്ങൾ പറയുന്ന ഈ ന്യൂസിന്റെ വിവരമുള്ളത് 1.5 വർഷമായി സർക്കാരിന്റെ അണ്ടറിലുള്ള ജയിലിലുള്ള ഒരാള് ഒരു കോടി ഉൾപ്പെടെ ബിസിനസ് നടത്തിയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് 1.5 വർഷത്തിന് ശേഷം വാർത്ത വരാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആ വാർത്ത ദുരൂഹമാണ്. ഇനി അദ്ദേഹം ജയിലിൽ പോണതിന്റെ മുമ്പാണ് അങ്ങനെ ബിസിനസ് നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ളത് എങ്കിൽ 1.5 വർഷം മുമ്പ് ഇയാളെ പിന്നെ എന്തിനാണ് ഇത് പ്രകാരം, സാമ്പത്തിക കുറ്റകൃത്യ പ്രകാരം എന്ത് കുറ്റകൃത്യത്തിനാണ് ഇയാൾക്കെതിരെ കേസെടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളത്? 1.5 വർഷത്തിന്റെ ഉള്ളിലൊന്നും റിവീൽ ചെയ്യാത്ത ഒരു പുതിയ ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ ആയിട്ടാണല്ലോ പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പോ ഇത് മനഃപൂർവ്വം ബ്ലെയിം ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അപകീർത്തിപ്പെടുത്താനുള്ള ഒരു പദ്ധതിയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്. നേരത്തെ 120 കോടി രൂപ പിന്നെ പോപ്പുലർ ഫണ്ടിന്റെ അക്കൗണ്ടിൽ വന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് വീഡിയോ ഉദ്ധരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മിക്കവാറും എല്ലാ ദേശീയ മാധ്യമങ്ങളും വാർത്ത കൊടുത്തു. ഇപ്പൊ ഇന്നലെ പറയുന്നു 2009 മുതൽ പോപ്പുലർ ഫണ്ടിന്റെ അക്കൗണ്ടിൽ 60
Well, Bhavtosh, Imran and Vivek, all three of them joining us live this afternoon. Vivek, to you first, because the SDBI, also the PFI, it's same link, they're saying that they are denying any of such possibility. But there are links that are now being investigated, especially when it comes to many of those protests, like the anti-CAA, the riots that happened in Delhi, carrying out provocative social media campaigns, the link with the Middle East and also with China, everything that is now being exposed.
Exactly. The various findings by the Enforcement Directorate is absolutely shocking. That 1 crore amount was 1 crore was sent to Rao Sharif. He was a senior leader of the PFI. PFI in his account. Now also it says the ED says that from 2009 onwards 60 crore was deposited into the PFI's various accounts related to the PFI. Now when I spoke to the STPI spokesperson here in Kerala, what he says is that they have this particular person called Rao Sharif in whose account this money has come. He's in jail. He's in jail for the last 1.5 years. How is it ever possible that a person who's in jail in his account, how is it possible that he can make such a transaction? Now even if the transaction is made before 1.5 years, why didn't the jail authorities know about it? Why didn't the authorities reveal about this? So PFI and the STPI are outrightly rejecting this. They're saying that the ED is controlled by the government at the center, and they say that there is there's nothing but to malign the PFI that the ED is right now trying, and they have been doing this. Remember, in Kerala in the last 4 to 5 years, if you look at, there has been a number of raids that's been conducted in the houses of in the residences of PFI leaders in the state. Every time when the raid is conducted, PFI says that they have been targeted unnecessarily by the BJP government. But there are the kind of evidences that the ED is coming up with something very, very serious that needs to be looked into, whether these transactions
well, there has been a common call that is now being made, Vivek, Imran and Bhavtosh, as far as a common call to ban the same organization, because it was the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma who has echoed the same sentiment, also in the hinting at the PFI's alleged involvement in the violence that happened across the state, demanding a ban on the outfit. The BJP too has been demanding a probe into the findings of the radical group. Listen in.
Right from the Gorukhuti, we always see PFI's hand in the communal tension. Even in the latest Botodroba incident, when the Botodroba PS was burned down, we are now picking up signals of involvement of PFI. So Assam government is of the view that PFI and Campus Front of India should be banned. If you go to the district of Baksa, the kind of training program, the kind of literature they are distributing there, it itself goes to show that they want to destabilize Assam like anything, and they are doing it openly. So Assam government, as Chief Minister, I have met Union Home Minister many times, and I have requested that PFI and CFI should be banned.
पहले से हम लोग संशय करते थी पीएफआई के पीछे केवल देश का अंदर का हाथ नहीं है, बाहर का हाथ भी है। आज जो अकाउंट सीज किया है, इंक्वायरी होने के बाद पूरा पता होगा कौन कौन पीछे है, अभी तक क्या क्या किया है, उसको उद्देश्य क्या है, सभी पता होगी इंक्वायरी होने के बाद। केरल में, कर्नाटक में और अलग अलग जगह में टारगेट करके हत्या किए ना हिंदू लोगों को, उसके पीछे पीएफआई है।
Going across to Imran now, because Imran, in its defense, the PFI is denying all of those allegations, are also preparing for a protest.
Well, absolutely. Across India level, PFI has planned to protest today after afternoon, after the Friday prayers at Jantar Mantar in Delhi. They are planning protests. Now, in several places across India, PFI is planning protests against the ED and say that this is a target by the Union BJP government against a minority organization. And they say that anybody who raises voice against the BJP government, the ED comes in place to target them. They say that opposition leaders across the country have been targeted. Similarly, what charges the ED has brought in, they have been filing it under income tax returns, and this is the same 120 crores that earlier filed also last year, and there's nothing new in the charges brought in by the ED, and they will challenge it in the court accordingly about this charges but done by the ED. But there are serious charges against the ED has brought about money laundering case, PMLA under PMLA, and they're saying that individuals, so money were routed through their hotel in Muscat and to the property here in Munnar, and also about the latest coming in that they had taken a business deal with the Chinese firm where China was involved with PFI members. And these are the allegations again which they say are bogus. In fact, they say that the Chinese one were that members of PFI had brought masks and they were supplying to Dubai in that region area, and it was a legitimate business, and it has been turned sensationalized to show that some kind of nefarious activities is undergoing by the PFI.
All right. So protests that are also being planned not just at the state level, at a national level there by the PFI. Keep an eye out on all the protests that happened there in Bengaluru. Meanwhile, Bhavtosh and also Vivek and Imran, thanks very much for joining in. This is a big story that we are tracking, but more coming in from Karnataka, where the district administration and Mandya have planned prohibitory orders under section 144 with effect from today onwards till the 6th of June in Srirangapatna. Now, the ban order has been clamped to ensure peace and to maintain law and order, as various pro-Hindu groups have called for Srirangapatna Chalo agitation on Saturday in a bid to lay siege at the Jamia Masjid, which they claim has been built after demolishing a Hanuman Mandir.
As per the directions of the Archaeological Survey of India, a request by the VHP leader Banu Prasad Sharma, they have given directions to make the videography of the east entrance of the Jamia Masjid at Srirangapatna. People were claiming that it was indeed a temple's premises where the mosque has come there, and that the entrance, the east entrance, has to be videographed. This is a clear evidence of Tipu Sultan's, what kind of activities he has done, Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan.
ब्रिटिश गेजेटियर में लिखा है, पहले आंजनेय टेम्पल थी, आंजनेय टेम्पल का ऊपर गुंबज जो टिप्पू सुल्तान ने बनाया गया है, ऐसा गेजेटियर में लिखा है. आज भी रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड में आंजनेय टेम्पल के नाम पर ही रेवेन्यू रिकॉर्ड है. ये सच है, सबको सभी जानता है. वीएचपी रैली के बारे में मुझे पता नहीं, आपका बात तो सुनने के बाद पता हुआ. मुझे पता नहीं वीएचपी किसके लिए रैली कर रहा है, पता नहीं.
Well, those are the reactions that are coming in, because there is a similar call that is being made by the Hindu groups to conduct a Gyanvapi-like survey there also at the Jamia Masjid in Srirangapatna, because tomorrow onwards we are looking at how they are planning also to conduct a puja there. But let's get you another angle. Not to forget, this is coming days after K.S. Ishwarappa, the former Karnataka minister, issued a statement on the Mandir Masjid controversy, saying that nearly over 30,000 temples that were destroyed to build masjid over them, and they all would be reclaimed legally.
ಕಾನೂನಿನ ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರ ಈಗೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೊಂದೇ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಸರ್ವೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಪುಡಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ? 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನ ಧ್ವಂಸ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಸೀದಿಗಳು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಹೊಸ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟುವಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ 1,000 ಕಟ್ಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನನ್ನ ಅಭ್ಯಂತರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ ಮಸೀದಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಾಜ್ ಮಾಡಲಿ, ಸಂತೋಷವಾಗಿ ದೇವ್ರ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಶ್ವರನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಸೋಮನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಕಾಶಿ ವಿಶ್ವನಾಥ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಮಥುರಾದ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಲಿಂಗವನ್ನ, ಅಯೋಧ್ಯೆಯ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನ ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡೋರನ್ನ ನಾವು ಬಿಡ್ತೀವ? ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನ ಪುಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದಾರೋ ಆ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಹಿಂದೂಗಳ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು.
Well, this story is already building up with multiple reactions that are coming in and prohibitory orders that have already been imposed in Mandya there in Karnataka. We head into a short break. You're watching Newsroom 365.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it's very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Welcome back. A breaking update coming in of a high-level meeting at the MHA that will be beginning at 3 p.m. this afternoon, where Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha already, who was in the national capital, and senior officials have arrived. NSA Ajit Doval will also be arriving there. This meeting that is being chaired by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, coming in the wake of targeted killings that have been on the rise in the valley. We have been speaking to multiple families there who have been saying that they do not feel secure enough to continue living in the valley despite the assurances that have been given by the administration, and they are wanting an immediate transfer. Multiple families who can be seen already arriving in Jammu, and this is coming at a time where the third targeted killing has taken place in the last 4 days. So a high-level meeting that is being chaired by the Union Home Minister will begin at 3 p.m. Yes, Priyank?
Yes, certainly. But before that, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, has already reached the MHA around 1 hour back. So it was very important to see that what could have been the issue of the meeting which he could be having, because the Raw Chief, Saman Goel, is already here. This particular meeting is very important because this is to find out the further strategy which the Government of India will be taking, because all these stakeholders who are responsible to provide peace and security and safety in the valley will be part of this particular meeting, including the armed personnel chiefs, all these CISF and CRPF personnel, along with the BSF chief, will also be present here. But before that crucial meeting could begin, Manoj Sinha himself is present here. We have also spotted Saman Goel, Raw Chief, going inside the MHA office. What we are getting to know that in a short while from now, Manoj Sinha will be leaving from the Ministry of Home Affairs, and he will be once again coming back for the crucial meet, which is expected to happen at 3 p.m. today. But before that, we have seen that the security personnel were also briefing the media personnel to stay inside these red color barricades which has been done by them. These barriers have been put in so that all those important persons who are expected to join this particular meet can go here. There's no further movement which has happened since the time Manoj Sinha has gone inside. Since we have been doing a vast coverage on what is happening in the valley, this meeting is very much important, because all those stakeholders of providing security in the valley will be present here in this crucial meet, which is expected to happen at 3 p.m. today.
All right, Sabyasachi is also joining us live. Sabyasachi, we tried to question the LG himself last night when he arrived in the national capital. He did not have any answers. But who all are expected to be a part of this meeting today?
Well, absolutely. LG Manoj Sinha, who landed in the national capital around 7:45 in the evening, did not take any questions from the media. He just folded his hands and went straight to Jammu and Kashmir House at the Prithviraj Road here in the national capital. And along with LG, the NSA Ajit Doval, the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir Dilbag Singh, the Director General of CRPF, and the Border Security Forces Chief are the ones who are expected to join in the high-level meeting, along with the Home Minister and the Home Secretary Ajay Bhalla here in the national capital. The security arrangements are being made. There has been barricade which has been, layers has been put out by the security personnel out here to make sure that the media does not trespass at the moment when these security personnel or the security chief of different agencies are here for the meeting. As we know that the LG Manoj Sinha is here at the MHA from the past 1 hour. The Raw Chief is also present. So they must be having a meeting with the HM, but the crucial meeting with other delegation, the DGP, the security head of BSF, as well as the CRPF chief, will be started at around 3 p.m. this afternoon.
All right, Sabyasachi, Priyank, thanks very much for getting us those live updates. We are standing by for that meeting. 3 p.m. is the time when this high-level security meeting that will be chaired by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with him the LG Manoj Sinha, who had arrived in the national capital, NSA Ajit Doval, and top officials are also expected to be present for this meeting. We head into a short break. Non-stop live coverage right here on Times Now continues.
Times Now. Action begins here.
Times Live 30 and I'm Swati Joshi. It's been 5 days since singer Sidhu Moosewala was brutally murdered, and every day the cops have been getting some or the other evidence to nab the mastermind of the case. Now, in a new twist, Times Now has accessed the CCTV footage in which the same Bolero was seen roaming in Fatehabad of Haryana. Now, this is the Bolero in which the killers were chasing Sidhu Moosewala before they murdered him. Let's go across to Priyank. Priyank, tell us about this new CCTV footage of the Bolero in which the killers chased Sidhu Moosewala before murdering him. And this was in fact spotted in Fatehabad of Haryana?
Yes, certainly, and this clearly shows that the shooters were trailing Sidhu Moosewala, but before that, these vehicles were also brought from the state of Haryana. Time and again, the security agencies have been talking about that there has been a bigger nexus and larger nexus which was being operated on the behest of Lawrence Bishnoi, and his sharpshooters were present in different states of Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab, Chandigarh, as well as in many portions of Himachal Pradesh as well. So this is another proof that the vehicle Bolero, which broke down while the suspects were fleeing away from the spot, was also spotted in a different state. So it is very much possible that the shooters could have come from there. We know that one of the person who was apprehended on the bordering district of Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh, he was the one who had given the Corolla vehicle, which was also seen in the CCTV footage earlier, which was used by the shooters. So the vehicles were brought from different state, clearly gives an indication that the shooters could have also come from outside. What Punjab police is also saying that they have identified 4 of the shooters out of 7 who were part of this particular assassination attempt on Sidhu Moosewala. But the fact remains that still now these shooters are on the run, and the police officials are facing huge problem.
Absolutely. Priyank, stay on with us. In fact, let's also talk about the Nepal link which has emerged in the Moosewala case. Police suspect that all the shooters fled to Nepal after the massacre. After interrogating Lawrence Bishnoi, a team of special cell of the Delhi police reached Nepal, and according to the sources of the special cell, all the shooters have been identified. Let's go back to Priyank, who continues to be with us. So the special cell sources telling us that all of the suspects have been identified. Before I come to you, Priyank, let's go across to Mr. Manjunder Singh Sirsa joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sirsa, a new CCTV footage that Times Now has accessed shows that the vehicle, the Bolero in which Sidhu Moosewala was chased, came from Haryana in Fatehabad. The special cell that is investigating the entire case believes there's a Nepal angle as well. After the entire case, after the entire murder, the accused fled India, they went to Nepal.
See, it is not just a security failure, it's an intelligence failure also. Reason being the recce was done a couple of days before this incident, and they ambushed like anything. So police were not even aware that what kind of recce is done outside his place, outside his residence. So it's an entire messed up, a new government, which is a total inexperienced government. And the rhetoric they are giving day and night rhetoric statements. हमने ये कर दिया, हमने वो कर दिया, हमने law and order भी 10 दिन में ठीक कर दिया. And now you see, the first day, very shocking. I don't know whether why these TV channels have not carried this news. A very shocking news. The first day, DGP came out and gave in a PC, he said, that this Bishnoi, whatever name is this, he is involved in this murder, in this assassination. And yesterday in the High Court, they said, हमारा तो इसमें कोई नाम ही नहीं है, हमने तो कभी कहा ही नहीं कि हमें बिश्नोई चाहिए है. We don't want him. हमने तो उसका नाम कभी डाला नहीं है FIR में. और कल बिश्नोई को रिलीफ मिल गई. डीजीपी 3 दिन पहले कह रहे हैं कि बिश्नोई जो है मेन अक्यूज्ड है, और कल उनका विड्रॉ कर दिया कोर्ट में ये कह के कि नहीं, बिश्नोई को तो हमने कभी मेन अक्यूज्ड कहा ही नहीं है, नाइदर इज नेम्ड इन FIR. और उसको कल हाई कोर्ट ने कहा कि ठीक है, जब तुम्हारा नाम ही नहीं है तो तुम जाए. तो आप देखिए कैसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन हो रही है, कितनी शेडी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है. डीजीपी की कोर्ट में स्टेटमेंट और है, डीजीपी की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में स्टेटमेंट और है. जो भगवंत मान है उनकी ट्विटर पे तो ये स्टेटमेंट है, हमने वीआईपी स्टेटस खत्म कर दिया और वीआईपी सिक्योरिटी खत्म कर दी. कोर्ट में ये स्टेटस है कि हमने तो सिक्योरिटी वापस दी नहीं थी, तो टेम्पररी थी 6 जून तक के लिए. तो आप ऐसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन,
इनफैक्ट लॉरेंस बिश्नोई ने इनकार भी कर दिया है कि उसका मर्डर में कोई हाथ नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ इस बात को कन्फेस किया है कि उसके किसी एक गुर्गे ने इस पूरी साजिश को अंजाम दिया. थैंक यू वेरी मच मिस्टर सिरसा फॉर जॉइनिंग अस. आई वांट टू गो बैक टू Priyank. Priyank, let's talk about the Nepal angle here. Sources of the special cell of the Delhi police also suggesting that they've been able to identify all the shooters. According to the information that we are getting, the shooters all fled to Nepal. Priyank, can you hear me? Okay, it looks like we've lost that connection with Priyank. We'll try and connect with him again. But those are the details that we are getting now for you in the Sidhu Moosewala case. As far as politics over this issue is concerned, today the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, visited Moosewala's family amid heightened security, turning the entire village into a fortress. The Punjab Chief Minister was on his way and he had to face slogans, protests from the villagers who were protesting against that decision of the government to withdraw security cover, to withdraw security of Sidhu Moosewala. It was right after that decision that Sidhu Moosewala was murdered. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party government in the state has been sharply criticized for that decision, for cutting back singers' security along with that of over 400 other VVIPs in a move that the opposition said was aimed at scoring political points. While leaders from various parties continue to blame the gruesome murder of Sidhu Moosewala or the security lapse by the government, Aam Aadmi Party continues to defend its stance.
आज उनके घर में अफसोस व्यक्त करने के लिए गया था। मेरे साथ कुलदीप सिंह धालीवाल जी जो हमारे मिनिस्टर हैं वो भी गए थे, हमारे एमएलए साहबान भी गए थे और परिवार से दुख व्यक्त किया है। और पंजाब सरकार उन लोगों को सख्त सजा देगी जिन लोगों ने ये मर्डर किया है, ये बहुत भयानक हत्या की है। हम उन लोगों को सख्त सजा देंगे और हमारा जो पुलिस प्रशासन है वो पूरी मुस्तैदी से उन लोगों को पकड़ने के लिए लगातार यत्न कर रहा है और बहुत जल्द ही वो लोग सलाखों के पीछे होंगे और बहुत जल्द ही उन लोगों को एक सजा दी जाएगी ताकि पूरे आने वाले समय में कोई ऐसा मर्डर या ऐसा काम गलत ना करे।
बहुत सारे लोग सिर्फ वीआईपी दिखने के लिए इस तरीके की सुरक्षा को लेते हैं और इस तरीके की सुरक्षा लेने की होड़ रहती है। लिहाजा आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने इस सुरक्षा को दोबारा से देखकर कम किया।
इस दुख की घड़ी इस मुश्किल की घड़ी च भी कांग्रेस जिहड़ी आ अपनी नापाक जिहड़ियां इन्हां दीयां करतूतां हैं, जिहड़ियां इन्हां दी गंदी राजनीति तो बाज नहीं आ रही। ਅੱਜ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੇ ਐਕਸ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਪੋਰਟਰਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੰਗਾਮਾ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਾ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਵੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ। ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਹੀ ਚਾਹੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੌਜਵਾਨ ਸਿਤਾਰੇ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਵੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ ਉਸ ਲਾਸ਼ ਤੋਂ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਰਾਜਨੀਤਿਕ ਜ਼ਮੀਨ ਤਲਾਸ਼ਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੰਦੀ ਰਾਜਨੀਤੀ ਆ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਕਦੀ ਮਾਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਸਰਦਾਰ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਮਾਨ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਸਟੇਟ ਹੈਡ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਤੇ, ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਨਾਤੇ अपनी जिम्मेवारी निभा रहे हैं, उस परिवार का दुख साझा करने जा रहे हैं, उस परिवार नू जस्टिस किस तरह देना है, ये सारे उस मुशक्कत च लगे हुए हैं। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी जिहड़ा इन्हां दा अतीत रहा है लाशां ते पॉलिटिक्स करदा, अज भी वो हरकतां तो ही बाज नहीं।
Well, not just the Chief Minister, but each and every neta of the Aam Aadmi Party, their MLAs, whoever tried to visit the village and pay condolence to the family members, had to face these protests. In fact, AAP MLA from Sardulgarh constituency of Mansar district, Gurpreet Singh Banwali, also had to face the ire of the protesters.
ਗੁਰਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਬਣਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦੀ ਫੇਰੀ ਰੱਦ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਆ, ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਹੇ ਤਾਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਦਾ ਗੁੱਸਾ ਸੱਤਵੇਂ ਅਸਮਾਨ ਤੇ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪਿੰਡ ਨੂੰ ਸੀਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਗੁਰਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਬਣਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਹੋਇਆ। ਐਮਐਲਏ ਗੁਰਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਬਣਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਸਰਦੂਲਗੜ੍ਹ ਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਨਹੀਂ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਐਂਟਰੀ ਕਰਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਪਿੰਡ ਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਵਿਰੋਧ, ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਦਾ ਦੌਰਾ ਵੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਰੱਦ। ਪਿੰਡ ਵਾਲੇ ਨਾਰਾਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਪਿੰਡ ਵਾਲਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਗੁੱਸਾ ਸੱਤਵੇਂ ਅਸਮਾਨ ਤੇ ਆ। ਦੇਖ ਸਕਦੇ ਹੋ ਇਹ ਗੁਰਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਬਣਾਲੀ ਦਾ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਹੋਇਆ। ਗੁਰਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਬਣਾਲੀ ਅੰਦਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਸੂਤਰ ਦੱਸਦੇ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਦੌਰਾ ਰੱਦ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ। ਮੁੱਖ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਮੂਸੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਣਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਨਾਅਰੇਬਾਜ਼ੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਘਰ ਦੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਨਾਅਰੇਬਾਜ਼ੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਆ, ਮੁਰਦਾਬਾਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਅਰੇ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਮੁਰਦਾਬਾਦ ਦੇ ਨਾਅਰੇ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ। ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ।
ਆਪਦਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਹੈ ਜੀ, ਆਪਦਾ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਮੇਰਾ ਆਪਦਾ।
Well, a former Congress MLA had to face a similar situation, and there seems to be a lot of resentment with respect to the arrangements that were made for the Chief Minister's visit.
ਡੈਥ ਹੋਈ ਆ, ਅਸੀਂ ਡੈਥ ਵਾਲੇ ਘਰੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਯਾਰ, ਅਫਸੋਸ ਕਰਨ। ਇਹ ਥੋੜੀ ਜੇ ਭਗਵੰਤ ਮਾਨ ਨੇ ਆਉਣਾ ਤੇ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਬੰਦਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਘਰੇ ਜਾਊਗਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ? ਜੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਦੱਸੋ। ਮੈਂ XML ਆ, ਦੱਸੋ ਕੀ ਇਖਤਿਆਰ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ, ਕਿਹੜੇ ਆਰਡਰ ਆ, ਲਿਆਓ ਦਿਓ ਮੈਨੂੰ।
ਤੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਭੁੱਲ
ਇਸੇ ਗੱਲ ਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਮੂਸੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਮਰਾਤਾ ਯਾਰ।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਮੈਂਬਰਾਂ।
ਲਿਆਓ ਦਿਓ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਕਿਹੜੇ ਆਰਡਰ, ਕਿਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਲਿਆਓ ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ।
ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਦਾ ਆਈਡੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇਦਾਰ ਆ।
ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਰਡਰ ਦੇ ਯਾਰ, ਤੂੰ ਲਿਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਆਰਡਰ ਦੇ, ਦੱਸ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਤੂੰ ਆਰਡਰ ਦੇ, ਕਿਹੜੇ ਆਰਡਰ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਲਿਆ ਦੱਸ। ਕਿਵੇਂ ਰੋਕ ਲਓਗੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ?
Well, the Chief Minister of Punjab, Mr. Bhagwant Mann, today visited the family members of Sidhu Moosewala to pay his condolences, to offer his condolences to the family members. It was, in fact, after the decision of the AAP government in Punjab of withdrawing security cover to certain VVIPs, which included Sidhu Moosewala as well, that the singer was murdered. And now the Chief Minister, while visiting, had to face the ire of the protesters. Moving on and shifting our focus to the Kashmir Valley now, where back-to-back targeted killings have forced some Kashmiri Hindus to leave the valley, alleging inaction on part of the administration. Kashmiri Hindus who were employed in the valley under the Prime Minister package have been demanding that they be transferred to Jammu, citing security, citing threat to their lives. They even threatened mass migration if their demands are not met. Now, in the midst of all this, the anger, the killing of a bank manager and a labourer has further aggravated fears of Kashmiri Hindus and religious minorities living in the valley. Home Minister Amit Shah has called a high-level meeting. In fact, the meeting is currently underway to review the security situation in the valley. Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha, Raw Chief Samant Goel have also reached the MHA office in North Block for the crucial meeting which is underway. And before we get you more details on that, here's a look at a ground report.
Genocide, ethnic cleansing and horror that started in early 90s is repeated once again. There has been surge in selective targeted killing of Kashmiri Hindus that has once again generated atmosphere of fear, and once again it has triggered exodus from that region. And right now I'm joined by many of those employees who left their homes in Valley, and once again they are back to Jagti township. Yesterday they reached here. Let me talk to them. आप लोग कल यहाँ पहुँचे, कितना डर का माहौल है वहाँ?
सर, डर का माहौल तो ऐसा है कि आप अपने घर से भी बाहर नहीं निकल सकते। वो जैसे जू में आप जानवरों को बंद करके रखते हैं ना, वैसी हालत हो गई हमारी। सरकार ने भी हमारे साथ वैसा ही किया है। और मतलब जो टारगेट किलिंग्स है, अब इससे ज़्यादा आप क्या किसी चीज़ को मतलब डिफाइन कर सकते हैं कि व्हाट इज़ द ग्राउंड रियलिटी ओवर देयर, कि आपके नाम के ऊपर फोटो मतलब एक नंबर लिखा जाता है कि नेक्स्ट वन आप हो, और पब्लिश किया जाता है सोशल मीडिया पे कि अगले इसको हमने मारना है। तो इससे बड़ी चीज़ रियलिटी हम किसी को क्या बता सकते हैं कि भाई हमारे साथ वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है।
कि गवर्नमेंट को भी कुछ देखना चाहिए कि अभी वहाँ जो हिंदू वहाँ पे अभी नहीं रह सकता, जो भी वहाँ पे जो हालात है, जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है, वो हिंदुओं के रहने लायक नहीं है।
सर, हम तो रेंटेड अकोमोडेशन में हैं, तो प्रॉब्लम तो है ही है। आपको पता नहीं आपको कब टारगेट करेंगे, कब आप पे हमला होगा। पब्लिक लिस्ट पब्लिश होती है, आपको पता ही नहीं है कब आपका नंबर लग जाएगा। आप घर निकलोगे सब्जी लेने तो आपको जाना ही है, आप कह नहीं सकते हो कि आप घर आप वापस आओगे कि नहीं।
So their only demand is that they are not happy with the assurances being given by the government. They want that they should be relocated, because that's the only demand. That's the only demand to the Home Minister also, because today there is going to be a very crucial meeting that will be chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. And in that meeting, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha will also be present, along with other senior officials of those different security agencies taking care of the security in Jammu and Kashmir. You can see, along with their baggage, they have come over to this place. They, along with their kids, their wives, their children, they are here right now because this is the place where they came after when they had to leave home 32 years back. Once again, the things are back to square one.
सर, वहाँ पे काम करना इतना मुश्किल नहीं है इंसान के लिए, लेकिन जो वहाँ के लोग हैं, जैसे कि कुछ लोग जो वहाँ के लोकल्स हैं, वो आपके लिए अच्छे हैं, बट आप ये भरोसा नहीं कर सकते हैं कि पीठ पीछे आके आपको कोई भी गोली मार के वहाँ से जा सकता है। आज का टाइम ऐसा हो गया कि ऑफिस के अंदर घुस के मारा जा रहा है। मैं खुद रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट में हूँ और आप खुद देख रहे हैं कि तहसील के अंदर घुस के राहुल जी को गोली मारी गई है, वो भी मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने। तो हम वहाँ पर अपनी कैसे एश्योरेंस ले सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट से कि हमें गोली नहीं मारी जाएगी कल?
मुझे रात भर नींद नहीं आती थी। बाहर बाजार निकलती थी, कुछ सब्जी लेने या कुछ लेने में बिंदी उठाती थी, फिर अंदर आती थी, फिर लगाती थी।
लेकिन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को इसके लिए एक सॉल्यूशन, प्रॉपर सॉल्यूशन करना चाहिए कि मैं कश्मीरी पंडित को क्या करना है, इनको क्या नहीं करना है।
The kin of slain bank manager is inconsolable. We spoke to Vijay Kumar's mother, who recounted her lost conversation with Vijay Kumar. The mother said that Vijay had promised her that he would take leave, 10-15 days leave to come back home.
मेरा लाल का दुश्मन बैठे बटे खत्म कर दे सी मेरा बच्चिया ने रे हाँ मैं आप गयो बेटा का दवा जद का मम्मी 14 महीनों उतरे आऊंगा ये 10 दिन आगे 15 दिन आगे छुट्टी लेके आऊंगा मम्मी 2 दिन पहली बात करी मन ने गेटा मेरो लाली चकड़ ले बात करे रे ओ बचिया गदगे देख रखो मेरा लाल रे.
And as another man was killed in yesterday's attack was a brick-kiln labourer named Dilkush, who was shot dead in Budgam. Dilkush, along with another labourer, was shot at, but Dilkush succumbed to his injuries. Here's a report from a temporary shelter.
This is a temporary shelter where this labourer Dilkush was living. This is his belongings. These are his belongings, and this is where several of them were actually residing. And you can see that in this temporary shelter he was living, and that's when these eyewitnesses say that they came here, opened fire at him. There are also blood stains around this particular location, and then from here he was taken to the hospital where he later succumbed to his injuries. Now, interestingly, one has to see that how is the government able to save the lives of all those non-locals, minorities working in Kashmir Valley, because yesterday's fresh attack in which Dilkush has lost his life and his another colleague has suffered injuries.
And these are live shots of the Jammu Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha, who's leaving after attending the high-level meeting that was called at the MHA. Home Minister Amit Shah, Jammu Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha along with Raw Chief were present in this particular meeting. In the valley, on one hand, the targeted killings are increasing. Some of the Kashmiris, Hindu Kashmiris living in the valley have decided now to leave the valley as they fear for their life. They have also alleged that the administration has not been able to provide them a safe and secure environment. And here are the visuals that we are getting for you. The high-level meeting is over. We'll also get you updates on what really transpired in the meeting. Let's, for now, play out some ground reports.
Sinha was here at the MHA, and he will be leaving in a short while from now. As you can see, Manoj Sinha had just sat down inside his vehicle. Before that, we also saw that Raw Chief Samant Goel, as well as Dilbagh Singh, the DGP of Punjab, were also present in this meeting. This is one of the crucial meetings which is expected to start at 3 p.m. today. But before that, Manoj Sinha himself came here, and Manoj Sinha is going from the MHA after 2 hours of a brief discussion which happened with the senior stakeholders who are the concern for the security in the valley. With Vijay Karthik, Priyank Tripathi in Delhi for the Times Network.
All right, so that was Priyank. In his report, he mentioned that the LG of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, has left after speaking to individuals about the security aspect in Jammu and Kashmir. Priyank is with us on the broadcast now. Priyank, what really happened there?
See, we are yet to know, because before the crucial meeting could begin at 3 p.m. today, the Dilbagh Singh, the DGP of Punjab, along with the Raw Chief Samant Goel, as well as the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, all three of them were present at this MHA's office, which is in North Block. And this was particularly a brief discussion before Amit Shah could come and chair this particular meeting, where all the stakeholders for the security will be present in this particular crucial meeting. Looking at the situation in the valley, Swati, it's very important to have a detailed and well-thought strategy by the Ministry of Home Affairs, so that any kind of further untoward situation can be avoided. But before the crucial meeting could begin, this is what we can tell you, because for the viewers, this was a brief discussion which happened in between all the three stakeholders, which include the J&K, Lieutenant Governor, along with the Raw Chief and the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir. We will have to wait for the official information from the MHA to know that what were the issues which were discussed before the crucial meeting could begin. But an hour before the meeting could begin, all these people have left, and within half an hour, 45 minutes from now, they will be once again coming back here before Amit Shah, the Home Minister of the country, could chair this meeting, which is expected at 3 p.m. today.
All right, Priyank, we'll come back to you once we get more details about the meeting which was supposed to take place at 3 p.m. For now, thank you very much for getting us the inputs. We're moving on now and shifting our focus to the other big story that we are tracking. Now, in the Hyderabad gang rape case where a minor was allegedly raped by 3 to 4 minors in a Mercedes car, a Neta's son is being investigated by the Jubilee Hills police. The Neta's son were present in the car before the rape took place. The police are investigating whether the Neta's son was involved or not. Now, according to the police, the minor was taken to a pub by her friends on the 28th of May. Let's go across. Somit is joining us with more details. Somit, tell us more about this interrogation which is underway. Somit, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you please repeat the question?
Well, Somit, tell us more about the interrogation which is underway. A Neta's son was present in the car before the rape took place. That's the input that we are getting.
Well, as of now, we are right now standing in the Jubilee Hills police station, and, we can clearly see here, this car is here, and already car has been seized by the police. And the police said that, they are investigating into the matter. Earlier on 28th, actually, the incident happened. And on 29th, the father of the victim has approached the police station and finally lodged that two of her friends have taken her out to a pub and for a party. And actually, she's a minor. She should be not allowed the pub, but however, the pub authority has allowed her, and later she has met around 5 strangers in the pub and they have taken her out in 2 cars. That is what we are hearing as of now. And the police said that in these 5 the juveniles conflict with law, there is one more person, the Neta's son, MIM MLA's son, actually, being investigated. That actually he was present in the car, but the police are investigating that whether he has involved in the rape or not. But as of now, investigation is on, and the police are also trying to identify the other JCLs who are involved in this rape case. And even the gang rape has been the affair has been altered to the gang rape, and those two actually have friends were left scot-free because they were not involved into the matter. Later, these 5 strangers who met her in the pub, they are now being investigated, and also the MIM MLA's son is now also being investigated in this matter. And also the police are suspecting that 4 minor boys who were involved in the case have actually raped her while the car was on move, and they have taken her out around 5 p.m. from the pub, and also the car was on the move, and at that time this incident has happened. And as of now, she was shifted to the medical assistant, and we are hearing that she's
all right, Somit, we'll come back to you for more inputs. For the moment, thank you for getting us the details. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. We'll keep on tracking this report and the developments on the other side as well.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है। उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा, कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपने रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है। जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत है वो तो लोगों को सबको मालूम है। और यही तो दुख लगता है कि आपको चापलूसी करने का टाइम मिल रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ के लोकल मुद्दे पर उनसे बात करने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा।
नहीं तो चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है ये तो खुलकर बताइए।
देखिए सबको मालूम है, अब उसमें बताने
Warm welcome. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. First up, as always, here are the top focus stories.
पंजाब सरकार मुर्दाबाद, पंजाब सरकार मुर्दाबाद।
Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann visits Musewala's village under huge security cover and protests by the locals there. Mansa villagers asked why was Musewala's security withdrawn.
बहुत सारे लोग सिर्फ वीआईपी दिखने के लिए इस तरीके की सुरक्षा को लेते हैं। लिहाजा आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने इस सुरक्षा को दोबारा से देखकर कम किया।
A day after our government promised to restore security of 434 VIPs, Saurabh Bhardwaj justifies the security downgrade. Claims a lot of people use security to look like VIPs. Times Now SIT traces the bolero used in Moosewala's assassination to Fatehabad in Haryana. It was spotted there 4 days before the attack. 2 have been detained for questioning. Shocking insult to Hindu gods. Slogans insulting Lord Krishna and Ayyappa raised in the rally of Dravidar Kazham, which is an affiliate of the DMK. The onus is now on Stalin government to act.
हर मस्जिद में शिवलिंग क्यों देखना? पूजा अलग है, इसलिए अपना हित अलग है, ऐसा मानना नहीं। और संपूर्ण हिंदू समाज ने भी ये समझना।
RSS distances itself from the Retake Mandir campaign. Mohan Bhagwat draws the red line, says there is no need to file shivling in every masjid. That's for amicable solution for Gyanvapi. After Gyanvapi, Karnataka's Jamia Masjid is in the eye of storm. Hindu groups claim the mosque is on the ruins of Hanuman temple, vowed to carry out puja inside the temple premises. Prohibitory orders are in place. PFI dossier reveals explosive web of China-linked funding and training for groups' hate campaign. Radicals brazen it out, however, with a call for an India-wide protest. As targeted killings force Hindus to leave the valley, Amit Shah will be taking stock of the security situation and strategy. LG Manoj Sinha will also attend this high-level meeting at 3 p.m. Rahul Gandhi issued fresh summons to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on 13th of June in the National Herald laundering case. US State Department.
In India, the world's largest democracy and home to a great diversity of faiths, we've seen rising attacks on people in places of worship.
US State Department report says that the attack on minorities and their places of worship has risen recently in India. Well, with that, there is some big breaking news which is coming in regarding the Hyderabad rape shocker which was coming in. A case has now been registered after a minor girl was allegedly raped in a Mercedes car. Well, according to the police, the minor girl went to a pub along with 2 of her friends. After that, they had left. This girl was taken out in a Mercedes by 5 other minor boys. This incident, as per the family, took place on the 28th of May, and that the police are now in the process of identifying the accused. Let me go across to Somit. Somit, now sources are telling Times Now that a local MLA son is also being investigated in the case regarding this.
Well, exactly, Mega. You know, the MIM MLA's son, actually, police has found out that, as per the preliminary investigation, there were 4 to 5 minor boys, 4 to 5 strangers who have taken the victim out from the pub. And the gang rape has occurred while on move, and the car is here right now. And the MLA's son has, was present at the spot, and also, he was in the car. And, police haven't confirmed that he was involved in the rape, but they had police said that they are investigating into the matter, but MIM MLA's son was in the car. Later, they are receiving information that as per prima facie and also as per preliminary investigation that he has, left the car, but he was present during the rape or he was not present during the rape. That should be investigated, but he was in the car when, she was taken out. So this is what we are hearing from the police exclusively, and, he is now being investigated, and police said that as of now, more than 10 teams have been formed to investigate this matter, also nab these juveniles conflict with law, and also they will be soon taken into the custody. That is what police are saying, but as of now the investigation is on, and whoever involved in this, they will be nabbed. That is what we are hearing from the police as of now, Mega.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. Right behind you, we can see that Mercedes, more questions have been thrown up than answers by the Hyderabad police. In fact, let's listen in to some of the voices which are coming in. Understandably, women's rights activists are appalled about the state of women's security in a place, a metropolitan such as that of Hyderabad. Listen in.
The crime in Hyderabad
on the minor being gang raped by people who were in a Mercedes, offered her a ride, is horrendous, unacceptable, and just goes to show that impunity is on the rise in Hyderabad. Other cases have also happened like this in the past, and the police have done nothing. And this impunity of these criminals, alleged rapists, the police must register a case, and they cannot give an excuse that they can't find them. It is also important that the Chief Minister of the state comes out and says that the police will be given all support to apprehend these rapists. Unacceptable that this impunity continues in a state.
A horrifying incident has happened in Hyderabad. In fact, they say one of the MLA's son is also involved. However, he may be an MLA's son or be well connected, but it is the duty of the police to ensure that all the minor rapists are brought to book. The law is very clear. Even if a minor commits a heinous offense such as rape or murder, he should not be tried under the juvenile law, but should be tried under the Indian Penal Code. Hence, it is necessary that the police acts in a free, fair, impartial manner, arrests all the rapists, and ensures that such type of heinous offences do not take place.
So Shamit, I fail to understand, because the father says that the girl knew about the identity, so the identity is unknown. The car there has been traced where this heinous crime of gang rape took place. The assaulters are known, the car is seized, FIR is filed. Why is it that the brats have not yet been caught?
Well, Megha, there is a small confusion in this case, because actually the father thought that the victim was raped on 28th of last month, and that is on last Saturday. She was taken to the pub, and in the same day the incident has reported. So actually, the father has only just had the information that she went to the pub along with her two friends. That is, whom she's known for a long time. So they have been taken her to the pub, that is Hadi and Suraj, and later they have left from the pub, and the father has lodged the complaint that she was sexually assaulted. Because she is in really shock and in deep depression, she couldn't speak anything about the incident. So she stated that only the sexual assault happened, and that was informed to her father. So father came to the Jubilee police station and lodged a complaint stating that she was taken by Suraj and Hadi, and she was sexually assaulted.
Right.
Later,
in fact, do stay on with us. We'll just come back to you. Krishna Sagar Rao, the BJP, is also joining us. Mr. Rao, your first reaction, something like this happening in a Mercedes car to a minor child, and that too in the city of Hyderabad.
No, it's appalling. It's horrendous. I mean, they have the car, the police have the car, they have a complaint 3 days ago. What are they doing not arresting these culprits, these vandals, these criminals? Are they waiting for a clearance from KCR? Are they waiting for a clearance from Asaduddin Owaisi? Is this how an independent police organization should be functioning? And how can we say that they are efficient?
So are you saying this is political patronage which is being extended to the culprits?
100%, there is no doubt about it. It is a case of political appeasement. It is a case of one-upmanship by political bosses in the state, and they are holding the police hands tight. But it's a shame that a 16-year-old young girl has been ravaged by these 5 criminals. I don't even believe that all of them are underage. Even if they are underage, they first should be arrested, brought to justice, and then the courts will decide the sentence depending on the age. But why are they not being arrested? BJP is demanding answers from the Home Minister and the Chief Minister.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao. The BJP's first reaction coming out that the BJP demands answers from the Chief Minister, the Home Minister. In fact, Krishna Sagar Rao says, what are the police waiting for before arresting? Are they waiting for KCR's permission or Asaduddin Owaisi's permission? In fact, let me go back across to Shamit. Shamit, that's very interesting. Already politically, they are raising questions about the political patronage which may be extended. If the car is seized, then the owners would it will be easier to track the culprits.
Well, exactly. You know, what exactly happened is, these two, Suraj and Hadi, has taken her to the pub. And they left. Actually, father thought that these two are the people who has raped her, sexually assaulted her. But later, police, in the preliminary investigation, have noticed that these two fellows, that are Hadi and Suraj, have left the pub, leaving the victim alone there. And she met 5 strangers there, and they then later lured her and taken her out in their car, and that is what we are suspecting, that this might be the car, and the police have seized it immediately after the incident has reported. So they have taken her out, and then later, even in that car at that time, MIM MLA's son was also there in the car. He was traveling along with these JCLs, we can say, and as police said to us, exclusively confirmed to us, and later police are saying that we are investigating whether MIM MLA's son is involved in the gang rape or not. But later, these 4 to 5 juveniles conflict with law have taken her in the car, and while car was in the move, they have raped her, gang raped her, and after that she received some injuries on her neck and also in other parts, and she however managed to reach her residence, and she was later immediately shifted to the hospital, and right now she is in the under these violence has also sent to the medical assistance, we can say. But as of now, these 4 to 5 have been identified already, and police said that 10 teams have been formed to nab these minors who have been involved in the case. So as of now, we are hearing that MIM MLA's son is being investigated, and other 4 to 5 who are involved in the gang rape are now being investigated. Also, search operation has been launched to nab these minors who are involved in the case.
Just to put out all the facts of this case as we know it so far, there are about 5 accused who have been accused of a brutal gang rape of a young girl, a 17-year-old girl who allegedly had gone to a pub along with her friends. They managed to lure her out, took her on a joyride, which turned into a nightmare for this young girl, where she allegedly was gang raped. Now, the probe has thrown up an AI-MIM link to this entire gruesome gang rape. There is a possibility that one of the AI-MIM MLA's son was present in the car, whether he was there at the time of the gang rape or not. Those are the details that the police are currently undergoing. The probe is underway to find out what was his connection to this entire gruesome order. But already you have the BJP coming out and saying that the Chief Minister should be slammed for his appeasement of Asaduddin Owaisi, who is a long-term ally of KCR. So let me go back across to Shomit. Shomit, you're standing right in front of the Mercedes. Tell us, who is this car registered to? There would be someone, even if the children, if the assaulters were minor, at least it would be registered to someone who could be an MLA of a political party as well.
Well, actually, the car we can clearly see here. Actually, the victim girl was taken, to the pub. Actually, after that, even, we can clearly see in somewhat the CCTV footage we are trying to access, but we have saw it in the police station where, in this car, the victim was being taken, and it is registered on a woman by name Khatun, and police said that, Khatun is related to the case, but, where it is related, actually, where she is, involved, or whether her son is involved, her brother is involved, that we can't reveal because the details are, pertaining to a minor girl. And Supreme Court, there are clear guidelines from the Supreme Court that further details cannot be revealed. That is what we are hearing from the police, but we can clearly see the car here. This was the car, and it is expected that, she was sitting in the rear seat, and, when she was being taken from that spot. So, as of now, the police said that, the investigation is underway and we can't reveal further details. But, she was being gang raped. That was completely confirmed. And there are 4 to 5 minors. That is also completely confirmed. And MIM MLA's son was also in the car. And that is also confirmed. And he is being investigated for, being involved in the rape or not. But she was gang raped when the car was moved. And also we can say that in the daylight itself, this incident has happened and finally came to light after 3-4 days. And still now we can say that, no accused, no minor has been arrested in this case.
We'll keep tracking the developments on that probe front. It's important that those who carried out this gruesome crime be punished, even if, as the BJP alleges, there's political patronage being extended to the rapists. hopefully there's going to be justice at the end of this. Thank you so much, Shomit. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. With that, a short break.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years.
Well, these are the visuals which are coming in after a gas leak was reported in Visakhapatnam. These are the visuals of the people who seem to have consumed some poisonous gas. They are still recovering from it. They have been rescued from the area and they are being taken away to the hospitals for further treatment. In fact, what we are picking up in the initial reports which are coming in, this is a gas leak which happened in the Vizag in Achutapuram. In fact, there was toxic gases leaked which happened in this area. The company employees then began running in fear. Many of them unfortunately were also vomiting and many of them were dizzy and fainted as well. Immediately, as you can see, these workers are being pulled into cars and being rushed away to the nearby hospital after they inhale the toxic gas. Well, we hope that they have a speedy recovery. This has happened in the area of Vizag, where we are getting to hear that this factory had toxic gases and these toxic gases had leaked, which is why, as you can see on your screens, the extent of damage which was done to the workers, many of them have fainted, as you can see on your screens. Others too have been rushed to the hospital. Let me go across to Madhav. Madhav, what does prima facie seem to have been the case here?
Well, we are still awaiting details, but in Visakhapatnam we have seen there are a number of industries that have association with different industries, including the pharma industry. And in the past, we have seen, for instance, gas leaks take place in Visakhapatnam in the year 2021 as well as the year 2020. And of course, these gas leaks have in the past had very, very disastrous consequences. At this point of time, there is still very, very preliminary information coming in. We understand that women workers have gone unconscious after poisonous gas has leaked from Porous Laboratories Private Limited at the Achutapuram area of Visakhapatnam. That's the information coming in. This is in Anakapalli areas, Achyutapuram, that this incident has taken place, where women workers have gone unconscious ostensibly at a factory where this poisonous gas has leaked, and this particular factory is named, once again, as we were mentioning, it is again a pharma industry that it appears to be. Porous Laboratories is the name of this particular organization, is what we understand, and this is where all of these women have suddenly taken ill due to a gas leakage. Now, what is the gas that has leaked? What is the nature of the illness? And what really is the status as far as the first aid that is being given? And what is the likely outcome of this? It is perhaps early days at the moment, but we will certainly be bringing our viewers all of these updates. Very, very shocking images of several of those workers writhing in pain, as you can see over there, and dozens of these ladies who have been affected by it. Now, clearly, of course, what is the role of the manufacturer? What is the role of those who are running the factory? Have adequate inspections taken place? Have the adequate norms been followed? Clearly, in this case, it does appear that there would have been some kind of violation. Otherwise, this kind of a gas leakage, unless there is some kind of a sudden mechanical failure, there is no reason for such a gas leakage to have taken place, despite a history of this happening in Visakhapatnam. And once again, of course, it does appear that it has happened at a pharma company's laboratory. Those are the pictures that are coming in. Very, very shocking images coming in of the number of women workers who have suddenly taken ill after a gas leakage in Visakhapatnam.
Absolutely. Very disturbing visuals which are coming in. Shamit is also joining us. Shamit, can you share more details as to what led to this tragedy?
Well, we are hearing that from the local authorities stating that private company, and in this company which is something like a company which is located in the Visakhapatnam, there is some gas leaked inside this company, and the women workers who were present at that spot, they have suddenly fell ill, they started vomiting, as well as they have immediately started the panic situation which here the company in the vehicles, and they ran out and immediately they have been shifted to the local hospital for treatment. After now, the nature of the gas is not known, and the police have reached the spot. They are launching investigation. The municipal officials have been caught there. And after the investigation, nature of the gas and what exactly happened, why did it got leaked, and information can be provided by the police only after the investigation. So as of now, the police are spotted that the women who have suffered illness and who have been vomited, who have been vomiting, who have been seen vomiting, and also have suffered, fell down at the spot also. They have been shifted. So as of now, they are undergoing treatment, and we are hearing that they are safe and out of danger, and police are investigating into the matter.
The police are currently investigating into the matter. Shamit, any kind of details which may be emerging? Who was responsible for these lapses? Were safety checks done? Were audits done in time? Who are the owners? Well, we'll get you. Go ahead, Shamit. Shamit, go ahead.
Well, Megha, as of now, it is at the preliminary stage, and because the police have just arrived at the spot and they are investigating into the matter, but where the exact lapse has taken place and whether the company is having, full proof permissions or not, and whether everything is at the right place or not, whether, exactly what happened, that is being investigated now. So, as of now, we can only say that no casualties reported, only few women working in the company have suffered illness and have been shifted to the hospital. So as of now, the police are investigating, and after the investigation, what are the lapses, why did it happen, and what is the exact reason, and whether the nature of the gas is dangerous or not, whether these women will be suffering illness for a long time or not. These details can only be revealed after the investigation is done. So as of now, the police are investigating into the matter. Also, the other authorities have reached the spot to investigate into it.
The police are still investigating into it, and these visuals are very, very disturbing. As you can see, many of the women workers seem to have succumbed to the toxic gases. Many of them fainted, as you can see in these visuals. There were several others who started vomiting and passing out. They got nausea as well as dizziness. As you can see, some of these workers were very, very young indeed, and they're all being rushed to the hospital. As you can see, there are others also who have fainted. What Shamit, however, tells us the silver lining is that all of them are on the path to recovery and are expected to be revived very soon. Thank you so much, Shamit. Keep tracking the developments on that front, on the probe front as well. We'll come back to you for more updates. On that note, we slip into a short break.
Times now. Action begins here. You're watching the News Hour first.
Everyone said the road was impossible. Everyone said, not in our lifetime. Everyone said the battle was unwinnable. Only KCR believed and made it possible. And how? Despite decades of marginalization within the combined state of Andhra Pradesh, the people of Telangana never backed down. They fought for their identity, for equal rights, resources and opportunities, and won a spectacular victory by the powerful People's Movement led by the Telangana Rashtra Samiti and the People's Own
You're watching the News Hour first.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the News Hour Agenda, India's most loved primetime show at 10 this week as well. I'm Padmaja Joshi. Today, Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma gave a very interesting twist to the entire debate on the Uniform Civil Code. While attempts at getting the UCC are usually seen as an attack on Muslim personal laws and the community as a whole and trying to impose Hindu majoritarianism, the BJP leader today said that people who will actually benefit the most from abolition of personal law are Muslims, because then they will also be rid of the discriminatory and dehumanizing practices that come associated with certain aspects of the personal law.
अगर मियाँ और बीबी एक साथ रहने का समय तक जो भी आप प्रॉपर्टी एक्योर किया था उसका 50% अधिकार वाइफ को दीजिए, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, आप 3 शादी मत कीजिए, एक शादी कीजिए। नंबर 3, अगर आप पिता हैं तो मुसलमान महिलाओं को, मुसलमान बेटियों को बेटा का समान आपका प्रॉपर्टी में अधिकार दीजिए। इनहेरेंटली मुझको कोई मुसलमान क्वेश्चन नहीं करता है कि आप क्यों हमको 3 बेबी शादी करने में मना किया है। सब तो उल्टा बोला है कि दादा आप अच्छा बोला है, लोगों को ये 3 शादी नहीं करना चाहिए। तो एक्चुअली आवर व्यूज एंड मुस्लिम कॉमन पीपल व्यूज आर सेम।
So is there food for thought here? True, most religions do have practices that are outdated and even distasteful. But why is there a reluctance to accept that some laws need to be changed and voluntarily reformed? Isn't it actually the best way forward for the community itself? All right, joining us on the debate, R.P. Singh, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Feroz Bakht Ahmed, former Chancellor of Maulana Azad Urdu University, Zubair Memon, political analyst, and Anurag Bhadoria, spokesperson of Samajwadi Party, Champak Kalita, spokesperson of AIUDF. Zubair Memon, I want to start by asking you, do you agree that reforms will be best for people within the community?
Can you elaborate on what type of reform?
so I can answer you properly. Specific
Okay,
examples.
so let me actually quote to you 3 specific reforms that Himanta Biswa Sarma referred to. 1, there is polygamy. 2nd, there is inheritance rights. And 3rd is the practice of discrimination when it comes to a female heir.
First point is polygamy. You should try and understand that in Hinduism also, various parts of the states, polygamy is practiced, and you cannot stop each and every person or each and every tribe to stop the polygamy. Second point is
but
inheritance.
But you should stop, sir. Polygamy is in no way a dignified existence. It should be stopped. Every community should stop it.
That's your point of view.
Others do it doesn't make it okay. Others do it doesn't make.
Your point of view.
No, sir, it is not my point of view. Actually, it is the point of view. So let me quote to you. It is not my point of view, sir. You would be, sir, it might be your point of view because men do not get disadvantaged in polygamy. Because ironically, women do not get the right to be polygamous. Personal law somehow prioritize the men. They need to be polygamous. The same rights are never given to the women. I will tell you whose point of view it is. It is the point of view of a lady named Reshma. She went to the Delhi High Court and she said, our law allows a man to take up to 4 wives. This 28-year-old lady said, the action of my husband, Mohammad Shoaib Khan, is unconstitutional, illegal, arbitrary, harsh, inhuman and barbaric. The practice of polygamy must be regulated to curb the plight of Muslim women. It's a Muslim woman who has gone to the Delhi High Court and said it is inhuman, harsh, barbaric, undignified. Not my point of view. Go on.
If you pick and choose a random case, it cannot be a explanation. अगर हिंदी में कहे तो वो एक वजह नहीं बन सकती है एक एक्ट बनाने के लिए,
क्यों
बंद करने के लिए।
क्यों एक महिला को अनडिग्निफाइड, हार्श, बारबैरिक, इनह्यूमन, उनका 4 साल का बेटा है। Her husband Mohammad Shoaib Khan, listen to this. Her husband Mohammad Shoaib Khan in January 2019 married her, subjected her to domestic violence, cruelty, harassment, dowry demands, and then took another wife. Why doesn't this woman deserve dignity, sir? Just because the law allows her husband to take another wife.
Let me reply. मुझे reply देने दीजिए. जो आपने अभी second example दिया.
Second नहीं, इन्हीं का है.
Domestic violence था. Let me reply. अगर वो polygamy हुआ हो या ना हुआ हो, मल्टीपल वाइफ्स हो या सिंगल वाइफ हो, अगर डाउरी का उसके ऊपर शोषण हो रहा है, अगर डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हो रहा है तो उसके लिए स्पेशल कानून बनाए गए।
सर, आप गोलपोस्ट चेंज क्यों कर रहे हैं? ये महिला कोर्ट में गई, इसका सिंपल लैंग्वेज था कि मेरे को इनह्यूमनली ट्रीट करके आई वाज अबैंडन्ड लाइक अ पीस ऑफ लगेज। Why doesn't this woman deserve dignity? She is not me. She is not BJP. She is not RSS. She is a Muslim woman who is saying, I want reform because it benefits me. I want personal laws to go because it benefits me.
Let me reply for the abandonment. Abandonment पे आप जाएंगे तो हमारी एक भाभी गुजरात में भी है जिनको भी ऐसे ही अबैंडन किया गया है। तो ऐसी बहुत सारी महिलाएं जिनके ऊपर अत्याचार होते हैं, उसमें polygamy is not the only reason.
I mean, sir, you will not address the elephant in the room. You are saying महिलाएं ऐसे भी पिटती हैं, सिर्फ पॉलीगमी की वजह से नहीं, और भी वजह होती है पिटने की। पर सर, जो हो रहा है उसको तो खत्म कीजिए ना।
होना जरूरी है।
अरे जुबैर साहब, इसको तो खत्म कीजिए। Are you saying in principle? Okay, let me get in. Let me again ask you. Give me one redeeming feature. Give me one redeeming feature of personal laws.
तो ये हमारे भारत देश की सोसाइटी को सोचना है कि हम किस तरीके के लोगों को जगह दे रहे हैं। अबैंडनमेंट जो आप बता रहे हैं कि अगर कोई वाइफ को अबैंडन कर देता है और उसके ऊपर कोई भी चीज की कार्रवाई नहीं होती है और आपका वजह बोलना है कि पॉलीगमी इज द ओनली इशू, तो मैं इसको अपोज करता हूं मैडम।
सर, आप मेरे को ये बताइए ना कि मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ का एक रिडीमिंग फीचर आप बता दीजिए जिसकी वजह से आप कह रहे हैं कि नहीं जी होना ही चाहिए, इसके बिना तो मतलब जग सूना। रिडीमिंग फीचर बताइए।
मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ के बहुत सारे फीचर्स हैं
जैसे
जो रिडीमिंग मुस्लिम्स के लिए है।
बताइए ना।
मुस्लिम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखेंगे, जो हमारे शरिया कानून में जो इनहेरिटेंस का जो मैरिज एक्ट बनाए गए हैं, जो मुस्लिम शरिया के हिसाब से है, तो वो हमारे कानून के हिसाब से बनाए गए तो सही है। अगर हमको एज अ मुस्लिम जिंदगी गुजारनी है तो जो इनहेरिटेंस का राइट है, जो मैरिज का राइट है, जो मैरिज के कानून है, वो हमारे हिसाब से चलते हैं।
मतलब
हम किसी के ऊपर
एज अ मुस्लिम मैन आपको जिंदगी गुजारनी है, क्योंकि मुस्लिम वुमेन आर नॉट इंक्लूडेड इन योर, हमें अपने तरीके से गुजारनी है। मतलब एज अ मुस्लिम मैन आपको जो गुजारनी है, बिकॉज मुस्लिम वुमेन डू नॉट एग्री विद यू। इनहेरिटेंस लॉज मुस्लिम मेन के फेवर में है, मैरिज लॉज मुस्लिम मेन के फेवर में है।
आपको ये बात नहीं
फिरोज बख्त अहमद, ओके, उनको जैसे जिंदगी गुजारनी है फिरोज बख्त साहब, उनके लिए ये जरूरी है। ओके, गो ऑन। उनके वे ऑफ लाइफ के लिए ये जरूरी है। फिरोज बख्त अहमद।
ऑल राइट, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Go on, sir. Yes.
I was listening to my learned friend Mr. Zubair, and continuously he is speaking. Zubair साहब थोड़ा सा सब्र तहम्मुल से काम लीजिए. Now she has asked me the question. Just bear with me. ठीक है? Just listen to me and then answer that. Just have patience. Have patience. I have my turn. Now let me tell you one thing. In fact, I was shocked to smithereens to listen to Zubair साहब when he said that polygamy is something which is accepted according to Muslim personal law. I mean, it's all humbug. It is because of these laws, it is because of such people who are now arguing for polygamy, who are arguing for for the rights which are actually not given to Muslim women. He talked about inheritance. Quran and Hadith, these two scriptures give inheritance, equal rights to women, Muslim women. But the problem with Muslims is they are not ready to give the rights to their women. And that's why we talk about uniform civil code. That's why we talk about common civil code. So once there is common civil, now why there is a triple talaq law? Because just bear with me, यार continuously बोल रहे हो like a foghorn, you are continuing. Just listen to me. When your turn comes, you speak. Why this? Why the government actually banned this triple talaq? Because people used to divorce their women. If there is more salt in the dish, or maybe if the woman goes to some wedding, if she goes to a mall, if she wears a sari, on these petty things. Don't laugh, it's a very serious matter. Don't make a mockery of yourself and don't cut a sorry figure. And it is because of Muslims like you, it is because of people like you that Muslims are under scanner, Islam is under scanner. Bear with me. So whether it is personal laws, or it is All India Muslim Personal Law Board, these are all humbug. They don't make any meaning. and there's a lot of discrimination with Muslim women. They are not given their rights. They are not given.
But what do you say to the argument that this is a way of life?
Unfortunately,
Mr. Zubair says it's a way of life.
Them well to give them their rights.
But it's a way of life, and you cannot take it away from us.
It might be a way of life for Mr. Zubair. It's not a way of life with most of the Muslims. Most of the Muslims are law abiding. They follow the Constitution of India. If so far as Sharia is concerned, that is a personal law.
Okay, Zubair Mehmet.
Personal. They follow it at home.
It may be your way of life, but that doesn't make it okay.
Matters of marriage, matters of inheritance, matters of alimony, matters of maintenance, matters of property. These are the Muslims follow Indian law. They follow the law written by B.R. Ambedkar.
Okay, and go on. Respond, Mr. Mehmet. And everyone deserves to have a good way of life. Just because it is something that is you're used to doesn't make it ideal, okay, or desirable. Go on. Mr. Zubair Mehmet.
जो हमारे साथी ने अभी बताया और एंकर साहिबा
and he does not know what he is speaking.
उसमें कुछ गलतियां है. जो इनहेरिटेंस का आप लॉ बता रहे हैं, तो ऑल इंडियन मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ के हिसाब से भी, मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ के हिसाब से भी मुस्लिम महिलाओं को इक्वल शेयर मिलता है. लड़कियों को इक्वल शेयर मिलता है, लड़कों को इक्वल शेयर मिलता है, औरतों को इक्वल शेयर मिलता है, और सभी भारतीय को वो कानून मानना है. ये बिल्कुल गलत बता रहे हैं आप. आपको फिर उसकी जानकारी नहीं है.
Most of the Muslims don't know about it. They don't know what is AIMPLB.
ये आपकी सोच है. अगर मालूम हो या ना हो, उसको उसी कायदे से चलना पड़ता है.
The worst platform that is harming the cause of Muslims. Muslim Personal Law Board should go out of system. It should be banned by the government because it is the most harmful body that is putting Islam and Muslims under scanner.
ओके सर, व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी, ये बहुत आसान होता है कि आप हर चीज को, ये व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी का ज्ञान है। एक सेकंड, लेट मी आस्क यू अनुराग भदौरिया, आप हमेशा हक की बात करते हैं। 2017 में भारतीय मुस्लिम महिला आंदोलन ने एक सर्वे किया और उसमें उन्होंने सिर्फ 289 महिलाओं का सर्वे किया, 289 who were in polygamous relationships, and asked them about their physical, mental, emotional and financial status, and these women said कि हमारी ये हालत है कि despite having mental trauma, we are financially dependent and we cannot get out of abusive relationships. It is affecting our mental health being, so mental well-being. So you are saying कि भाई हमारा way of life है, but वो way of life is making a person subhuman. उनको एक डिग्निफाइड ह्यूमन लाइफ जीने की इजाजत नहीं है।
नो,
क्या ये नेचुरल रिफॉर्म नहीं है?
इस्लाम
जी, आप
मैम, जुबैर साहब, आपको हर कोई लाए लग रहा है, मतलब अगर फिरोज बख्त बोल रहे हैं वो लाए कर रहे हैं, मैं आपको स्टेटिस्टिक्स दे रही हूँ, महिलाएं बोल रही हैं वो लाए कर रही हैं, लोग कोर्ट में जा रहे हैं वो लाए कर रहे हैं, आप ही सच बोल रहे हैं क्योंकि आपको एक वे ऑफ लाइफ चाहिए। आपको वे ऑफ लाइफ चाहिए ना, दूसरे के ऊपर क्यों थोप रहे हैं वो वे ऑफ लाइफ? या फिर दूसरों को भी वही अधिकार दीजिए। यू कैन स्माइल एंड स्मर्क ऑल यू लाइक सर, बट इफ अ वुमन इज इन ट्रैप्ड अब्यूजिव मैरिज एंड शी इज सफरिंग मेंटली, इट इज नॉट सो फनी फॉर हर। वुमेन आर बीइंग फोर्स्ड टू गो टू कोर्ट। यू अपोज ट्रिपल तलाक बिकॉज इट्स अ वे ऑफ लाइफ। It is a way of life for you, but not for the other person. उससे कोई नहीं पूछता ना कि उसको ट्रिपल तलाक इंस्टेंट मिलना चाहिए कि नहीं मिलना चाहिए। वो महिलाओं से कोई नहीं पूछ रहा कि भाई आप 4 शादी कर सकती हैं, वो तो नहीं कर सकती ना। आप दीजिए इक्वल राइट, अगर आपको इतना अच्छा वे ऑफ लाइफ लगता है तो। ये क्यों नहीं देते? देंगे? नहीं देंगे ना, तो रहने दीजिए। अनुराग भदौरिया
दे ही रहे हैं, इस्लाम ही इक्वल राइट्स देता है।
पद्मजा जी, आपने एक बहुत अच्छी बात बोली डिबेट के अंदर में, एवरीवन हैव टू गुड वे ऑफ लाइफ। उसमें सब लोग आते हैं, हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई, सभी महिलाओं को अच्छी तरह जीने का अधिकार है। फिर पद्मजा जी, क्यों नहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात करती 13 साल की बच्ची के साथ ललितपुर में अन्याय हुआ, क्यों नहीं आवाज उठाई किसी नेता ने? मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ, 19 साल की बेटी के साथ अन्याय हुआ जिस तरह से चंदौली में, किसी ने आवाज नहीं उठाई, पीट पीट के मार डाला। हाथरस की बेटी के साथ अन्याय हुआ, कल अयोध्या में एक प्रेग्नेंट लेडी को मार डाला चाकू से गोद के। लखीमपुर में जब उसका चीरन हुआ एक महिला का, तब क्यों नहीं बोली भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता? मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता हिंदू बच्चों के बारे में क्यों नहीं बोलते? उनके साथ अन्याय हो रहा है, उनके खिलाफ क्यों नहीं आवाज उठाते?
हम राजनीति करने आए या मुस्लिम पर्सन लॉ करने आए हैं?
आरपी सिंह साहब क्यों नहीं आप गए?
उनके लिए कानून है या नहीं है?
क्या आपका एक एकदम दृढ़ निश्चय है कि आप एक डिबेट पे आएंगे knowing what we are talking about and you will not talk about it? By all means you should corner the government on what happened in Ayodhya or what happened elsewhere. My simple question to you is, when you make Muslim personal law about a religion, is it not wrong? यहाँ पर लोगों की जिंदगियों पे असर होता है। अनुराग भदौरिया, जो जिंदगियां बर्बाद हो रही हैं उनके बारे में आप नहीं बोलेंगे ना?
अब आप बोलोगे मेरे बीच में तो कैसे?
क्योंकि आप कभी मुद्दे पे नहीं बोलते, आप हमेशा एक चीज पे आते हैं उसको दूसरी तरफ भटका के ले जाते हैं।
एजेंडे पे बोलोगे तो मैं बोलने दूंगी, मेरे एजेंडे पे नहीं बोलोगे तो नहीं बोलने दूंगी।
अरे नहीं, आप मुद्दे पे बोलिए ना।
मैं तो पूरे हिंदू,
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि भाई मैं आया हूँ पाकिस्तान की डिबेट में, मैं चाइना की बात करूंगा, मेरे को बोलने नहीं दे रहे। अरे ये कोई बात हुई?
पाकिस्तान की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, आपकी मानसिकता हो सकती पद्मा जी। मैंने ललितपुर पाकिस्तान में नहीं है, चंदौली पाकिस्तान में नहीं है। अगर आपको पाकिस्तान में लगता है तो आपको
भी पता है अनुराग जी, आप जबरदस्ती में मरोड़ रहे हैं, तोड़ मरोड़ रहे हैं इस डिबेट को। चलिए, क्योंकि आपको बोलना ही है, आप चंदौली की बात करना ही चाहते हैं, आज का आपका ये रिटर्न वो है, आप बोलिए।
आपका हो गया हो तो मैं बोल लूं।
बोलिए।
मैंने देखिए कितनी बड़ी बात बोली है। मैंने हिंदू बच्चों की बात बोली, मुस्लिम बच्चों की बात बोली, सिख बच्चों की बोली, ईसाई बच्चों की बोली, दलित बच्चों की बात कर रहा हूँ, समाज में हर बच्ची की बात कर रहा हूँ कि हर बच्ची को समान अधिकार मिलना चाहिए। इसके बारे में आप बोलने को क्यों नहीं तैयार? मैं तो पद्मजा जी को भी समान उसको सम्मान मिलना चाहिए समाज के अंदर में। मैं तो हर बच्ची को,
मेरे को बहुत सम्मान मिल रहा है आपकी दया से। आप मेरे को ये बताइए, आप सबके लिए सम्मान चाहते हैं ना? अब मुद्दे पे आ जाइए। आप हर बच्ची के लिए सम्मान चाहते हैं, तो आप ये चाहते हैं कि बच्चियों को इक्वल इनहेरिटेंस मिले, जो कि अभी मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ में नहीं मिल रहा है।
मैंने आपको, फिर आप एक पर्टिकुलर चले गए, मैंने कहा सारी बच्चियों को, आप एक जगह क्यों जा रहे हो? मैं तो हथरस की बेटी की भी बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं तो लखीमपुर की बेटी की भी बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं तो ललितपुर की बेटी की भी बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं तो चंदौली की बेटी की भी बात
आप ये दिल्ली की बेटी की बात कर रहे हैं जो कह रही है कि भाई मेरे को अडॉप्ट करने का मेरे को इजाजत नहीं है।
सबकी बात कर दी, अरे मैंने तो मुस्लिम समुदाय की बेटी की बात कर दी।
चलिए,
समुदाय की बेटी
तो आप मान रहे हैं ना, वेरी गुड, थैंक यू। यानी कि आप मानते हैं कि यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड में जो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है वो नहीं होना चाहिए। कोई बात नहीं, वेरी नाइस, यू मेड योर पॉइंट। आपने चंदौली अयोध्या बोल दिया, आज का आपका हो गया है। ओके, लेट आरपी सिंह रिस्पॉन्ड। आरपी सिंह, द प्रॉब्लम इज दैट ऑलवेज इट इज सीन एज एन इम्पोजिशन ऑन मुस्लिम्स। आप बात करके क्यों नहीं काम करवा सकते हैं? आप हमेशा थोपना क्यों चाहते हैं? आरपी सिंह,
पहले तो मुझे अनुराग भदौड़िया जी की बात का जवाब देने दीजिए, क्योंकि इनकी मानसिकता ऐसी है कि लड़के तो लड़के होते हैं, इनकी लड़कियों में महत्व नहीं रखती। इनके नेता कहते हैं अरे लड़के तो लड़के, रेप कर दिया तो क्या हो गया, किसी को उठा कर लेके तो क्या हो गया। ये इनके नेताजी की मानसिकता है, इनकी पार्टी की मानसिकता है, इसलिए इस प्रकार की बात करते हैं। दूसरी बात, अरे सर आप, अरे भदौड़िया साहब,
ओके लेट्स नॉट अगेन लेट्स नॉट गेट डाइवर्टेड, प्लीज लेट्स स्टिक टू द इशू।
क्या कहते हैं
आरपी सिंह? ओके नो, नाउ वी गेट इनटू तू मैं। आरपी सिंह, प्लीज रिड्यूस द ऑडियो। आरपी सिंह, रिस्पॉन्ड टू द पॉइंट। यस, रिस्पॉन्ड टू द पॉइंट। व्हाई इज इट सीन एज imposition and not a conversation? आरपी सिंह,
No, it's conversation. The Chief Minister has already spoken to the Muslim leaders and Muslim people from Muslim community in his state, and they are on board. He has said on record they are on board, and then it is not in the holy book. It's just the practice. Practices keep evolving. Practices keep changing with times. So, with changing time, you have to change the practices also.
Okay.
Lot of Hindu Muslim girls have changed practices. So as Hindu girls have changed practices. Lot of Muslim girls don't wear hijab now. Although there is a recent surge by PFI, forced by PFI to wear hijab. I have seen girls in Iran earlier times when Shah used to run Iran. Oh, no one used to wear. Girls used to wear skirts also. Minis also there.
Okay.
So it's being forced upon.
Okay.
Let things evolve naturally.
Modernity and reform shouldn't be imposed on anyone. Firoz Bakht Ahmed, the argument being given by Mr. Zubair also is, and a lot of people say this, is that, well, you know, there are other communities. For example, inheritance is not equal even among Hindus. Polygamy exists among tribals also. Why are you singling out Muslims? Mr. Ahmed.
You see, you know, these people are apologists. You know, whenever, you know, something is pointed towards them, then they start pointing their fingers on the other religions where they find nothing. They cut a sorry figure. Now, let me tell you one thing. So far as polygamy is concerned, in Islam, polygamy is not common. Though it is said, you know, 2 बीवियाँ 4 बीवियाँ कर लेंगे, it is not a common practice. Number one, there are many conditions, and the condition is, okay, if you want to marry another woman, then you have to, or maybe 3 women, 4 women, you can satisfy them in terms of clothes, in terms of food, in terms of lodging, in terms of everything. But in terms of ego, in terms of mental satisfaction, you can't satisfy. So it's self-explanatory. You can't do that. Some people, in fact, you know, let me tell you, one person went to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He said that, you know, I want to divorce my wife. And Prophet Muhammad said, okay, what are the problems? He told him 99 problems. Prophet said, okay, 99 problems you have told, there must be some good quality. That Sahaba, follower of Prophet Muhammad, he told one good quality. And you know what was the response of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him? He said, if she has one good quality, don't divorce her, because this is the most detestable thing, not only for me, but for God, for Allah. So spend your life, you know, I mean, thinking about, about her one good quality. This is the tone and tenure, this is the behavior, this is the character of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But we Muslims have taken a U-turn. We don't follow him. That is a problem. We don't give our women equal rights in terms of property.
Zubair Ahmed, so this is basically a perverted interpretation. It is not even religion. Zubair Ahmed, आप कह रहे हैं this is a way of life for us. Firoz Bakht Ahmed is saying no, it is not a way of life. It is just a perverted interpretation. Zubair Ahmed.
Not at all.
फिरोज साहब ने परवर्टेड ये सब वो शब्द नहीं वापरे मैडम, बदमाशी थोड़ा वर्ड साहब संभालिए बात करने के लिए। कोई रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिसेस है उसका परवर्ट करने के पहले सोचिए।
अरे सर,
आप कह क्या
परवर्टेड
रहे हैं?
इंटरप्रिटेशन मतलब उसको तोड़ मड़ोड़ के इंटरप्रेट किया गया है।
नहीं,
इट इज अ फ्रेज।
उस तरीके की कोई बात भी नहीं कही है। इंटरप्रिटेशन की सर ने बात,
इट इज अ रॉन्ग इंटरप्रिटेशन।
इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात कर रहे हो, बल्कि इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया गया। इंटरप्रिटेशन की बात नहीं कर रहे, आप वर्ड्स को थोड़ा सा संभालिए मैडम।
आप इस्लाम
इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बोल रहे हैं कि
सर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है इंटरप्रिटेशन। अच्छा आप ये बताइए, इफ पर्सनल लॉज आर अ वे ऑफ लाइफ, then how is it Indonesia with 87.2% Muslim population has secular laws? Turkmenistan with 93% Muslim population has secular laws. Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Senegal, Albania, Bosnia, all of them in excess of 50% Muslim population have secular laws. But you say India mein it is a way of life for us. How?
मैडम, इस्लामिक शरिया लॉ ही सेक्युलर लॉ है, आपको वो समझना होगा। आप क्या बोल रहे हैं? और दूसरी बात जो बार बार बात आ रही है, आपने भी 1-2 बार रिपीट किया कि इनहेरिटेंस का लॉ बदलना चाहिए, मुसलमान नहीं देते। मुस्लिम और इस्लाम के अंदर जो इनहेरिटेंस महिलाओं को, लड़कियों को, बहनों को, बेटियों को, बीवियों को इक्वल शेयर दिया गया है, वो कहीं और नहीं पाया जाता है। इक्वल इनहेरिटेंस
क्या दिया जाता है फिरोज बख्त अहमद?
पद्मजा, इट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट। जो दिया गया है ये लोग देते नहीं है। पीपल लाइक जुबैर and people like adamant people like Zubair Sahab and many other Muslims, they don't give the rights which are given in the Holy Quran, which are given by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, which are given in the hadiths. There are 6 hadiths. These people don't give their women the rights. And let me tell you one thing, it is, it's fine, absolutely fine, that when Prophet Muhammad came, at the advent of Islam, before that Arabs, they used to share their women with so many people in the family.
Okay, I'm unfortunately completely out of time. The idea only was to put in front of you that there are practices, it is not about religion. Reform should happen in every religion, but for reform to happen, you have to recognize what needs to be reformed. That's the simple issue. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining me.
The News Hour first. We'll be right back after the break. Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. Want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
ऐसा एक फव्वारा होता है, लेकिन विश्व में आपको शायद स्पष्ट होगा जो भी फव्वारा होता है बीच में होता है। यह 25 बाई 25 वर्गाकार की जगह पर फव्वारा बीच में हुआ करता है, लेकिन यह एक किनारे था, इसका मतलब फव्वारा ये नहीं है। दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु ये होता है, जब भी फव्वारा होता है पानी के लेवल से 3-4 फीट ऊपर होता है, यहाँ और नीचे था। दरअसल यह फव्वारा था ही नहीं, यह हमारे देवादिदेव प्रलयंकर शंकर का आद्य स्थान है, मूल स्थान है, स्वयंभू स्थान है। यह लिंग है जो भ्रमित किया जा रहा है, हिंदू समाज को आहत किया जा रहा है।
Finding number 1 is that a structure of 7.5 feet has been found in the Wuzukhana. It looks traditionally like a shivling inside the circular pond. The structure was found, the report says. It looks like a shivling traditionally would. It's 2.5 feet tall and 4 feet in diameter. What's also important that it says that on top of the black stone that emerged once the water was drained from the Wuzukhana, another stone, white in color, 9 inches by 9 inches, had been installed. What was this white stone? Why was it put there?
Sween Walia this side, and we're going to be getting you details of the security review meeting that is to begin shortly on the current situation in Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital, being chaired by the Home Minister. First up, the top headlines.
Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann visits Musewala's village under huge security cover amid protests by locals. Mansa villagers asked why was Musewala's security withdrawn.
सारे लोग सिर्फ वीआईपी दिखने के लिए इस तरीके की सुरक्षा को लेते हैं, लिहाजा आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने इस सुरक्षा को दोबारा से देखकर कम किया.
A day after Aam Aadmi Party government promised to restore security of 434 VIPs, Saurav Bhardwaj justifies security downgrade, claims lot of people use security to look like VIPs.
Times Now SIT traces the Bolero used in Musewala's assassination to Fatehabad in Haryana. It was spotted there 4 days before the attack, too detained for questioning.
Shocking insult to Hindu gods. Slogans insulting Lord Krishna and Ayyappa raised in rally of Dravidar Kazhagam. We say K and left. Onus now on Stalin government to act.
RSS distances from Retake Mandir's campaign. Bhagwat draws red line, says no need to find shivling in every mosque. That's for amicable solution for Gyanvapi.
After Gyanvapi, Karnataka's Jamia Masjid in the eye of storm now. Hindu groups claim mosque on ruins of Hanuman temple.
PFI dossier reveals explosive web of China-linked funding and training for groups' hate campaign. Radicals brazen it out with call for India-wide, nationwide protest.
As targeted killings force Hindus to leave Jammu and Kashmir, Amit Shah to review security strategy. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha to also attend the meet.
Rahul Gandhi issued fresh summons to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on 15th of June in the National Herald laundering case.
The world's largest democracy and home to a great diversity of faiths, we've seen rising attacks on people in places of worship.
US State Department report says attack on minorities and their places of worship has risen recently in India.
Well, let's begin the broadcast with news just coming in as the targeted killings in the valley increase. There's a high-level meeting, a security meeting that is going to take place. We're being told that the army chief has reached North Block with this high-level meeting with the Home Minister. This, of course, is to review the security situation in Jammu Kashmir.
Yes, so all eyes on this high-level security review meet, second such meet in just a month's time, that is being chaired by the Home Minister. Now, this is, of course, given the spate of targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir and how it's been on the rise the last few days. And amid these targeted killings, now Union Home Minister Amit Shah all set to review this meeting on Kashmir situation in the national capital. Priyank joining us live with more details. Priyank, who all are going to be in attendance? What's the latest you're picking up?
See, just now the NSA has just reached MHA, where the meeting is expected to start any minute from now. We have seen all the stakeholders going inside this North Block before the crucial meeting on the security review of Jammu and Kashmir could begin. BSF Chief Pankaj Singh, Kuldeep Singh, the CRPF chief, as well as National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, RAW Chief Saman Goel, Dilbag Singh, the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, and the JNK's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. All of them have gone inside this North Block. Earlier to that, we saw that Manoj Sinha, along with the NSA as well as DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, reached at the MHA for a brief discussion on what should be the further strategy which need to be taken on this
particular meeting, because now the presentation will be given to the Home Minister Amit Shah himself, so that further strategy can be chalked out. Manoj Sinha, along with the two of the stakeholders, was present here for around 2 hours. He reached here at 12 noon, and till 2 p.m. he was present here. Later to that, after end of that particular meet, we have just seen that all the senior officials, along with the Army Chief, Mr. Manoj Sinha himself, has gone inside. Manoj Pandey himself has gone inside the MHA to have a security review meeting. Times Now has been extensively reporting on the ground zero, where we have been showing that how these kind of targeted killing are happening on a continuous basis, and the frequency of the attacks are also giving a clear indication that the terrorists want to give it a message slowly and steadily, so that the fear shouldn't go into the mind of the people. But MHA had also been taking every kind of precautionary measure. Now the big thing is that since the terrorists have succeeded in carrying out these kind of targeted killing of non-migrants,
they are seeking answers, explanations from the administration. Now the Home Minister is chairing this meet to review the security situation out there. Let's go across to Sabyasachi. Sabyasachi, several Hindu families have left. Others have decided to leave. Some have given ultimatums to the administration. All of them want to be shifted to a safer place in Jammu. They don't want to stay in Kashmir anymore. The government will have to answer their questions and their concerns.
Oh, absolutely. If you see that hundreds of them have had earlier left from Kashmir, they had said that their life is under threat and nothing more is there than their life. And clearly more hundreds are waiting, but this time around the administration as well as the Jammu and Kashmir police is trying to stop these sort of migration, and they have also put out barricades in the colonies where the Kashmiri Pandits right now are staying. But they are adamant on the fact that they want to head over to Jammu. Also, the government officials over there who have been working, they say there is a continuous threat over their life and they want to shift to Jammu. And this particular situation will also be put down in front of the Home Minister as to what are the strategies that can be put on ground to make sure that the targeted killing are reduced. Because clearly at this particular time, when the Amarnath Yatra is also going to start, there's a huge footfall that is expected, and also the tourism point of view, a lot of tourists has visited Jammu and Kashmir, and the numbers are also going to increase. So all these are the crucial points that are going to put forth in front of the Home Minister. And overall, if you see the people who have present in the meeting, be it the LG, the NSA chief, the DG of CRPF and the BSF, all of them are present out here, and the plan of action will be put out as to how they can put an end to this targeted killing, and also with the help of the locals, of the Islamist militant in Kashmir is continuously taking help of the Kashmiri locals on ground for these targeted killings that are taking place. So this is one aspect where the security agencies must clearly focus on.
Yes. Very recently, the Lieutenant Governor had also held a meeting, and Priyank, you can throw some light on that. He held a meeting in Srinagar in which it was decided that Kashmiri Hindus along with the Prime Minister package employees will be relocated to safer places by 6th of June. And perhaps that too will be discussed, will be put on the table. The implementation of the same could be on the agenda today.
See, that point will be certainly discussed, but the fact of the matter is that it will be giving a very wrong message to the international community also, that if the government of India or the finally decide to shift the Kashmiri Pandits at a different isolated location, this will be strategically very wrong, and that can be taken into very well point by the Pakistanis, who have also been eyeing on every development which is happening in the country, because at the end they are the one who have been promoting and fueling these kind of terrorism which is happening in the valley, and the concept of bringing out new terror recruits for carrying out this attack is something which has been decided by the ISI itself. So the MHA will be taking a very conscious decision, so that on one side the security and safety of every individual who is there in the valley can be assured. At the same time, the international community can also be should not be in the position to question any kind of step which is being taken by Indians. So this kind of strategy will be opted. That's why we were talking about that, how all the minds who have been applying, all those individuals, all those stockholders who have been given responsibility by the Indian state to ensure security and peace in the valley have been brought to one table, where we have seen that BSF, CRPF and the local state police as well as army chief, every individual who has been responsible for ensuring safety and security of the civilians of the J&K Valley have been told to be present in this meeting, apart from the Lieutenant Governor himself. For the strategy making, we know that NSA, who have continuously worked in the valley for over decades, have also been present here. NSA could be giving clear indications to these individuals regarding the line of the work which need to be decided at as per this moment. Because remember, it's only few months or almost 2 years since the abrogation of 370 has actually happened. So there's much more thing which need to be done on which has been done on the ground. But the terrorists and all these,
the messaging also has to be right, while taking into consideration the security concerns of the Kashmiri Hindus living in the valley. The messaging has to be right, because the government does not, of course, want to come across as someone who is confirming those fears that Kashmir is not safe for Hindus anymore, and that would actually send out a wrong message if they are shifted to Jammu. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Priyank.
Swati, yeah, you're absolutely right, because see, more than what is happening in the valley, Pakistan, being an enemy state, will always keep an eye on every development which is coming out in the valley, and this kind of fear psychosis has always helped the terrorists in the past as well. And this government in place is certainly not going by is not going to be dominated by the strategy which is being opted by the separatists or these terrorists, because what the kind of action which we have seen in the past few months, Swati, has always been on the attacking mode. They have never, bowed down to the pressure which is coming out from the separatists or the international committee and all those human rights machineries who have been questioning the action which is being taken by the government of India. The prime focus for the government of India is to ensure safety and security of every resident.
Right, and as we speak, Priyank, I'm just interrupting you there for a bit. As we speak, we're also getting live visuals now from inside the venue where the meeting is taking place at the MHA office. Of course, the Home Minister present there with Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha, and along with them are DG CRPF, DG BSF, DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, the Army Chief, all the stakeholders there to review the security situation in the valley.
So we keep up with these live visuals coming in, and yes, as it has been pointed out by our colleagues who are reporting on the story, a very, very important meeting given the kind of targeted killings that have been coming to light from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. In attendance, of course, viewers, as we keep up with those live visuals on your screens, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, along with the Army Chief, NSA Ajit Doval, top military personnel who are present and are attending this meeting. Let's see what comes out of it. But Sabyasachi, if I could bring you in here. As far as the latest killings in the valley go, what are the measures, the immediate measures that have been taken in? Because, there is a lot of anger that is mounting among the Kashmiri Hindus there. But the fact remains that some of them have come from outside J&K. They're not even Kashmiri Hindus, and their security is of utmost importance at this point in time. What all has been done so far the last 2 days?
Well, absolutely. See, first of all, the security has been tightened. We had seen after the killings, there has been protest in the Union Territory, in Jammu, in Srinagar, as well in some parts of the Union Territory. There has been protest which is going on, and also some of the people have also started to flee. At this particular moment, it is very crucial that the government increases the security in the valley, make sure that the areas which are very sensitive, the areas where the targeted killings are taking place, these particular areas are circled off and security is provided on ground. The third option that the government have is to make sure that the local help which this militant is getting on ground, because the militant won't be able to succeed until and unless they are getting local help on ground. So this particular aspect also becomes very crucial for the government to review. And now the utmost priority is to make sure that the people who think their life is under threat, their life is as the utmost priority. We have heard several people speaking on camera. They said that they fear for their life and they want to go to Jammu. And at this particular moment, it is very crucial that the government establishes the stronghold position over there and make sure that these people does not leave Jammu, so that it does not send any wrong messages across the country. So at this particular moment, it is very crucial for the government to make sure that the people who are in Kashmir, who are in the sensitive areas, to make sure that the security is being provided to them, to make sure that they feel safe in these areas.
Absolutely. Let's go across to Priyank now. Safer areas, that is something that the administration is ready to, commit to. Assurances are being given that Hindu Kashmiris and those, of course, who are employed under the PM package would be shifted to safer locations. But are people ready for it? Because Kashmiri Hindus have said enough is enough. We don't want to live here anymore because our lives are at risk, because we're being killed. Targeted killings have increased in the valley. So there has to be a concrete measure taken to, first of all, instill that sense of confidence in the Hindu Kashmiris so that they continue to live in the valley.
Swati, I would say that Manoj Sinha, who was in the valley just few days till yesterday, has come up to the MHA along with the representatives' voices, which he has heard in the valley. What we have got to know that he was attending series of meetings with the local panchayat leaders as well as all those eminent people in the society, so that he can get a sense of what exactly is the demand of all those residents of the valley. Just by going by a few videos of few residents posting on social media that we are fearing our life and we are leaving toward Jammu and everyone should do that. The MHA is certainly not going to take any decision on that, because we are talking about a state where every movement of all these people is certainly being protected by thousands of security personnel. India has invested a lot in ensuring that there should be a proper security for all those residents. But because of these kind of cowardly attack which is being carried out by these hybrid terrorists, which are certainly coming out, basically they were the OGWs now who have also started taking guns, and they are coming out and opening fire on innocent individuals. The government need to find out a strategy so that this particular move can be countered. Yes, we know that soon after the attack which happened few weeks back, the Indian forces gunned down all those hybrid terrorists who were part of this particular operation. But strategically also, if everyone in the valley is being told to move away from...
Stay on with us. We're also getting some inside details of the meeting which is underway at this point of time, and according to our sources, the centre has said that the targeted killings in the valley is an attempt to spoil the atmosphere in Jammu and Kashmir, and the government, of course, committing to moving individuals to safer locations. At this point of time, moving them or transferring them or shifting them to Jammu is not being considered. That's what we are being told.
Amit Kumar joining us with more details. So yes, that's source-based information coming in, Amit, on the kind of deliberations that are being looked at, and perhaps, an aim to find out what really is going wrong. We'll try and reconnect with Amit, but yes, these are inside details coming in on the security meet that is currently underway in the national capital. And of course, as has been pointed out by our colleagues, immediate measures are being discussed, are being taken up by the top military brass. And apart from that, of course, J&K Lieutenant Governor and Union Home Minister Amit Shah in attendance. Now remember, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has already held one such meeting on 17th of May. So this is a second meeting coming in light of what's happening in the valley. Amit Kumar is back with us on this broadcast. Amit, picking up source-based information, बताइए हमें एजेंडा पे क्या है? यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर किस बारे में सबसे ज्यादा बातचीत करेंगे? क्या इमीडिएट मेजर्स लिए जाएंगे?
नहीं, कल पंचकुला में खेलो इंडिया का उद्घाटन होने वाला है, तो शाम 8 बजे के करीब वो उसका उद्घाटन करेंगे। लेकिन दिन में पहुंच जाएंगे। और दिन में कहा जा रहा है कि वो पहले जो चंडीगढ़ में बीजेपी दफ्तर है वहां पर मीटिंग करेंगे, और जो यहाँ पर एक तरह से जो पार्टी हारी हुई है, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, जिस तरह से वहां पर माहौल बिगड़ा है, हालात बिगड़ा है, उसमें वो किस तरह से उनकी
आपसे जानकारी इस वक्त दरअसल जो हाई लेवल मीटिंग चल रही है MHA में उस पर थोड़ी चाहेंगे। इनसाइड डिटेल्स ये आ रही हैं और सूत्र हमको ये बता रहे हैं कि जहां तक केंद्र सरकार की बात है, रुख ये है केंद्र सरकार का कि ये जो टारगेटेड किलिंग्स हो रही है, जो चुन चुनकर हिंदुओं को वहां मारा जा रहा है, ये वहां का माहौल बिगाड़ने के लिए हो रहा है। इस बारे में क्या जानकारी?
जी देखिए, जो बता रहे हैं कि 2019 के बाद जब 370 हटा है, इसके बाद से लगातार वहां पर जो माहौल बदला है, वहां पर यूथ जो है उनको नौकरी मिल रही है। पहले जो बैकडोर एंट्री हुआ करती थी, उस तरह से नए लोग कम्पिटिटिव तरीके से नौकरी पा रहे हैं। वहां पे जो बिजनेस है वो बढ़ा है, सैलानियों की संख्या बढ़ी है। 2021 में सबसे बड़ी बात कि 2021 में एक भी दिन जो आमतौर पे हर हफ्ते बंद हुआ करता था, कश्मीर में बंदी हुआ करती थी आतंकी ग्रुप की तरफ से, उस तरह का कोई कॉल नहीं था। एक दिन भी 2021 में बंद नहीं था। तो ऐसे में जो स्थिति अच्छी हुई थी, वहां पर एक डेवलपमेंट वर्क शुरू हुआ था, लोगों की आवाजाही बढ़ी थी, वो माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश है। जो वहां पे अधिकारी बता रहे हैं, जो बड़े जो सोर्सेज बता रहे हैं कि पिछले साल अक्टूबर में भी इसी तरह से कुछ किलिंग्स हुई थी, टारगेट किलिंग्स की गई थी ताकि माहौल बिगड़े, लेकिन फिर बाद में उसे जो सुरक्षा बल है उन्होंने एक बड़े कार्रवाई के तहत रोक दिया था। और इस बार भी जो कई तरह के जो सरकारी कर्मचारी हैं जिन्हें डर है कि उनको हिंसा का शिकार बनाया जा सकता है, उनको भी कहा गया है, क्योंकि वो कह रहे थे कि उनकी मांग थी कि उनको जम्मू ट्रांसफर कर दिया जाए। सरकार ने कहा कि नहीं, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है कि आपको, क्योंकि अगर ये मान लिया जाए बात, उनको अगर भेज दिया जाएगा तो एक तरह से आतंकियों की जीत होगी। तो ऐसे में सरकार एक आश्वासन देना चाह रही है कि वो पूरी सुरक्षा देगी। जो कर्मचारी थे, करीब 6000 से ज्यादा कर्मचारी थे, उसमें से 550 कर्मचारियों को सुरक्षित जगहों पर पोस्टिंग दे दी गई है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स में पोस्टिंग दे दी गई है ताकि उनको सुरक्षा दिया जा सके। इसके अलावा जो प्राइवेट जॉब्स में है उनको भी सरकार का कहना है कि आतंकियों की जो मंशा है वो पूरी नहीं होगी। जो डेवलपमेंट वर्क हो रहे हैं, जो वहां ट्रांसपेरेंसी आई है, एक अच्छा माहौल कश्मीर में जो बना है, उसको जो बिगाड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है, चुनाव की बात भी हो रही है। तो ऐसे में आतंकी चाहते हैं कि डर का माहौल पैदा किया जाए, लेकिन ऐसा डर का माहौल नहीं चलेगा। अमरनाथ यात्रा भी होगी इस बार भी। अभी तक 2.5 लोगों से ज्यादा लोगों ने, श्रद्धालुओं ने इस पर पंजीकरण कर लिया है, रजिस्ट्रेशन कर लिया है। तो सरकार का मानना है कि माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश है जिसमें बहुत ज्यादा आतंकी सफल नहीं होंगे।
जी, और हमें ये भी जानकारी मिल रही है अमित कि गृह मंत्री को बताया जा रहा है कि ऑलरेडी रीलोकेशन शुरू हो गया है। प्रोसेस जिसकी बात की जा रही थी कि 6 जून तक सेफर लोकेशंस पे ले जाएंगे लोगों को, उसकी इंफॉर्मेशन दी जा रही है फिलहाल।
उसमें बहुत बड़ी संख्या में जो है कहा जा रहा है कि करीब 5000 के आसपास जो सरकारी कर्मचारी है उनको रिलोकेट कर दिया गया है। उनको ऐसी जगहों पे पोस्टिंग दे दी गई है जो कि सेफर प्लेस माना जा रहा है, जहां पे पूरी सुरक्षा है, खास करके डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर्स में। और जो कुछ लोग हैं जो प्राइवेट स्तर पे भी है, उनकी भी स्क्रूटनी की जा रही है ताकि उनको सुरक्षा दी जाए। सरकार की मंशा साफ है। देखिए, चाहे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट हो या फिर वहां पे जो LG वहां पर है मनोज सिन्हा, उनका कहना साफ है कि वहां पर लोगों को डराकर कोशिश की जा रही है 90 के हालात पैदा करने की। और अगर एक बार हम कर्मचारियों को यहाँ से हटा देंगे, जब वो पोस्टिंग कर देंगे, तो ये बहुत बड़ी जीत होगी आतंकियों की। और ये नहीं चाहते, ये नहीं होगा। और ये किसी भी सूरत पे, क्योंकि आतंकी अपने मंसूबे पे कामयाब नहीं होंगे, पूरी तरह से जो आर्म फोर्सेज है वो उनके खिलाफ ऑपरेशन ऑल आउट और ऑपरेशन फील्ड लगातार चला रहे हैं। दूसरी तरफ पूरी तरह से सुरक्षा का वादा जो है वो सरकार कर रही है। डेवलपमेंट वर्क आप समझिए कि अंदाजा लगाइए कि नीचे ब्लॉक लेवल तक डेवलपमेंट वर्क चल रहा है, वहां पर काम हो रहे हैं। 35,000 से ज्यादा छोटे बड़े काम किए गए हैं, सड़कें बन रही है। तो ऐसे में जो लोगों का जो एक सरकार के प्रति पहले जो एक दिक्कत थी, सरकार से एक संपर्क नहीं था, इस बार लोगों का, आम लोगों का वहां की सरकार से संपर्क है। 370 हटने के बाद सीधे उनको एक भड़काया जा रहा था कि आप भारत से अलग है। अब उनको एहसास हो रहा है कि भारत के साथ रह के फायदा उनका ज्यादा है। तो कश्मीरियों के भीतर
संदेश कतई नहीं देना चाहती है कि वो इन हमलों से या जो कोशिशें हो रही हैं उससे डर गई है। ये गलत संदेश सरकार नहीं देना चाहती, इसीलिए जम्मू शिफ्ट नहीं किया जाएगा, लेकिन सेफर लोकेशंस में शिफ्ट करने की शुरुआत हो गई है। लेट्स गो अक्रॉस टू प्रियंक एज वेल, समथिंग दैट यू वर टेलिंग अस, Priyank. The messaging has to be right. The government, of course, is going to discuss that. But apart from that, I think the biggest concern here is that सभी को तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हेडक्वार्टर में आप हमेशा Okay, I believe we have Major General G.D. Bakshi joining us on the broadcast. Major General G.D. Bakshi, amidst targeted killings and increase in targeted killings, a very high-level meeting they're taking place, and sources are telling us that the government stand is that these killings are taking place to spoil the atmosphere in the valley.
Hello?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Can you kindly repeat the question?
Well, sir, there's a high-level meeting which is underway at this point of time. The Home Minister is chairing that meeting to review security in Jammu and Kashmir, where targeted killings have increased. According to sources, the centre has said that these killings are taking place only to spoil the atmosphere in the valley.
Absolutely. These are targeted assassinations of soft targets, vulnerable targets, Kashmiri Pandits, migrant labour. It is disgraceful. But it is part of Pakistan's ISI nefarious plan, the K2 plan, to revive terrorism in Kashmir, to revive terrorism in the Punjab. This cannot be allowed to succeed. We need to maintain our offensive stance, which we had started with at the time of the surgical strikes after Uri, at the time of Balakot, which we had done after Pulwama. I don't see why we gave a let up in that. We have to have an offensive component of the strategy where we hit across the border. And then we have to have a defensive component where the Pandits and vulnerable people are settled in military protected camps. They cannot be just allowed, as per the Gupkar gang's wishes, to go and merge with the same villages from where they were hounded out, murdered, looted, raped and driven out. They can't be allowed to go back there because they are not safe there. We have seen that enough now. These people prevented, protected camps from being created for these people, and now we are paying the price.
Yes.
We must now restore the credibility of the state by protecting our people, affording them the protection they deserve and expect from their government. I'm sure it can be done. We will have to raise costs and consequences for the state of Pakistan, which is indulging in these nefarious activities.
Thank you for that, General G.D. Bakshi. We also have Colonel R.S.N. Singh joining us on the phone line. Colonel Singh, we've been focusing on the messaging as well, and how if, all of these Kashmiri Hindus, all of those who are working there under PM package are shifted out of Kashmir particularly, it's going to send out a wrong message, many say. Now that's important also because, Colonel Singh, abrogation of 370 was done with a particular aim in mind. Business started coming in, it was flourishing across J&K. Now suddenly these targeted killings are peaking. If we go back on what the centre was planning to do, it's going to be a big trouble.
No, there is no question of going back. And yes, there is a huge amount of expectation from this meeting in the general public, and as far as I'm concerned, and I don't expect just change in change in the method of operations or that is going to serve no purpose. What is going to happen? So I don't expect that just a cosmetic change in our approach. I am more interested in the fundamental after lot of suffering, lot of pain and anguish. And my take is, whether people may like it or not, that every country is engaged in some kind of de-radicalization for its own nation building or for the good of its country. For one reason, I'm totally in support of the Chinese for what they're doing in Xinjiang, and for that reason, what the Russians did and many other countries are doing. Is somebody going to give you a certificate? Those who are going to give you, you expect certificates from themselves fighting an international war in Europe. You may be on the side of Ukrainians. You may be on the side of Russians. Who is bothered? Is there a world order? But you have to insulate your people. They can't just be killed just because they are Hindus and their forefathers never converted. Now you will say that even Muslims are being targeted. Those Muslims who they see are aligned with the Hindus.
Absolutely.
Madam,
RSN Singh, what you're saying is absolutely right. Yes, no, government wants to send out a message that they're bowing down to terrorists, or they really are affected by the kind of threats that are coming in. But at the same time, the lives of those Hindu Kashmiris matters. It's important. The government will have to take concrete measures to protect those precious lives. We have some reactions coming in as well.
आदरणीय मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी, एलजी मनोज सिन्हा जी, आपसे हमारी एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज हमारी जान बख्श दीजिए, हमारी जानें बचा लीजिए प्लीज। हम और हमारी फैमिली इस टाइम मेंटल ट्रॉमा से गुजर रही है। हम बहुत ज्यादा परेशान हो चुके हैं। बीपी के पेशेंट्स हैं, शुगर पेशेंट्स हैं, हार्ट अटैक आ चुके हैं पेशेंट्स को। अब हम और जानें नहीं गंवा सकते।
Genocide, ethnic cleansing and horror that started in early 90s is repeated once again. There has been surge in selective targeted killing of Kashmiri Hindus that has once again generated atmosphere of fear, and once again it has triggered exodus from that region. And right now I'm joined by many of those employees who left their homes in Valley, and once again they are back to Jagti township. Yesterday they reached here. Let me talk to them. आप लोग कल यहाँ पहुंचे, कितना डर का माहौल है?
सर डर का माहौल तो ऐसा है कि आप अपने घर से भी बाहर नहीं निकल सकते। वो जैसे जू में आप जानवरों को बंद करके रखते हैं ना, वैसी हालत हो गई हमारी। सरकार ने भी हमारे साथ वैसा ही किया है। और मतलब जो टारगेट किलिंग्स है, अब इससे ज़्यादा आप क्या किसी चीज़ को मतलब डिफाइन कर सकते हैं कि व्हाट इज़ द ग्राउंड रियलिटी ओवर देयर, कि आपके नाम के ऊपर फोटो मतलब एक नंबर लिखा जाता है कि नेक्स्ट वन आप हो, और पब्लिश किया जाता है सोशल मीडिया पे कि अगले इसको हमने मारना है। तो इससे बड़ी चीज़ रियलिटी हम किसी को क्या बता सकते हैं कि भाई हमारे साथ वहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है।
कि गवर्नमेंट को भी कुछ देखना चाहिए कि अभी वहाँ जो हिंदू वहाँ पे अभी नहीं रह सकता। जो भी वहाँ पे जो हालात है, जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है, वो हिंदुओं के रहने लायक नहीं है।
सर हम तो रेंटेड अकोमोडेशन में हैं, तो प्रॉब्लम तो है ही है। आपको पता नहीं आपको कब टारगेट करेंगे, कब आप पे हमला होगा। पब्लिक लिस्ट पब्लिश होती है, आपको पता ही नहीं है कब आपका नंबर लग जाएगा। आप घर निकलोगे सब्जी लेने तो आपको जाना ही है, आप कह नहीं सकते हो कि घर आप वापस आओगे कि नहीं।
So their only demand is that they are not happy with the assurances being given by the government. They want that they should be relocated, because that's the only demand. That's the only demand to the Home Minister also, because today there is going to be a very crucial meeting that will be chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah. And in that meeting, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha will also be present, along with other senior officials of those different security agencies taking care of the security in Jammu and Kashmir. You can see along with their baggage, they have come over to this place. They along with their kids, their wives, their children. They are here right now because this is the place where they came after when they had to leave home 32 years back. Once again, the things are back to square one.
सर वहाँ पे काम करना इतना मुश्किल नहीं है इंसान के लिए, लेकिन जो वहाँ के लोग हैं, जैसे कि कुछ लोग जो वहाँ के लोकल्स हैं वो आपके लिए अच्छे हैं, बट आप ये भरोसा नहीं कर सकते हैं कि पीठ पीछे आके आपको कोई भी गोली मार के वहाँ से जा सकता है। आज का टाइम ऐसा हो गया कि ऑफिस के अंदर घुस के मारा जा रहा है। मैं खुद रेवेन्यू डिपार्टमेंट में हूँ और आप खुद देख रहे हैं कि तहसील के अंदर घुस के राहुल जी को गोली मारी गई है, वो भी मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने। तो हम वहाँ पर अपनी कैसे एश्योरेंस ले सकते हैं गवर्नमेंट से कि हमें गोली नहीं मारी जाएगी कल?
मुझे रात भर नींद नहीं आती थी। बाहर बाजार निकलती थी, कुछ सब्जी लेने या कुछ लेने में बिंदी उठाती थी, फिर अंदर आती थी, फिर लगाती थी।
लेकिन सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को इसके लिए एक सॉल्यूशन, प्रॉपर सॉल्यूशन करना चाहिए कि मैं कश्मीरी पंडित को क्या करना है, इनको क्या नहीं करना है।
Those are the people from Jammu and Kashmir who say enough is enough. We cannot live like this anymore. We demand safety to be provided to us, or let us leave Valley en masse. We've also got political reactions coming in, gunning for the government.
जिस दिन पार्लियामेंट में डिबेट हो रहा था तो मैंने एक चीज बोली थी, that Kashmir is larger than Article 370. But Kashmir is a larger issue than 370. And इसको एड्रेस करने के लिए you need a lot of statesmanship, which was lacking. आपको कश्मीर को एड्रेस करना है तो आपको जो स्टेक होल्डर्स होते हैं, या कश्मीर की नहीं कहीं की भी बात करो, चाहे आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट की बात करो, आप साउथ की बात करो, कहीं की बात करो, if you want peace, if you want amity, you have to address the stakeholders. आपने सोचा कि हम प्रोपेगेंडा के माध्यम से कश्मीर को ठीक कर देंगे। अगर प्रोपेगेंडा से ठीक हो सकता था तो हिटलर would have won the world.
मुझे तो लगता है कि अब वक्त आ गया है कश्मीर फाइल्स जिन्होंने पिक्चर बनाई उनको कश्मीर फाइल्स 2 की शूटिंग शुरू कर देनी चाहिए कि किस प्रकार भाजपा सरकार ने सन 2022 में कश्मीरी पंडितों को ठगा है, कश्मीरी पंडितों की पीठ पे छुरा मारा है, किस तरह उनके विश्वासघात किया है। अगर कश्मीर में सुख अमन चैन चाहिए, अगर कश्मीरी पंडितों को दोबारा बसाना है तो उनको ध्यान राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा पे रखना चाहिए, कानूनी व्यवस्था पे रखना चाहिए, आतंकवाद को खत्म करने पे रखना चाहिए, ना कि पिक्चरों की प्रमोशन, पाखंडी राष्ट्रवाद, जुमले और ये जो एक वन लाइनर के ये जो स्लोगन चलाते हैं उन पे नहीं देना चाहिए।
These all are created by the Narendra Modi government. They destroyed Kashmir. They destroyed the Kashmir's heritage, their culture, their language, their love for each other, everything they destroyed. So Pandits were the dearest in the heart of Kashmir. I have seen 30-40 years again and again. They will ask Pandit first in their invitation, then others. But this was destroyed, damaged, this relation, because of this communalization of the atmosphere. So now this is happening. Modi told we will settle them, but they didn't agree that first ensure our security, then we will go. But he wants the immediate result.
Now joined by my colleagues Priyank and Sabyasachi, who are both at the North Block, where their all-important meeting, high-level meeting being chaired by Union Home Minister himself is currently happening. Priyank, it's been 30 minutes since the meeting started. Have we managed to get any access to information as to what really is being discussed right now?
See, Priya, what we have been told that proper, briefing is being done to the Home Minister, because the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, who has also spoken to all those residents and all those Sarpanch leaders and people from the valley, he has come out with a detailed report regarding what is the actual demand of the Kashmiri Pandits, as well as to all those people who have migrated to the valley for some other work. This is a detailed account which will be given from the Lieutenant Governor's side. After that, what we have got to know that there will be there are all the stakeholders, including the Army Chief, the NSC is also present there, apart from CRPF, DG and other senior members. Basically, all the stakeholders who are supposed to provide security and peace in the valley are also present at the meeting. But as we were discussing, it will be very difficult for the Government of India to finally come out with a strategy to shift all these Kashmiri Pandits from one location to another location. Yes, for government officials, there can be some alternative posting which can be given, which is certainly on option, which is available with every state government. It's not only for the state of Jammu and Kashmir, but the fact remains that giving out a message that all these Kashmiri Pandits have been shifted to some other location will certainly put India in the wrong light in the international community. So that is a point which can be discussed, but for sure the MHA is not going to buy out on that particular statement, because since the abrogation of 370, Priya, so far there has been peace and prosperity in the valley. And looking at the development which was happening, these militant organizations, these terrorist organizations, which are obviously funded by the Pakistan ISI, started targeting all those innocent civilians who were, unarmed. Gradually they are trying to carry out attack, which is certainly to create a fear psychosis in the mind of a normal individual. But the people of Kashmir, who have fought for so long to have their hold in the valley, and those Kashmiri Pandits would certainly not want to leave the valley just by like this. They have a series of messages which are coming out from on social media platform as well, where people are saying that we are moving to a safer location. But the Home Ministry itself coming out with the strategy of shifting all these people to different locations, it's certainly not something which is going to come up. One thing is for sure, that since this high-level meeting is happening, there will be something substantial which is going to come out from this particular meeting, because all those stakeholders have been brought to one table, so that this urgency of coming out with a solution can be brought on picture.
Right. Everybody who is anybody when it comes to the decision-making process around the security of Jammu and Kashmir is right now inside North Block in the offices, where HM is addressing them right now. The discussion going on. Sabyasachi, if I could come to you, this spate in killings also precedes Amarnath Yatra. Have you heard anything about whether that is being reconsidered, the timeline for Amarnath Yatra that is due to begin sometime soon?
See, absolutely. As we know, regarding the Amarnath Yatra, the Home Minister had earlier had a high-level meeting, and this time around, most probably the Amarnath Yatra will also be discussed looking at the current scenario. And around 8 lakh devotees are expected to come to Amarnath Yatra this time around. Till now, around 2.5 registry has been done by the devotees, and also this is a crucial point which will be discussed today. The HM is going to discuss along with the different stakeholders who are present here today, because this particular the people who are continuously killing innocent Hindus over there, the Hindu laborer who was killed yesterday was just 17-year-old, and these are the facts which are definitely going to come up. And the Amarnath Yatra is a very big point, and also from the tourism point of view, till 31st of May, Jammu and Kashmir has till now seen the highest footfall of tourists till now. So these are the factors that the Islamist terrorists want to make sure that the tourism, or the people who have migrated to the valley for work, or the Kashmiri Pandits who have migrated back to Kashmir should return to Jammu. So this is what the Islamists want, and this is what the government should make sure that does not happen. So the main criteria for the government is to provide maximum security, to heighten the security during the Amarnath Yatra, as well as to make sure that on ground security forces are present, and also to mark off the areas, the sensitive areas where the targeted killing are being continuously taking place.
Right, Priyank, it also shows that at some level forces that have been trying to disrupt peace and harmony in the valley are unnerved, because now there is data to show that normalcy, whether it is tourism or business, is coming back to the valley. In fact, from what sources have been telling us, around 8 lakh pilgrims have already registered for Amarnath Yatra this year, which is the highest ever.
Yeah, see, Priya, you have to understand that whenever there has been the peace is restored in the valley, there has been these kind of desperate attempt from these terrorist and terrorist organization to disrupt peace. We know that they have been, they have an expertise in carrying on these cowardly attacks. Earlier, they used to go and throw, petrol bombs or do firing outside the camps. But because of the heightened security measures and the losing out on the hardcore and fully trained terrorists in the valley, now they have shifted to these hybrid set of individuals. And since these individuals are just being, they are brainwashed on the internet as well as from the local handlers, who earlier used to be the OGWs in the valley, now they are going out and carrying out any sort of individuals who is there. But the strategy which has been opted by the terrorists is such just to keep on targeting those individuals, and that is a major concern for the ministry here and all those stakeholders who are responsible for providing security, Priya, because giving security to every individual is certainly not possible. Whether the MHA will finally, decide to carry out a massive security drive in the valley is something which we are also looking forward, because the army chief is present, all the stakeholders who have an expertise of carrying out an anti-terror operation in the valley is also concerned. But the only factor because of which these OGWs who have now turned into hybrid terrorists are the, successing is the reason is of the outcry which is coming out from various political parties over the time period, where those human rights activists who will come out and jump to a conclusion that the police personnel have gunned down innocent individuals till the time they were proven guilty. So there the legality is being shown by these human rights activists. But on the other side, what we have seen that there is a high time need by the Ministry of Home Affairs to give a direction to the security forces to go out for a massive manhunt, and every individual who's having possession of these kind of illegal weapon in the hand should be gunned down, because that particular person is a suspected one. But because of the fear of propaganda which can be done by the Pakistanis and the ISI and those individuals, those separatists who were backed by them, the government of India is trying to keep this step very slowly and steadily, so that the peace can be restored and the right message should also given to the people across the world, and security can be provided to the Kashmiri Pandits who are now being targeted by these individuals. So there's much more which need to come out. As you can see in the visuals, NSA and other chiefs are already present here. It's been around I would say 42 minutes since the meeting is continuing. We are hoping that the meeting will continue for another half an hour, 45 minutes or so before they can come out with some sort of strategy to counter the attacks in the valley.
Right. Also joining me on the broadcast is RSN Singh, sir. That is a very fine line that the government needs to walk right here. They need to assuage the concerns of the Hindus in Kashmir about the threat to their lives. At the same time, not look like that the rehabilitation process is being hampered by the attacks of these terrorists, because that would actually defeat the whole purpose of the rehabilitation exercise. Mr. Singh, can you hear me? Right, we'll fix that connection with Mr. Singh. But Sabyasachi, the same question, if I could come to you. We have heard that the sources have been telling us that in the view of increasing demands for rehabilitation to safer places by Kashmiri Pandits, Kashmiri Hindus, the government right now is not really looking at transferring them outside of the valley, but probably more security will be provided to them within the valley itself.
Well, absolutely. See, right now the government, what the sources tell us is that the government is not looking to move them to Jammu, but to move them to a safer location like headquarters or any sort of safer house in Kashmir itself where security is present. But it is very important that whether the government can actually provide this amount of security to every single person, be it the Kashmiri Pandits or the employees of private and public sector who have migrated to the valley to work over there. So it's basically going to be very challenging for the government to make sure that all these people who are complaining that their life is under threat, ample security is being provided to them, and they are moved to a safer location inside the valley where they are under security protection and not in an open threat. So it's going to be definitely challenging for the security forces as well as the administration, but this is what the immediate solution looks like until and unless the sensitive areas where the local handlers are active or where the targeted killing is continuously taking place. These particular areas are circulated by the security forces, and a massive security drive is being carried out.
Right. In fact, Priyank is there outside North Block as well. Priyank, you were speaking about hybrid terrorists or overground workers earlier. We've seen that those who have been involved in the recent killing of Kashmiri Hindus are these OGVs. Now, while you can talk about security for the Kashmiri Hindus, it's not really possible, as Sabyasachi was saying, to protect each and every individual. So the solution here is only to identify and root out these hybrid terrorists that have now come to infest the valley.
See, Priya, that is for sure that it's not possible for these terrorists also to attack every Kashmiri Pandit who is staying in the valley. This is a selective and targeted killing, which is to give a message in the mind of individuals to spread hatred as well as to threaten them that if you are going to go by the development strategy which has been adopted by the Prime Minister Modi, certainly they will be targeted. This thing was not seen since the 90s since then. And that is the point on which the MHA is having a clear meeting, because the abrogation of Article 370 was something on which there has been series of opposed which came out from the political parties. But when I was there personally, I could not see any kind of protest happening on the street. There were restrictions in place. Yes, certainly the internet services were cut down for more than 6 months. And there was a clear message from the government that any person who is indulging in any kind of hate mongering, he will be booked to the task. But certainly on the ground, there was nothing major opposed which came out, and that was a point which rattled these individuals. And now the point of this time period has been opted because the Amarnath Yatra is scheduled. We know that there will be a film event which is also organized to be in the valley, and over the period of time period, if you look at the press releases which are coming out from the valley, there have been a series of developmental meeting which is happening at the stadium in JNK. JNK. And that has certainly rattled these, terrorist organizations who are certainly being backed by the Pakistan. For that, we are watching that all those senior officials, all those stakeholders who are the head of the security wing of the state have come here. On my left, you can see that NSAG Jawal's vehicle station. On my right is Manoj Sinha's car. We have seen that Army Chief is also present here, and CRPF, CISF, the DG of Punjab, everyone is there. So these are the individuals who have been looking into the security of the JNK. Every time and again. They work throughout the day. They know every development which is happening in the valley. So these are the individuals who can actually come out with a strategy. Certainly the government is not going to go by what is a political, wing saying, or Bharatiya Janata Party saying, or what Congress or what, PDB is saying. The government here in place is trying to come out with a foolproof strategy so that this selective targeting of innocent people by these cowardly terrorists can be brought down. They are also keeping this thing in the mind that innocent people and innocent life should not be lost on either of the side. That's why the operations are not being carried out in a massive space.
Yes,
what
and
we are expecting
while primarily it is about securing lives, it is also about livelihoods, because tourism is the mainstay of Kashmir's economy. There is investment. There are investments finally lining up to come to the valley. In the wake of these things, it is definitely unnerving some who do not want peace to prevail, who do not want businesses to flourish. It's time for us to take a very quick break. We'll keep tracking of the developments coming out of North Block.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Coming in from the High Court, which has given orders to the Director General for Civil Aviation that mask violators should be put on a no-fly list. The court has said it is essential that implementation of COVID guidelines on the ground is effective. For this purpose, DGCA must issue separate binding directions to all airlines to authorize the staff at the airports and in aircraft, including flight persons, captains, pilots, air hostesses and others, to take strict action against passengers and others who violate masking and hand hygiene norms. For more on this, we are joined by Nilashish. Nilashish, what really has prompted this order from the court? Okay, we'll try and get him online eventually, but this is order coming out, I'm assuming, after several violations would have been reported, given that there has been a fall in the numbers of COVID cases in the country. There would be increase in violations, and which is why now High Court has said that there should not be any laxity in implementing the norms. With that, we take a very quick break.
Times now. Action begins here.
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You're watching Times Now, and I'm Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. First up, the headlines. As targeted killings force Hindus to leave the valley, Amit Shah reviews security strategy. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, the NSA Doval, attend the meeting inside track only on Times Now. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann visits Moosawala's village under huge security cover amidst protests by the locals. Mansa villagers ask, why was Moosawala's security withdrawn?
बहुत सारे लोग सिर्फ वीआईपी दिखने के लिए इस तरीके की सुरक्षा को लेते हैं। लिहाजा आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने इस सुरक्षा को दोबारा से देखकर कम किया।
After our government promised to restore the security of 434 VIPs, Saurabh Bharadwaj justifies the security downgrade, claims that a lot of people use security to look and appear like VVIPs. Times Now SIT traces the bolero used in Moosawala's assassination to Fatehabad in Haryana. It was spotted there 4 days before the attack. 2 have been detained for questioning. Shocking insult to Hindu gods. Slogans insulting Lord Krishna and Ayyappa have been raised in the rally of one of the DMK affiliates. Onus is now on the Stalin government to act and punish the Hindu haters.
हर मस्जिद में शिवलिंग क्यों देखना? पूजा अलग है, इसलिए अपना हित अलग है, ऐसा मानना नहीं। और संपूर्ण हिंदू समाज ने भी ये समझना।
RSS distances itself from Retake Mandir campaign. Bhagwat draws the red line, says there's no need to find shivling in every mosque. Bats for amicable solution for Gyan Vapi. After Gyan Vapi, Karnataka's Jamia Masjid is in the eye of storm. Hindu groups claim the mosque is built on the ruins of Hanuman temple. PFI dossier reveals the explosive web of China funding and training for the group's hate campaign. Radicals brazen it out with a call for India-wide protests. Rahul Gandhi is issued fresh summons to appear before the Enforcement Directorate on 15th of June in the National Herald laundering case. Well, with that, there is some big breaking news which is coming in. The Times Now SIT probe exclusive that we are getting for you, where we are the only channel to show you just how the singer's killers managed to flee the spot. Well, moments after the assassination, the killers got away in an Alto car. At least 2 people that you can see in these visuals can be seen inside the Alto car, and we've managed to access that for us. The key piece of evidence in the probe is going to be this Alto, which was used to mislead the policeman. In fact, Times Now gets you exclusive video, which is going to be the key piece of evidence in the Moosawala murder case to show just how the killers managed to get away. What we do know so far is that after these killers used a bolero, they came and carjacked an Alto, and then they fled in that Alto which they had snatched. That on your screens is first the bolero as well as the Alto. You can see both of them on your screens here on a Times Now SID exclusive that we are getting for you. Now, what you can interestingly see the Thar where you see the killers are there, and then they carjack an Alto car. They take that and then they use that Alto to flee. Remember that bolero has already been recovered by the policemen, and following which here on Times Now we also got you the exclusive pictures of the Alto when it was recovered. But what we are showing you is very, very critical to the entire probe angle to see just which route was taken and how the killers managed to flee the spot after mercilessly pounding Sidhu Moosewala with several rounds of bullets which were fired from 3 automatic rifles. These were assault rifles of Russian make. So now what's interesting is that the Bishnoi gang, which has already claimed responsibility for the killing, now you have Lawrence Bishnoi, who's singing in custody. During interrogation, he's revealed some of the very critical details of how the entire murder plot was planned. Let me go across to Gurpreet China, who's joining us with the very latest. Priyank Tripathi will also be joining us. But Gurpreet, to you first, tell us the significance of this footage that we are seeing on our screens. First the Bolero comes, then we see the Alto as well, which was used by the killers to flee.
Well, that in this specifically CCTV camera footage, what we want to explain to our viewers, that is very, very pertinent point at this point of time. This CCTV camera footage which we have procured through the police sources, this is the next village of Jawarke where this incident had taken place, and only a few kilometers away from that village. So that means even despite getting the information by the local police, there was no nakabandi, there was no barricading, there was no checking. And if we can see this CCTV camera footage, the Bolero vehicle, it's not Alto later on they had snatched from somebody else, but this Bolero vehicle which is moving on this road very comfortably, these shooters, they were going through the route and they are moving towards Haryana, because in the morning the CCTV camera footage which we have already shown to our viewers, that indicated that 4 days before this murder, the same Bolero was spotted in Fatehabad in Haryana. That means they were able to get that entry from that side. And now this video which we are showing at this point of time to our viewers, it's very, very clear that escape route after killing Sidhu Moosewala, they are moving and following the same route from where they had come, and same route they had followed to enter Fatehabad side. And even that Alto which they had snatched at the gunpoint, that was also on the way towards Haryana, and later on that Alto was recovered from another village that is in Dharamkot in district Moga. So what we are explaining to our viewers, that how this whole conspiracy is going to be unfolded by Times Now investigation, and Times Now has already exposed that it was a pre-planned murder. How the vehicle was tailed, that we are showing 15 minutes continuously there was a tailing by these shooters, but there was no intelligence input, there was no police bandobast, there was no police alert. And even after killing Sidhu Moosewala, this sensational CCTV camera which we are showing, that how these shooters very comfortably, without any rush, without speeding their vehicle, very comfortably overtaking this Alto car, moving from the village. And despite a lot of gunshots, it's around 30 gunshots which had been fired by them, and immediately when we had gone for the investigation at the ground, we have seen that the local Sarpanch member of Panchayat, he has already said immediately he informed the police. The moment he heard the gunshot, he immediately informed the police. That means somewhere down the lane, even there was no nakabandi, there was no beef up of the security in that area, and police did not consider it very, very seriously. Had the police considered it very, very seriously, these shooters could have been caught red-handed there, or might be in the next village. This video footage which we have got exclusively, it is showing that how they are able to escape very peacefully and without any pressure, and there was no police deployed there, which the police was saying, and they were easily escaped from Mansa toward Haryana. And while going from Mansa toward Fatehabad, we had already word with that Alto vehicle which was snatched by these shooters. He was saying that he was near Budlada towards Fatehabad when this incident had taken place. Even that person which we have interviewed that time, he was saying that he was with the family member. So that means there was no pressure, it was pre-planned, every recce has been done.
Absolutely.
And after executing this plan,
well, absolutely, Times Now has kept you ahead when it comes to tracking these killers. But let me go across to Priyank. Priyank, what's interesting is after they managed to get this Alto, they fled further. They abandoned the Alto. And what sources are telling us, and you must give us more details about that, how Delhi police sleuths have also landed in Nepal, fearing that they may have managed to cross the border?
See, Meghna, what Punjab Police was also stating to us that all these vehicles which are used by these killers broke down. The Bolero had some kind of technical, snag, and it broke down, and the suspect then started looking for the alternative vehicle, which was an Alto. That also broke down, and in fact, the Corolla vehicle was also in a very bad condition. So this clearly shows that the local handlers could not provide proper vehicles to these shooters, and at some point of time, the shooters were also seen by local individuals walking after they left the vehicle with these kind of heavy weapons, which is clearly giving a picture, and all these CCTV footage which Gurpreet has also accessed, that there was no police barricade which was put in by the local police hours after the incident happened. If you look at the timing of the CCTV footage which we are playing it for viewers, it's almost 1 hour after the incident took place, and the suspects were on a free run. What we also got to know that the senior officials,
well, in fact, do stay on with us. Do stay on with us. Let me go across to Pratap Singh Bajwa also, who's joining us of the Punjab Congress. Mr. Bajwa, now it appears that the Alto was used to mislead the cops, but in this entire trail, it goes to show how a murder of this magnitude, that too of one of the state protectees, was carried out with precision and planning.
See, that's very right, because since long I am now presently the leader of the opposition in the state assembly. So the thing is that we have been saying from the past few weeks that this present AAP government has basically turned the Punjab police, one of the very, very premier forces in the country, turned them into a private militia. See, security it's now at the whims and fancies of either Mr. Kejriwal or Bhagwant Singh Mann. They are not going according to the perception. See, security has to be given. Firstly, a perception is study is done. Who is in real need of protection? So what is happening now is they are running basically on whims and fancies of the present government.
But Saurabh Bhardwaj has said that many people demand security, insist on having security because they want to feel like a VVIP.
This is not it. See, we have undergone 15 years of terrorism in the state. You people sitting in Delhi are not aware of what the ground realities in Punjab are. There are families whose kith and kin were murdered or assassinated during those days. There are a lot of police officers.
No, this is something that Saurabh Bhardwaj has said. I'm quoting the AAP leader.
Forget about what Partwa says. I'm not bothered about what Partwa says. Please hear to what Congress CLP leader is saying in the opposition. So it's basically they are not professionals. Neither do they have any kind of experience of running a government, and that also of a border state which has undergone 15 years of terrorism. We have lost more than 35,000 Punjabis in that. So the thing is, an unprofessional government, a government which has no experience of the past, when it tries to run on whims and fancies, this is the result. Sidhu Moosewala, see, one gangster was arrested by the Delhi police. He in his interrogation had already told them that he had done a recce of Sidhu Moosewala for a month. In spite of the Punjab been informed that there is dire need to protect Sidhu Moosewala. This government basically withdrew its security, and the result you have seen.
Yes. So there you have it. The Congress party is putting the blame squarely on the doorstep of the AAP government, saying that they simply didn't have the experience to carry out and ensure safety and security, that too in a border state, because they have no prior experience in the issue. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show, Pratap Singh Bajwa. But with that, let's move on in the bulletin. There's some big breaking news that is coming in. Remember, we've been telling you about how the Hindu genocide continues in the Kashmir Valley, and amidst the continuous targeted killings in the valley, Union Minister Amit Shah is chairing a very crucial high-level meeting over the security situation there. In fact, the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Jammu and Kashmir LG Manoj Sinha, including the Jammu and Kashmir DGP, are all part of this meeting, which is being held in the national capital. In fact, Times Now gets you
to the inside track of what is being discussed in the meeting. There you have it on your screens. Targeted killings will be disrupting the peace is what sources are telling us. Also that postings are being done in secure areas expeditiously as much as possible. So let me go across to Srinjoy Chaudhary, who's joining us, a consulting editor. Priyank Tripathi is also there with us. But Srinjoy, to you first, what's the inside track? What's happening in this high-level meeting? A much needed meeting, if I may add.
Well, there are 2 or 3 things that have to be kept in mind. The first, of course, relates to all these intelligence reports that are coming in. From what we are hearing, we are looking at least 13 or 14 launch pads that are full of militants, that are full of terrorists of either the Lashkar-e-Toiba or the Jaish-e-Mohammed or the Hizbul Mujahideen. They are all there. Some are going in, some are waiting to go in. That's a perennial problem, and it's just got worse over these last 2-3 weeks. The other thing that we know from intelligence sources, and these will be discussed in the meetings, are the targets. Now, as far as the targets are concerned, yes, Kashmiri Pandits are the obvious targets. But apart from that, security forces are a target. The BJP leaders are a target. All those people who are part of the state government at a lower level, whether it's a low-level political person, whether it's a lower-level person who has just been elected at a lower level, now they have almost no security or very little security. And they are seen as easy targets as much as the Kashmiri Pandits are. So what we are hearing, there is one big target. We naturally cannot mention the name, but there is one big target that is also been seen by the intelligence agencies as a possible target. Now that apart, all those things apart, it's these killings that will continue. Hopefully the terrorists are hoping will build momentum. It's not just Kashmiri Pandits, it's local level staffers, it's local level political leaders, it is local level, say, panchayat type leaders. These are the people who are going to be targeted and are being targeted.
But what is going to be done about that, Srinjoy? Any details, any forward-looking plan which may be there? But before I come to you, I believe there's some big breaking news which is coming in. So we are quickly shifting focus across to that. This regarding hate crime. Now India's torn into the US. In fact, India's statement, which is in reply to what Anthony Blinken, the United States, had said, is that India values religious freedom. Remember, earlier in the day, we had a statement coming in from Blinken, which had said that there was an increase in the number of intolerance that has been seen and crimes which are fueled by hatred in India, to which now India has given a point-by-point rebuttal, saying that ill-informed about Indian values and Indian cultures, and India values human rights, and how America is not aware of the facts on ground. This, remember, is a story that we broke for you first here on Times Now, how United States had waded into the controversy after there are several people of the lobby who had gone out and publicly have been maligning the image of India as well. Now you have the government putting out a scathing point-by-point rebuttal to what the United States Anthony Blinken had said earlier, saying that India values religious freedom. Let me go back across to Srinjoy. Srinjoy, a big story there coming in. What has the MEA said?
Well, this was entirely expected, first of all, after what Anthony Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, has said. Now, America, of course, is a very close friend, and there's no dispute with that. But this was not expected at all. Or rather, it was expected, but perhaps not so virulently. Now, India has really made 3 or 4 points. The first is look at America itself. Look at the hate crimes in America. Look at the gun violence in America. Second, that India is a pluralistic society. And therefore, India is very, very open. We have a constitution which tells you very clearly that there is right to equality and there is right to freedom. So there is no point in America or any other country bringing this up. Thirdly, it's an internal matter of India. And therefore, America or no other country has any right to discuss this. In any case, it's India's matter. And this is the most important thing. India is saying that there is a political issue in America. There are political points of view in America, and to keep these vote banks in play, America has said these things. Now that's a very important statement. This probably relates to an ultra left wing in the Democratic Party, which is this could well be a reference to. So this is a very strong statement by India that, look here, America, you are saying these things because of your own political problems in your own political ruling party. That is one. And then why are you saying these things? Because you have gun violence in the way you have. You have hate crimes in the way you have. So why are you pointing the finger at India when you are in such trouble yourself?
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. It's important for our viewers to be reminded of what exactly it is that Secretary Blinken had said about the rise of intolerance in India as the US believes it. Watch this.
Americans have believed, and I quote, that nations are stronger and the lives of their people richer when citizens have the freedom to choose, proclaim, and exercise their religious identity. Indeed, religious freedom is the first freedom enshrined in our Constitution's Bill of Rights. It's been recognized by nations around the world as a human right, including in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Respect for religious freedom isn't only one of the deepest held values and a fundamental right, it's also, from my perspective, a vital foreign policy priority. In many parts of the world, governments are failing to respect their citizens' basic rights. The report documents how religious freedom and the rights of religious minorities are under threat in communities around the world. For example, in India, the world's largest democracy and home to a great diversity of faiths, we've seen rising attacks on people in places of worship.
Oh, that's interesting. So he has listed the crimes which are there, but India, Srinjoy, if I can come to you, has listed back the kind of crimes which have happened in the United States, which has been at a 12-year high in 2020.
Yes, first of all this talk about gun violence, which India is talking about. I mean, the attack on a school, elementary school in Texas, just happened a few days ago. 19 children were killed in that, 2 adults were killed. That's the first point. And India spoke about hate crimes, India spoke about gun violence. That's one. The second point is perhaps a larger criticism. Here it says that, well, there is a left-wing, ultra-left-wing in the Democratic Party. That's the subtext, which is actually behind all these statements. And that is a point that India is making. India is recognizing the fact that the ruling party has a number of people on its left wing who would routinely say such things, and these statements are perhaps a way of placating them. That's the subtext from the argument that India is coming up with.
So this is going to be very interesting what the response of the United States is going to be. But Srinjoy, it's interesting, where does United States get these ideas from? Many would say, especially those in the center, that many within India, there is a certain lobby which goes outside and maligns India and talks about how India has rising intolerance themselves.
Well, that could be one of the reasons. That could certainly be one of the reasons. But let's not forget that when Mr. Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, was in America some time ago, he refused to meet a certain member of the House of Representatives from the Democratic Party, from the left wing of the Democratic Party. Now, why do you think that happened? Because a lot of statements have been made from those quarters maligning India, and that's what India feels. So as a result,
right, in fact, do stay on with us. Brigadier Mahajan is also joining us here on the show. Brigadier, what would you like to say that India has given back a point-by-point rebuttal? And interestingly, India steers into the United States saying, don't be ill-informed about India, don't call us intolerant, look at the way that there is gun culture which is bleeding America at a time like this.
I think the response by the Indian side was very, very apt and prompt, because what happens is somehow the United States thinks that they have the right to advise India on every aspect. one would remember that President Joe Biden tried to tell you that don't buy oil till the time Jaishankar told them that the oil that we are buying is not even 1% of what you are buying. Then they started talking about human rights, so we have to tell them that our human rights record is 100 times better than theirs,
Absolutely.
And so on and so forth.
Absolutely. Practice before you preach. Thank you so much for joining us, Brigadier Saab, here on the show. With that, we are slipping into a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ। और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान। और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो इस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद।
We start with some breaking news we're tracking from Kanpur, and violence, remember, was reported in the city. Details on your screens, viewers. We'll be joined by Amir also in just a bit, who'll be sharing more details with us. But according to reports, violence broke out in the Bikonganj area near the Yatim Khana after police button charged some members of the minority community. Those are, of course, details coming in. And this is a remark that has been made on Prophet Muhammad, around which this entire controversy is centered. Amir joining us with more details. Amir, you know, it is Nupur Sharma's remark that forced a certain section to resort to stone pelting. But what exactly happened? Take us through the timeline and the events that took place.
Well, it all started about a couple of days back when BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma made some undignified remarks against Prophet Muhammad in a particular TV debate. And, it has been into the discussion on social media over the last 2-3 days. And it was yesterday that people from the Muslim community in Old Kanpur had actually called for a bunch today. And it was today being Jummah, people had gathered there for Jummah prayers. And they were trying to shut down the markets in the area, in the Bekanganj area and Nai Sadak area. And it was then that certain people belonging to the other community came face to face with them. There were some heated arguments over shutting down the markets in that particular area, which culminated into stone pelting, and certain crude bombs were also hurled at each other. There was some police force, but because today the president, the prime minister, the UP governor Anandiben Patel, and the chief minister, all of them are there in Kanpur itself, in the Kanpur rural area. Much of the police force was directed towards the VVIP visit and ensuring security over there. So police had to wait for some time for the reinforcements to come there, which was why the violence sustained for some time. But now the police claims that they have gained control over the area. Although the area domination exercise is yet to be done, because there are narrow alleys into that area in which there still are certain troublemakers, and therefore the police believes that over the next couple of hours they'll be able to gain complete control over that area. There is sporadic stone pelting that is still happening around that particular area, but largely the police has gained control of the area. And they believe that over the next couple of hours, things will be taken control of.
All right. Thank you, Amir, for breaking down all those details. Of course, this was all triggered by a BJP spokesperson's remark on Prophet Muhammad and a protest that broke out in Kanpur over the same today. Amir, thank you. We'll keep coming back to you. Moving on, it's an abhorrent and hateful insult. If we talk about this particular incident, this has come to light and it has been seen as an insult of Hindu gods. Now, in a march organized in Madurai, members of can be seen raising slogans against Lord Krishna and also Ayyappa. The red shirts under the banner of DK are caught on camera, outraging the astha of Hindus. Hindu bodies have cited this video and filed a case for malicious chants to incite enmity between two religious groups. Interestingly, despite the fact that the inciters are on camera, the DMK Sarkar is yet to arrest those it is affiliated with. But first here, some of the chants raised in the rally. Times Now has decided to edit out words which are, of course, deemed to be offensive. But here's exactly what the situation looked like. All right, we've edited out those offensive remarks that came in as far as the sloganeering goes there. But Prapanch joining us for the moment from Chennai. Prapanch, take us through the kind of events that followed and the comments that have been coming in, because this certainly is being seen as an insult to the Hindu gods. The Ayyappa, who the Hindus say has been outrightly insulted, and a lot of outrageous comments have come in ever since.
Now we could see that this is a very viral video which is on social media, and based on that, Hindu Makkal Katchi had filed an FIR on a group of people who are visible on the video shouting slogans. This was a sloganeering during a protest march. It was a red shirt protest march in Madurai, which was organized by, in fact, left parties, and there were several parties like Dravidar Kalagam, Dravidar Vidudalai Kalagam, VCK, and left parties participated in that protest. Now, this is a group of people who were part of that protest. However, they were raising different slogans, which were very derogatory slogans, which offended which is offensive to the faith of Hindu gods and Hindu religion and the rituals. And there are several people who are offended by these comments and sloganeering by the people shown in the video. And meanwhile, we could say that SS Colony Police Station in Madurai has also filed an FIR under 3 sections on the people who are seen on the video. Now, we could see that the parties like BJP have also found that these comments made by these slogans are made by a certain group of people are found to be disgusting, and they want immediately action to be taken on these people who are seen on the video raising slogans, derogatory slogans against the Hindu gods and the Hindu rituals.
Yes, if we closely look into, or rather hear out, these slogans that were raised by some of those workers, of course, who are known to be affiliates of the DMK, extremely derogatory. At that, a lot of reactions coming in because no arrests have been made so far in the state. Listen it.
All they were the subset of Dravidar Kalagam, which is the parent body of DMK. And this is not the first time that they make derogatory comments against gods of a particular religion, the 2 Hindu gods. This is not the first time. This could have been the 1000th time or whatsoever it is. Even the Dravidar Kalagam Veeramani, leader Veeramani, had made such derogatory remarks against Lord Krishna on many occasions. So this is not the first time. It is there in their culture, it's there in their blood. How much ever Stalin says, no, we are not against any particular religion or God, it doesn't show in its action.
उसके पीछे 100% कन्वर्शन माफिया है. कन्वर्शन माफिया का पहला खिलाफ अश्रद्ध पैदा करना, उसके बाद कन्वर्शन का क्रॉप हार्वेस्टिंग करना. कन्वर्शन क्रॉप हार्वेस्टिंग करने के लिए पहले अश्रद्धा पैदा करने का काम करता है. कन्वर्शन माफिया और डीएमके साथ मिलकर के ऐसा कर रहा है.
There was a rally held by the communists, Vidudalai Sirutegal, and also Dravidar Kalagam. In that rally, there was a lot of abuse on Hindu gods and Hindu faiths, and the abuse on Lord Krishna by DK was really disgusting. But unfortunately, the abuse on Hindu gods and Hindu religion, Hindu faiths are increasing day by day by the so-called atheists and the communists, particularly Mr. Thirumavalavan, the parliament member. Now, BJP strongly condemned this action, and we need immediate action.
All right, so yes, reaction coming in from the VCK, one of the parties whose workers have been accused of going ahead with those anti-Lord Krishna Ayappa slogans. And after the mounting anger, now the VCK has distanced itself from the controversy. Details on your screens, viewers. VCK has denied links to what has happened as far as this march of hate is concerned. Let me go back to Prapanch, who continues to stay on with us. Prapanch, the VCK is safely distancing itself at a time when, you have several putting out proof, putting out these videos in which one can clearly see how anti-Krishna and Ayappa sloganeering was going on.
Now we can see that there's a video in the social media. Now we have to understand that there are several parties that had took place in that protest. However, in this particular segment of the video which is shot, none of the parties which were mentioned in the protest were in that particular video, or the cadres supporting in the parties. So we can see that the other parties, whoever were part of the protest, did not in fact comment or associate with this comment, because the protest march for a completely different reasons. It was against in fact the policies of BJP. That was the idea of the march. However, we could see that there are certain sections of people who could be seen on that video. They had taken a different angle or a tone to in fact set in that particular. So these are the group of people which were in fact raising the slogans. So in fact there are no other parties who were along with it, and we can see none of the other party flags were present in that particular video. So this was only isolated to a group of people who were raising these derogatory slogans against in fact gods and goddesses and Hindu rituals.
All right, so for the moment, still yet to ascertain who exactly was a part of this particular march, hate march for sure, but whether or not we did see clearly DMK affiliates during this march, workers of the same or not, remains to be seen. Thank you, Prapanch, for joining us with all those details. And moving on, the Rouse Avenue Court has dismissed Karti Chidambaram's anticipatory bail plea in the Chennai visa bribery case that was registered by the Enforcement Directorate. Details coming in on the same. A setback certainly for Karti Chidambaram. He's now moved application seeking extension of interim protection till he approaches higher court in appeal against this order. Let me go across to Nilashish, my colleague, who's been getting us more details on the same. Nilashish, tell us about the kind of observations that were made. The court has dismissed the anticipatory bail plea. Certainly a setback for Karti Chidambaram at the moment.
Definitely a setback for Karti Chidambaram, given the fact that the court has now dismissed his anticipatory bail application in this particular case. Now, let's not forget that the Enforcement Directorate has opposed the plea, saying that the apprehension of arrest was not reasonable because only an ECIR has been registered and they have barely begun the investigation. They have also had added that the agency is yet to receive crucial documents of this particular case from the CBI. However, very interestingly, after having reserved the judgment earlier, the court had extended interim protection from arrest for Karti Chidambaram. Now today, when the court has dismissed his anticipatory bail application, Karti Chidambaram's lawyers immediately moved a plea for extending his interim protection, that is, no arrest to be allowed, till he in fact approaches a higher court and seeks anticipatory bail from there. Now, the ED has opposed that, saying that it would effectively mean that anticipatory bail is granted if in case interim protection is granted to him. So the court is now expected to pass an order in about 10 minutes time from now as to whether or not his interim protection from arrest can be extended till the time he approaches the higher court with a plea for anticipatory bail. But yes, as of now, no release for Karti.
All right, so the court currently considering the extension of the interim protection. We'll come back to you, Nilashish, in just a bit, as we're expecting a development on that front. For the moment, let's quickly move on to the latest we're tracking from Hyderabad. Times now has accessed CCTV visuals from the 28th of May when a minor was gang raped inside a Mercedes car at Hyderabad's Jubilee Hills. According to the police, the minor girl went to a pub along with two of her friends, and after they'd left the venue, the girl was taken out in a Mercedes by 5 other minor boys. The incident, as per the family, took place on 28th of May, and the cops are still in the process of identifying the accused. Sources also telling Times now that a local MLA's son is also being investigated in the case. Cops are probing if the politician's son was also present in the car when the alleged rape took place. Times now had also broken down details of the FIR that was filed by the victims, by the girl's father, in which he'd broken down details of what really transpired on the 28th. Now, viewers, this horrible incident took place on the 28th of last month. 5 days on, not a single arrest has taken place, and that's why so many questions being asked of the police there as to, despite the fact that an FIR was lodged, there are CCTV visuals of that red Mercedes car. The number plate of the car can easily be located and has also been mentioned in the FIR. Despite all of these facts, why no arrest so far? Getting you a quick ground report, and then we'll go across to our reporter.
A minor girl was gang raped. Right now we are standing in the Jubilee Hills police station, and in this jurisdiction this incident has reported, and later the victim's father has approached the Jubilee Hills police station stating that her daughter was taken to Amnesia pub by her two friends, and they later sexually assaulted. But police have immediately lodged a case, and also investigation has been begun, and a preliminary investigation has stated that there are 4 to 5 minors who who are involved in this case. And actually, she was brought to the Amnesia pub, and later, her two friends have left the pub, and she met then around 4 to 5 minor boys. Actually, we can also see it in the CCTV footage. Then later they have lured her and taken her, and we can also clearly see here the car is seized by the police, and this is suspected that in this car the gang rape has happened, and police said that there are 4 to 5 minors who have lured her, taken her from the pub, and while the car was on move, the rape has occurred. The rape has reported has happened, and police said that there are several angles emerged, and also they are investigating into MLA's son who was in the car at the preliminary stage before the rape has reported. So they are also investigating that whether MLA's son is involved in the gang rape or not, and whether the 3-4 other minors, whether what exactly happened, and when did the incident happen, and what was the exact time. These all things are being investigated as of now, and these 4 minors, they are right now absconding, and police said that they'll be nabbed very soon. With Vijay Kiran Swami for Times Now.
So you heard it there. Is an attempt being made to shield a local MLA's son? Well, meanwhile, Times Now also spoke to the hotel manager, the manager of Amnesia pub, where the girl along with her 2 friends had gone out. The question being asked here, who let the minors in the pub? Listen.
Why did you allow the minor girl into the pub when there is no permission? Whether she was, being served alcohol or not. And there are, in the CCTV where I showed you, there are 4 to 5 minor boys being taken or lured by these, by these minor boys, and being lured and also taking that minor girl away from this pub. So what exactly happened? What did you see on the 20th of May?
Actually, we got booking like 150 members. They are from college freshers party, and we provide them like food and soft drink mocktails, and we provide them one of dedicated place with the 3 to 4 bouncer like security, and we're not serving any single % of alcohol. In that floor, there is no alcohol at all. They enter inside like 12:30, 1 o'clock around, and they went out to like 5:30, more than 6 o'clock. And after they went out to what happened outside is not.
तो आपने देखिए, आपने सीसीटीवी देखा है, और मैं आपको अगर हुआ तो मैं फिर आपको एक बार सीसीटीवी बता दूंगा. देखिए, ये जो लड़के हैं, ये माइनर लड़के, इसमें आइडेंटिफिकेशन नहीं दिख रहा है, मगर ये जो लड़के हैं, ये लड़की को यहाँ से ले जा रहे हैं. देखिए, अभी इसमें दिखता है आपको, ये लड़की को यहाँ से ले जा रहे हैं. देखिए, ये यहाँ से ले जा रहे हैं. तो ये आपने देखा था, मतलब ये लड़कियों को, जो लड़के भी माइनर है, लड़की भी माइनर है, पब में कैसे अलाउ किया आप?
उनका बुकिंग था पार्टी का, जो प्रेशर पार्टी 150 मेंबर्स का, वो हिसाब से हम लोग अलाउ करे. सो उनको भी बताया गया था ये डेडिकेटेड प्लेसेस, आपको 0% आपको अल्कोहल, फूड, सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक, मॉकटेल दिया जाएगा विद सिक्योरिटीज.
तो पुलिस ने कुछ जांच में आपको.
Somit now joins us live. So that's the justification coming in from the hotel manager, Somit, that for this particular party to which these kids were in attendance, no alcohol was being served, is how they were allowed entry. But the larger question here also remains as to why 5 days and on, no arrest has been made. Is an attempt being made to shield a local MLA's son? What's going on?
Well, actually, the incident has reported on 28th of May, and later on 31st, her father has approached the police station and lodged a complaint. Initially, it was, suspected that she was only sexually assaulted because the victim was in no stage to speak and give the statement to the police as well as to the father. And later, police preliminary investigation has stated that actually 4 to 5 minors have lured her, have taken her in a car. Later, they boozed. They took a hall call from a nearby liquor shop. After, after picking her up at the pub, they have taken the alcohol, and also they boozed, and later they have sexually assaulted her, they have raped her, and there are several angles now emerging, and also a local MLA's son is also involved. That after that angle has emerged, police are also investigating that angle, and also it is stated that by the police that this MLA's son, whether involved in the rape or not, that is yet to be probed, and even other 4 to 5
yes,
youngsters,
because the suspects are also believed to be minors in this particular case. So let's see what the investigations reveal further. But meanwhile, Shomit, the NCPCR chief, Priyank Kanungo, also reacted to this particular case, says a notice has been issued to the police commissioner and also to the district magistrate, and a detailed report has been sought. Listen in.
देखिए, जो मामला है इस पर आयोग ने संज्ञान लिया है और हम वहाँ के पुलिस कमिश्नर को नोटिस कर रहे हैं। हम साथ साथ डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को भी नोटिस कर रहे हैं और उनसे एक डिटेल्ड एक्शन टेकन रिपोर्ट मांग रहे हैं। हमने उनको कहा है कि बच्चे की वेलबींग, बच्चे का प्रोटेक्शन दोनों इंश्योर करिए। CWC के सामने बच्चे को प्रोड्यूस करिए, बच्चे का स्टेटमेंट कराइए। 164 के स्टेटमेंट की कॉपी हमको 164 के स्टेटमेंट के बेसिस पे आगे की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करिए और कोई भी दोषी बच ना पाए, ये तय करने का काम आयोग करेगा।
The crime in Hyderabad on the minor being gang raped by people who were in a Mercedes, offered her a ride, is horrendous, unacceptable, and just goes to show that impunity is on the rise in Hyderabad. Other cases have also happened like this in the past, and the police have done nothing. And this impunity of these criminals, alleged rapists, the police must register a case, and they cannot give an excuse that they can't find them. It is also important that the Chief Minister of the state comes out and says that the police will be given all support to apprehend these rapists. Unacceptable that this impunity continues in a state.
So investigations are on. No arrest has been made so far, but the NCPCR has also sought a detailed report from the police commissioner. With that, it's time for us to slip in a very short break here. Be back with more on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
A breaking news update coming in. Given the rise in COVID cases across the country, Health Ministry has written to the principal secretaries of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana, Karnataka and Maharashtra on the rising COVID cases and the positivity rate in these states. The ministry has asked the states to take prompt action and effective management to contain the infection. Also, it has asked the states to monitor localized spread of infection in each of these states. So yes, a concern certainly at the moment as far as the rise in COVID cases across the country is concerned. An increase of close to 4,000 cases that has been witnessed in just the past 24 hours, and the total death toll due to COVID in the country now stands at more than 5 lakhs. So India seeing a total of 1,000 plus COVID cases in just 24 hours time is why there is a big concern at the moment on the number of COVID cases that continue to rise on a daily basis. Now, if we talk about the increase that has been recorded in some of the states, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu are some of these states of concern at the moment. Quickly bringing in Shereen, who's joining us with more details. Shereen, there are fears that the outbreak is starting to rise again. Take us through the statistics as they stand off today, and what is the directive that is coming in for all these states?
Well, the letter has in fact been written to the principal secretaries of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Telangana, Karnataka and Maharashtra. So after a decline of the COVID cases for past 3 months, we are seeing a rise in the cases in these states, and accordingly they have been asked to take prompt action to contain the infection. There are specific districts in all these states that has been mentioned. If you take the example of Maharashtra, there are 6 districts where the cases are in fact increasing. Similarly, in Tamil Nadu also, wherever the cases are increasing, those districts have been mentioned, and localized spread of the infection is something that has been asked to monitor timely. Also, vaccination and testing something is that needs to be ramped up, is what the letter says.
Oh yes, India's COVID tally has passed the 4,000 mark after 3 long months, and certainly a cause of concern at the moment. Shereen, thank you for joining us with all those details. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short break. I'll be back with all the updates on the other side.
Times now. Action begins here.
bringing over the news here on Times Now. I'm Madhav Gopalakrishnan. We begin with a quick look at the headlines. The targeted killings force Hindus to leave the valley. Amit Shah reviews security strategy in top-level meet amidst criticism over failure to stop targeted killings. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann visits Moosewala's village under huge security cover amidst protests by locals. Mansa villagers ask why was Moosewala's security withdrawn.
बहुत सारे लोग सिर्फ वीआईपी दिखने के लिए इस तरीके की सुरक्षा को लेते हैं, लिहाजा आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार ने इस सुरक्षा को दोबारा से देखकर कम किया.
A day after AAP government promised to restore security of 434 VIPs, Saurabh Bharadwaj justifies security downgrade, claims a lot of people use security to look like VIPs. Times now closes the loop on movement of Moosewala's killers. One video traces the Bolero used in ambush in Haryana days before murder. Another shows them escaping in an alto after murder. Shocking insult to Hindu gods, slogans insulting Lord Krishna and Ayyappa raised in the rally of Dravida Karagam, VCK and left. Onus now on Stalin government to act.
इसलिए अपना हित अलग है, ऐसा मानना नहीं और संपूर्ण हिंदू समाज ने भी ये समझना.
RSS distances from Retake Mandir's campaign. Bhagwat draws the red line, says no need to find shivling in every mosque. Bats for amicable solution for Gyanvapi. After Gyanvapi, Karnataka's Jama Masjid is in the eye of storm now. Hindu groups claim the mosque is on ruins of a Hindu temple. United States slammed for claiming hate crimes against minorities were on the rise in India. It's misleading, says New Delhi, reminds Washington of racial and gun crimes back home. Pushkar Singh Dhami saves the Chief Minister's chair and wins back Uttarakhand's confidence with a thumping by-poll win. His challengers lose their deposits. A minor was gang raped by minor accused in a Mercedes after a pub party in Hyderabad. An AMM leader's son is also linked to the incident. Just a short while ago, Home Minister Amit Shah has held a high-level meeting to review the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir. This crucial meeting comes in the backdrop of a spate of targeted attacks in the Kashmir Valley. Times now has an inside track of the high-level meeting. Now, the centre says that targeted killings are being carried out to disturb peace in the region, while also making it clear that it is not considering the demands of Kashmiri Hindu employees seeking transfer to Jammu. The meeting was now held a day after terrorists killed a bank manager and a brick kiln labourer hailing from Rajasthan as well as one from Bihar. Remember that Kashmiri Hindu employees have been protesting since the killing of Rahul Bhatt, demanding that they be transferred to Jammu. Now, the mother of bank manager Vijay Kumar, who was killed yesterday, is inconsolable. She has recounted her last conversation with her son.
आदरणीय मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी, एलजी मनोज सिन्हा जी, आपसे हमारी एक ही रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज हमारी जान बख्श दीजिए, हमारी जानें बचा लीजिए प्लीज. हम और लाशों को गिरता हुआ नहीं देख सकते. हम थक चुके हैं. हमारे बच्चे, हमारी फैमिली इस टाइम मेंटल ट्रॉमा से गुजर रही है. हम बहुत ज्यादा परेशान हो चुके हैं. बीपी के पेशेंट्स हैं, शुगर पेशेंट्स हैं, हार्ट अटैक आ चुके हैं पेशेंट्स को. अब हम और जानें नहीं गंवा सकते.
मन्ने गेटा मेरा लाल गा दुश्मन बैठे बटे खत्म कर दे सी मेरा बच्चिया ने रे. हाँ मैं आप गयो बेटा के दवा जद का मम्मी 14 महीनों उतरे आऊंगा ये 10 दिन आगे 15 दिन आगे छुट्टी लेके आऊंगा. मम्मी 2 दिन पहली बात करी मन्ने गेटा मेरो लाली चकड़ ले बात करे रे. हो बचिया गदगड़े करा को मेरा लाल रे.
The The high-level meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs in North Block has just come to an end. This is the information coming in at the moment. The high-level meeting on Jammu and Kashmir has now ended. Let's go across to Srinjoy, who's joining us for more on this. Srinjoy, right from the top brass of the army as well as the entire security establishment, we've seen the NSA, the Home Affairs Ministry officials, the Minister himself, all present at this particular meeting. Priyank also joining us on the broadcast. Srinjoy, let me come to you first. Any updates coming in on what really transpired during this meeting? Concern being expressed, of course, on the kind of attempt to destabilize the situation in the Kashmir Valley. What really can we expect in terms of concrete outcomes?
Yes, there are two things, Madhav. The first of all, of course, was a stock taking on what has happened so far. All these killings of Pandits and so on, what the intelligence situation across the line of control and on the line of control is. The third thing that is very worrying is that the Amarnath Yatra is going to start very shortly. And again, that could be a target as well. So these are issues that have been taken into account. It's not just the Army Chief, not just the NSA. Everybody is going to be involved in it. I saw the Secretary of Information and Broadcasting, the Secretary of Civil Aviation, other secretaries also involved in these discussions, because a sort of holistic approach is going to be taken about this entire process, about these attacks and what could happen in the near future. Naturally, the Home Minister is involved, the NSA is involved, the Army Chief was here, he has just left. So have a number of these top paramilitary force officials who are also here. Many of them have left, but some of the other work remains to be done. We just saw the INB Secretary come in just now. So naturally, the messaging also has to be kept in mind. A variety of things have to be discussed. Several issues. One, of course, the security issue. People across the line of control. How many people, where, and so on. The second thing is what can be done to protect people on the ground. The Kashmiri Pandits, BJP workers, other political workers, panchayat leaders, all these people, what can be done to save them? That's the second point. The third, the Amarnath Yatra is coming. What are you going to do now? So there will be many more targets. So all these things have been discussed in the meeting.
All right, very, very important. The Amarnath Yatra certainly, of course, is one very important annual event which all eyes would be on. But let me get in a quick sense from Priyank. Priyank, as Srinjoy was telling us, it's not just the security establishment. It is, in fact, the secretaries of other ministries like the Information and Broadcasting and the Civil Aviation Ministry who are, in fact, present at this particular meeting. Any word coming in from what really will be the announcement? Is there any press conference scheduled? Is there any announcement scheduled following this particular meeting?
See, Madhav, we have the agenda, meetings of the agenda, which was, discussed earlier, that what could be the possible pointers which will be briefed to these all these stakeholders who were responsible to take care of the security and situation in the valley. But what since we have got to know that the government is certainly not in, in a position or in a mood to shift all these officials who are the Kashmiri Pandits from these locations, but for sure they will be given a suitable posting as far as the government is concerned, because the manner in which the Pakistan and ISIS is trying to eye on every development which is happening in the country, which can be propagated in the international atmosphere in a negative manner, the government is certainly not going to take that kind of chances. For that, Manoj Sinha, the Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, was also present here. We saw in a short while from now he is expected to come out. Let's see that whether he'll talk or not. But Manoj Sinha was here at 12 noon until 2. He had a brief discussion with the Raw Chief as well as the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir regarding what are the possible pointers on which these senior members of all the core team can be briefed on. And when the meeting started at 3 p.m, basic pointers were briefed to all these stakeholders who are responsible for the providing safety and security. Very interesting videos have come out from here, Madhav, where we saw that how NSA was talking with the Army Chief, and later to that when Samant Goel, the Raw Chief came out, he was also having a separate discussion with the heads of CRPF and CISF, because these are the important stakeholders, Madhav, who have been keeping a close watch on every development which is happening. The most important thing which we are expecting here is a statement to come out from Manoj Sinha himself, because he is the one who has spoken to those Kashmiri people. He is the one who has
stay with us, Priyank and Srijoy. We'll come back to you for more developments as and when they come through as far as this story is concerned. But listen to the reactions coming in, because the killing of Hindus has also sparked a massive political war. While opposition has slammed the centre for failing to provide security to Kashmiri Hindus, the BJP has vowed that terrorists won't be spared.
मुझे तो लगता है कि अब वक्त आ गया है, कश्मीर फाइल्स जिन्होंने पिक्चर बनाई उनको कश्मीर फाइल्स 2 की शूटिंग शुरू कर देनी चाहिए कि किस प्रकार भाजपा सरकार ने सन 2022 में कश्मीरी पंडितों को ठगा है, कश्मीरी पंडितों की पीठ पे छुरा मारा है, किस तरह उनके विश्वासघात किया है। अगर कश्मीर में सुख अमन चैन चाहिए, अगर कश्मीरी पंडितों को दोबारा बसाना है तो उनको ध्यान राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा पे रखना चाहिए, कानूनी व्यवस्था पे रखना चाहिए, आतंकवाद को खत्म करने पे रखना चाहिए, ना कि पिक्चरों की प्रमोशन, पाखंडी राष्ट्रवाद, जुमले और ये जो एक वन लाइनर के ये जो स्लोगन चलाते हैं उन पे नहीं देना चाहिए।
आज आपकी सरकार केंद्र में है, कश्मीरी पंडितों की सुरक्षा करने के बजाय, उस पर चिंता करने के बजाय आपकी सारी चिंता विपक्ष के नेताओं को कैसे फंसाया जाएगा इस काम में लगी हुई है। उनको आपके इन बैठकों की नौटंकी नहीं चाहिए, बैठकों के बाद आपके लंबे चौड़े भाषण नहीं चाहिए। कश्मीरी पंडितों को सुरक्षा चाहिए, अमित शाह जी, सुरक्षा। आप बैठकों का ड्रामा करके, बड़ी बड़ी बातें करके देश को एक नहीं अनेक बार गुमराह कर चुके।
एक भी आतंकवादी, एक भी आतंकवादी बख्शा नहीं जाएगा। जिसके हाथ में हथियार हैं, जिसने भारत की नागरिकों पर हमला किया है, वो बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, उसे जल्द ही कब्र में पहुंचाएंगे। ये नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार है, ये बिरयानी नहीं खिलाती आतंकवादियों को, उन्हें कब्र में पहुंचाती है।
All right, let's take this across to our guest joining us. Colonel Denny, retired defense analyst, is with us. We also have with us Ashwini Handa, who's a senior Congress leader in Jammu and Kashmir. But let me begin with Dr. Ramesh Raina, president of the All India Kashmiri Samaj. Dr. Ramesh Raina, certainly a very, very disturbing situation where we are seeing visuals of dozens of families that have been forced to flee from the Kashmir Valley and are moving towards Jammu. They are, of course, demanding, including the government employees, that they be transferred to Jammu. But really, the big question is, what can we expect in terms of concrete action from the government at this point of time, because clearly the killings are continuing on a day-to-day basis?
First of all, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak from this platform. The situation this time is a crisis situation. It's not a normal law and order situation. It's not normal terrorism, or it's not normal military action. See, it is a jihad. It is a jihadi terrorism going on in the valley of Kashmir. And the most expected of the government, administration and others is that they have to take concrete steps, confidence building measures, and also to instill a sense of security and in the minority community of Kashmiri Pandits. A small minority of 6,000 Kashmiri Pandits there are suffering from a deep sense of threat perception. Not only that, let me go a few notches higher up. It is a war against the state of India. Therefore, It is the state of India and the might of India which is at stake. The question is that whatever has been done today, we appreciate it. But a first question from my side is that is it enough to instill the confidence in the threat-stricken Kashmiri Pandit minorities who are leaving? Because if we allow them to leave because of insecurity, it is a great setback to the whole process that was initiated on 5th August 2019 when Kashmir was integrated with the rest of the country as a normal state.
Well, absolutely.
Not only that.
Absolutely. Yeah, okay. Complete your point. Complete your point. Quickly, sir.
Well-oiled past constituency in the valley of Kashmir, thriving, living and kicking. Not only that, we have a well-oiled anti-India constituency, thriving, speaking.
Well, let me quickly bring in Ashwini Handa on that note. Ashwini Handa, certainly you can ask questions of the government. The government is accountable. There is no doubt about it that the government has to answer. There is a high-level meeting happening in the national capital as well. But what about those who have been in complete denial about the existence of the genocide? What exactly is happening now, sir? And how can anyone justify what is happening to Kashmiri Pandits now in the Kashmir Valley?
माधव, बात ऐसे है कि जिस तरह से सरकार ने शांति का गुब्बारा फुलाया था ना, उसकी पूरी तरह से हवा निकल चुकी है, वो फट चुका है। और आज जिस तरह की स्थितियां कश्मीर के अंदर बनी हैं, उसकी जिम्मेदार मौजूदा सरकार है। और सरकार सिर्फ चाय पे चर्चा, संवेदनाएं और चेतावनियों से आगे नहीं बढ़ पाई है पिछले 8 सालों में। पाकिस्तान को चेतावनी और उसके बाद फिर वही टाइम किल करने का जो है वो कार्यक्रम किया जाता है। सच्चाई है कि आज कश्मीर के अंदर जिस तरीके से कश्मीरी पंडितों और गैर कश्मीरियों का हत्याएं हो रही हैं, उसकी जिम्मेदार सरकार है, सरकार की गलत नीतियां हैं। आज जो आतंकवादी पहले पुलिस और सेना से लड़ता था, वो आज सीधा उन लोगों को निशाना बना रहा है जो गैर कश्मीरी है, या गैर जो है वो हिंदू हैं, जहाँ गैर और किसी मजहब से आए हुए हैं, प्रवासी मजदूर है। तो ये शिफ्ट का कारण जो है वो मिलिटेंसी का जो है वो लोगों पे आना, ये इस बात का सूचक है कि सरकार पूरी तरह से फेल हो चुकी है। जो 317 हटाया गया और उसके बाद लोगों को इनसिक्योरिटी और आइडेंटिटी की चिंता सताने लगी, और उसकी वजह से आज जो निशाना बनाया जा रहा है कश्मीरी पंडितों को, वो एक ही कारण है कि
लेकिन अश्विनी जी, ये भी लोग कहेंगे कि जो टेररिस्ट ये कर रहे हैं, क्या ये टेररिस्ट टारगेट हिंदुओं को इसलिए नहीं कर रहे क्योंकि उनके धर्म के आधार पर टारगेट किया जा रहा है? एंड लेट मी ब्रिंग इन कर्नल डेनी। तो फिर क्या है सर ये?
देखिए, सुनिए, अगर धर्म के आधार पर किया जाता तो फिर वो मुस्लिम पुलिस वालों को नहीं मारते, मुस्लिम
तो उन मुस्लिम पुलिस वालों को और उन मुसलमानों को मारा जा रहा है जो भारत के सपोर्ट में बात करते हैं। ये काफी क्लियर है।
देखिए, मैं यही आपको समझाना चाहता हूं और देश को समझाना चाहता हूं कि आज मिलिटेंसी का जो मोडस ऑपरेंडी है वो चेंज हो गया है। पहले वो पुलिस और सेना से लड़ता था, अब सीधा जो है।
Let me bring in Colonel Dini. Colonel Dini, modus operandi has changed. Here is a person who is refusing to acknowledge or at least call out a spade for a spade.
Absolutely, Madhav. At the outset, my thoughts are with those innocent, harmless, weaponless people who have been brutally killed at the behest of some cowards across the border. Now, there is no doubt that there is a systematic plan being unleashed in Kashmir for creating such kind of unrest, and we knew that this was going to come. Why? The reasons are many. The first and the foremost reason was that nothing spectacular happened after Article 370 was abolished. Everybody expected a Sailab coming into Kashmir. Nothing happened. There was a relative peace. For the last, the tourist season this year, which is the report which is showing, is that for the last 10 years, this is the highest number of tourists which are coming back. There is the plans for development in Kashmir is all over the globe. The media is, we know what all is happening. So therefore, there was a pressure on the people in Pakistan who are handling Kashmir affairs to show something, to make it, to give a semblance that there is no peace and the Kashmir issue is still on the boil. So we knew that this was happening, and this was just waiting to happen, just for the summers to come through. So and it happened, and the system of targeting Hindus or non-locals is very clear. It is not this. They are firing at Hindus or Kashmiri Pandits in Kashmir. But the target is to create communal disharmony across other areas in India. So it's very clear. The moment the Kashmiris or the non-Kashmiris Muslims are being targeted in the valley, this will have a repercussions in other parts of India. And that is exactly what is the plan. It is not restricted to whatever is happening in Kashmir Valley. It has deeper repercussions, and that is the plan which we must not fall. I saw the political reactions coming in, which is natural. I mean, these political reactions coming in, but we should not miss out on this bigger picture and the bigger game plan which is being played.
The government is accountable. I think that is also a larger picture. Certainly, if the violence may be perpetrated from across the border, but Dr. Ramesh Raina, at the end of the day, the government also has to, at some level, accept responsibility, because law and order and the fact that there is a central appointee at as the LG over there in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, this certainly is going to raise some serious questions as to how, under such a situation where a BJP government is concerned, and you're seeing the opposition reactions coming in, where they're squarely putting this at the doorstep of the centre.
See, we don't totally condone government. You see, the government has to take onus of what is happening at the moment. But the hard fact of the story is that it is a civil society and civil society institutions which have to come up, which have to rise to the occasion. Imagine if a terrorist was gunned down, even if now, if a terrorist is gunned down, lakhs of people join his mourning and they offer floral tributes to that dead body. But imagine, so many people have been killed. How many people came and rose to the occasion and you see thronged the street, and they ought to have condemned what happened to Kashmiri Pandit minorities, but they did not do it. Therefore, the large onus of protecting Kashmiri Pandit minorities lies on the civil society and civil society institutions. If they don't rise to the occasion, that means that there is a crisis of secularism in the Valley of Kashmir, because the secularism in the Valley of Kashmir means majoritarian will. You must please remember this very hard fact. Kashmir politics was J&K politics was Kashmir-centric and Kashmir-specific.
Well, that may be changing. That may be changing. But the point is, at the end of the day, there are larger issues over here. And certainly, of course, we expect that all those involved in the security establishment will ensure the safety and security of Kashmiri Hindus and those from outside the state as well who are currently working and living in the Kashmir Valley. I'd like to thank Colonel Dini, Ashwini Handa and Dr. Ramesh Raina for joining us. Moving on to another top focus story at this hour. Now, this is a rape shocker coming in from Hyderabad, where a case has been registered after a minor girl was allegedly raped in a Mercedes car. Times Now has now accessed the party list of all attendees of the party. We also spoke to the manager of the pub, who confirmed that the victim attended the party and left with some minor boys. He also added that he did not see anyone forcing the girl to sit inside the car.
On 28th of May, a minor girl was gang raped. Right now we are standing in the Jubilee Hills police station, and in this jurisdiction this incident has reported, and later the victim's father has approached the Jubilee Hills police station stating that her daughter was taken to Amnesia pub by her two friends, and they later sexually assaulted. But police have immediately lodged a case, and also investigation has been begun, and a preliminary investigation has stated that there are 4 to 5 minors who are involved in this case, and actually she was brought to the Amnesia pub, and later her two friends have left the pub, and she met then around 4 to 5 minor boys. Actually, we can also see it in the CCTV footage. Then later they have lured her and taken her, and we can also clearly see here the car is seized by the police, and this is suspected that in this car the gang rape has happened, and police said that there are 4 to 5 minors who have lured her, taken her from the pub, and while the car was on move, the rape has occurred. The rape has has happened, and police said that there are several angles emerged, and also they are investigating into MIM MLA's son who was in the car at the preliminary stage before the rape has reported. So they are also investigating that whether MIM MLA's son is involved in the gang rape or not, and whether the 3-4 other minors, whether what exactly happened, and when did the incident happen, and what was the exact time. These all things are being investigated as of now, and these 4 minors, they are right now absconding, and police said that they'll be nabbed very soon. With Vijay Kiran Swamit for Times Now.
Actually, we got booking like 150 members. They are from college freshers party, and we provide them like food and soft drink mocktails, and we provide them one of dedicated place with the 3 to 4 bouncer like security, and we're not serving any single % of alcohol. In that floor, there is no alcohol at all.
According to the police, the minor girl went to a pub along with 2 of her friends. After they had left, the girl was taken out in a Mercedes vehicle by 5 other minor boys. Now, the incident, as per the family, took place on the 28th of May, and the cops are in process of identifying these accused. Sources have told Times Now that an AIMM MLA's son is also being investigated in the case. Cops are probing if the politician's son was also present in the car when the alleged rape took place.
जो मामला है इस पर आयोग ने संज्ञान लिया है और हम वहाँ के पुलिस कमिश्नर को नोटिस कर रहे हैं। हम साथ साथ डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट को भी नोटिस कर रहे हैं और उनसे एक डिटेल्ड एक्शन टेकन रिपोर्ट मांग रहे हैं। हमने उनको कहा है कि बच्चे की वेलबींग, बच्चे का प्रोटेक्शन दोनों इंश्योर करिए, CWC के सामने बच्चे को प्रोड्यूस करिए, बच्चे का स्टेटमेंट कराइए, 164 के स्टेटमेंट की कॉपी हमको 164 के स्टेटमेंट के बेसिस पे आगे की कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित करिए, और कोई भी दोषी बच ना पाए ये तय करने का काम आयोग करेगा।
And with that, we're slipping into a very quick break. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो उस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया, या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं, तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है, जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत है वो तो लोगों को सबको मालूम है, और यही तो दुख लगता है कि आपको चापलूसी करने का टाइम मिल रहा है लेकिन यहाँ के लोकल मुद्दे पर उनसे बात करने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा।
नहीं तो चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है ये तो खुलकर बताइए।
देखिए सबको मालूम है, अब उसमें बताने की क्या बात है ना विकास जी।
नहीं आपने नाम नहीं लिखा तो मैं पूछ रही हूँ।
नेता कौन है? दिल्ली से कौन आता है नेता?
दिल्ली से बहुत सारे आते होंगे, किसकी बात कर रहे हैं? नाम तो बताइए।
राष्ट्रीय नेता तो वही है, राहुल जी आते होंगे गुजरात, उनके लिए सब व्यवस्था होती होगी।
अच्छा तो वो उनके लिए अलग मेन्यू होता है चिकन सैंडविच का?
बिल्कुल, पार्टी के सब यहाँ के लोकल नेता होते बस उसी में व्यस्त रहते हैं। अगर मुद्दों पे व्यस्त रहे होते तो राहुल जी की एक एक बात गुजरात की जनता के मुद्दों के आधार पे होती। सिर्फ उद्योग और रफाल और मोदी जी को गाली देने पर नहीं रहती, सिर्फ कभी मुद्दे पर कभी समाधान पर बात हुई नहीं हुई।
तो हार्दिक पटेल जी मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि मोदी जी के खिलाफ तो आप।
वेलकम, यू वाचिंग ब्रेकिंग ग्राउंड विद मी प्रिया बहल। फर्स्ट ऑफ द टॉप स्टोरीज। As targeted killings force Hindus to leave the valley, Amit Shah reviews security strategy in a top-level meeting amidst criticism over failure to stop targeted killings. Punjab Sarkar Murdabad! Punjab Sarkar Murdabad! Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann visits Musewala's village under huge security cover amidst protest by locals. Mansa villagers ask why was Musewala's security withdrawn.
पंजाब सरकार, पंजाब के मुख्यमंत्री ऑलरेडी कह चुके हैं कि पूरी कोशिश जारी है और हम विश्वास दिलाते हैं कि दोषियों को पकड़ के कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे।
A day after Aam Aadmi Party government promised to restore the security of 424 VIPs, Saurabh Bharadwaj justifies a security downgrade, claims a lot of people use security to look like VIPs. Times now closes the loop on movement of Musewala's killers. One video trace Bolero used in ambush in Haryana days before murder. Other shows them escaping in an alto after the murder. Shocking insult to Hindu gods. Slogans insulting Lord Krishna and Ayappa raised in a rally organized by Dravid Kadagam, VCK and the left. Onus now on Stalin government to act.
हर मस्जिद में शिवलिंग क्यों देखना? पूजा अलग है इसलिए अपना हित अलग है, ऐसा मानना नहीं, और संपूर्ण हिंदू समाज ने भी ये समझना।
RSS distances itself from reclaimed temples movement. Bhagwat draws red line, says no need to find shivling in every mosque but backs Gyan Vapi case resolution in court. After Gyan Vapi, Karnataka's Jamia Masjid is now in the eye of a storm. Hindu groups claim mosque built on the ruins of a Hanuman temple. United States slammed for claiming hate crimes against minorities were on the rise in India. It's misleading, says New Delhi. Reminds Washington of racial and gun crimes back home. Pushkar Singh Dhami saves the Chief Minister's chair and wins back Uttarakhand's confidence with a thumping by-poll victory. His challenger loses deposit. A minor was gang-raped by accused who also were minors in a Mercedes after a pub party in Hyderabad. An AIMIM leader's son linked to incident. Developments coming in from Karnataka, where Mandya is on the edge. Remember, after Gyan Vapi, Hindu activists have been seeking permission to pray at a Tipu Sultan era mosque in Karnataka. VHP had demanded permission to offer prayers. There's massive deployment of police before that movement was planned for tomorrow. Ahead of that, the prayers that are being organized by the VHP, now government has imposed prohibitory orders in the area. This dispute is around what devotees, the Hindu activists, are claiming was a Hanuman temple that stood inside the Sri Rangapatna fort. Jamia Masjid Mosque, according to them, was built there during the reign of Tipu Sultan, but houses images of Lord Hanuman. My colleague Deepak Boharna now joins us from the ground. Deepak, I believe the DC has reached the ground to assess the situation there?
Yes, Priya, we're standing here in Srirangpatna outside the Jamia Masjid. This is, of course, an ASI declared monument. You can see the structure that's behind me. You can see the two minars. This is the entire masjid complex inside. This is the front wall of the masjid complex. This entire area, of course, is protected by the Archaeological Survey of India. The DC, the SP were here a while ago to review the entire situation, the security arrangements as well, because the VHP, of course, planned to carry out a massive march towards this particular masjid. You can see a lot of barricades that have been put around this particular area as well, just as a precautionary measure. In this entire place, prohibitory orders have, of course, been issued, and it starts from tonight. It will continue till Sunday. Now, I'm going to walk you through this entire complex to tell you about some of the, issues that have been raked up by the VHP and several other right-wing organizations. Now, firstly, they say that this is a historical monument protected by the Archaeological Survey of India, and they say that, inside this particular area, madrasa is being operated. Students are staying in this particular area, which they say is illegal. Now, if you take a look at some of these windows that you're seeing, these are all rooms that have been, makeshift rooms of sorts where students stay inside. The ones who, of course, come here to study in the madrasas, they have been staying here for quite some time. And you can see some of the contentions is that pillars like this, now they say these pillars resemble that of a temple. They're saying that during the time of Tipu Sultan, this was a Hanuman temple which was razed down, which was destroyed, and then this particular Jamia Masjid was built here. And they're saying that now it should be restored to its original state. People should be allowed to offer prayers. They're also alleging the people who are occupying this place from inside are also destroying some of the idols and other religious structures inside. I have a person who comes here to the masjid very often. आप बता सकते हैं कि आप कितने साल से ये मस्जिद आ रहे हो, और आप बता सकते हैं कि मदरसा कितने साल से चल रहा है यहाँ पर?
वो तो पैदाइश से मैं देख रहा हूँ. ओके. पैदाइश से मैं कितने 24 आवर पैदाइश डेट है मेरा, उस वक्त से देख रहा हूँ मैं.
ओके. और आप यहाँ मदरसा में आपने भी पढ़ाई की है?
यहाँ पे तो नहीं किया, मैं बेंगलोर में किया.
ओके. यहाँ पर जो कंटेंशन है अभी आपको तो पता होगा.
मैं थोड़ा इसमें जा रहा हूँ.
ओके. लेकिन अभी भी यहाँ पर मदरसा तो
चल रहा है
और बच्चे भी यहाँ पर ही रहते हैं. और बहुत सारे एलिगेशंस आ रहे हैं कि जो अंदर जो जगह है वहाँ पर लोग ये जो हिंदू स्ट्रक्चर्स हैं उसको तोड़ रहे हैं. ये सब थोड़े एलिगेशंस कर रहे हैं VHP वाले. इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
उसके बारे में तो मैं क्या नहीं बोल सकता.
हाँ. और आप इधर प्रेयर के लिए आए थे?
जी, प्रेयर के लिए आए.
Well, he has come here to offer namaz at the Jamia Masjid. Several people, of course, locally come here on a regular basis to offer namaz. You can see right now officials from the police department are here. There are officials from the Archaeological Survey of India as well who are here. They've, of course, closed the gates. We did have access inside. You can see now also, even now you can see some of the students still walking around inside this particular area. And like I mentioned, right as soon as you enter this particular area, the portico towards the left and the right are the places where the students stay here after their the classes in the madrasas are complete. They stay in these rooms as well, which the Vishwa Hindu Parishad is raising objections to. They're also demanding a detailed survey of this area needs to be done, and this place should be restored to the original temple, right, which they say the Hanuman temple that existed here. It still prevails inside, and they're saying the people should be allowed to pray once again.
Yeah, it clearly seems to be a very sensitive matter. They have approached the authorities seeking permission to offer prayers as well as starting a movement. You've spoken to the policemen who are also on guard to avoid any law and order situation in the area. Let's listen in.
If few organizations have given call for Srirangapatna Chalo, and that is on 4th of June, tomorrow. And the Taluk administration has already imposed prohibitory orders in that area, and our job is to ensure that the prohibitory orders are executed properly. Police department is working on that. While the issue is a bit sensitive, as you all know, and we have to be very 100% ready for it. So our department is working towards that, and there has been no permission granted to anybody there to hold rallies or protests or anything as per the prohibitory order issued by the Tahsildar Srirangapatna, and that will be enforced in letter and spirit.
Tell us the kind of security arrangements. Of course, the SP did brief us, but as far as the ASI is concerned, their claims are concerned, there's a lot of controversy that still goes on here. If you could give us some details, ma'am, about, the impending situation here at the Jamia Masjid.
See, as far as the memorandum is concerned, we have already forwarded it to the Bangalore ASI, and they have in turn forwarded it to the Delhi ASI. So till we get any reports from there, I cannot comment about the memorandum.
Okay, the VHP claims that, the madrasa that's being, the classes that's going on for the students of the madrasa, that's something that's illegal. Action should be initiated against that. They're also claiming that temple-like structures inside are being destroyed, and the district administration is not looking into this, and the ASI as well is keeping their eyes shut. What do you have to say about that?
See, as I've already clearly mentioned, till we get a report from the ASI, I cannot comment about the status of it.
And yesterday, from the Tahsildar, there was a 144 section order that was issued, in which the masjid was named as a temple. Why was that a faux pas? What was it?
She has issued a corrected version.
Why was it in the first place? Why was it mentioned?
It was a mistake from her side, but they have issued a clarification.
Okay, as far as tomorrow's security arrangements are concerned, if you could give us some details about that.
We have already issued section 144, which will be in place from today evening 6 o'clock till day after tomorrow morning afternoon 12 o'clock. We have also issued liquor ban, which will be in place from today evening till day after tomorrow morning.
Thank you so much.
Also, we've placed the state district reserve as well as the state reserve has been stationed here. Okay. So everything is under control.
Right, and as far as the VHP is concerned, they continue to maintain that they are going to go ahead with the protest. So have you given any special instructions to the police department in terms of how to handle that situation?
See, we will not be allowing anyone within the city limits, because 144 we have already passed 144 order as long as the city limits are concerned. Okay. But outside the city limits, if they want, they were asking us that they want to come and meet us and give a memorandum, which is okay.
I remember when some of the right-wing organizations gave you a letter with regard to this, you've written to the Archaeological Survey of India quite some time ago. Any sort of response that's coming from them with regard to the situation?
No, so far we have not got any reply from the ASI. I have personally spoken with the Bangalore office, so they said that they are awaiting reply from the Delhi office.
Reactions coming in from the Muslim side now. They have rejected VHP and Hindu activists' request to offer prayers around and in the masjid. They are saying that this mosque was built 235 years ago and any survey of this area will not be acceptable.
Actually, this monument is maintained by Archaeological Survey of India. The owners of it's under the Waqf Board. It is maintained by Archaeological Survey of India. As per the Archaeological Survey's rules, after 1957, prior to 1957, what all the activities has been going on, it should be continued here. Madrasa is not unauthorized. It is authorized madrasa run by Tipu Sultan Waqf Estate.
When you say you don't entertain, you will not entertain any sort of survey, you're saying?
Yeah, we will not entertain that. We will go as per the Places of Worship Act after 1947, what all is there. If it is a temple, it should be continued as a temple. If it is a mosque, it should be continued as a mosque. That's all.
Right. This Deepak comes even as there is already a controversy around the survey that was ordered by the court in Gyanvapi. In view of that, how is the administration deciding to deal with this matter in Mandya?
Well, as far as the survey is concerned, now that's probably the next leg. If the pro-Hindu organizations here decide to take it up in court, and if there is a order from court that comes in or from the ASI that comes in, because this property belongs to them. Let me in fact now show you, like I was mentioning earlier, there have the contention from the pro-Hindu organizations is that this place is being used as a madrasa. Even now you can see several young students who are studying at the madrasa who are inside this particular complex. Now this is the objection that they're raising, that an archaeological monument should not be used for any other purpose other than for it to be protected in the manner that it should be, and probably for people to come here and pay a visit to this particular area. So, apart from this, like I mentioned, you can see this door here, you can see the pillars around as well. The objections that they're raising is these pillars and some of the architecture inside suggests that it's of Hindu religious nature. They're saying this as well is slowly being destroyed, and they're hoping that the police files a FIR as well. So these are all the allegations that's coming in from the VHP, apart from demanding a survey. That's the reason they're carrying out this entire Srirangpatna Chalo tomorrow, because of which prohibitory orders are in place in the district.
Right. Deepak, you were talking about ASI officials also being present at the site right now. Now, we know that Archaeological Survey of India manages this building. What do they have to say about Hindu sites' contention that madrasas cannot be allowed inside?
Well, as far as ASI here is concerned, like the DC was pointing out as well, whatever answers need to be given officially has to be given from Delhi is the official word.
Right. In fact, Deepak, I'll have to interject you because we've got some breaking developments coming in from Hyderabad, and this is the rape case of a minor in which the developments are being reported. Now, the MLA's son, the MLA who's linked to AIMIM, is now being questioned in the rape case. His involvement is being probed. Remember, this case has been reported from Hyderabad, where after a party, a minor girl was raped, gang raped, in fact, is what has been established in her medical report. 4 to 5 minors are suspected to be involved in this, and an MLA's son's role was also under the scanner. Now, AIMIM MLA's son is being questioned in the rape case of a minor in Hyderabad. These are the details that we are getting right now. We'll try and get in touch with our colleague. This was a young girl who had gone out to party and had ended up being raped. It happened over the weekend. The case only came to fore later because the girl was said to be in trauma. Somit, my colleague, joins us for more details. Over to you, Somit.
Well, finally the police are arriving on the conclusion because after finally 4 or 5 days, we can say, the questioning has begun and the investigation has begun, and more than 10 special teams have been formed to nab the minors who are involved in this gang rape. And actually 5 minors have taken this minor girl. We can say she was lured by these 5 minors at the pub, and we also have accessed the exclusive CCTV footage in which it can be clearly seen that they are taking this victim girl along with them, and later they have consumed alcohol, and then later they have gang raped her. And finally, the police also noticed that MIM MLA's son was also in the car before the rape has reported, and later hearing that the police are now questioning and also investigating that his angle, whether he's involved.
What was his exact role in this crime, or was he not involved, will come to light once the probe is complete. Thank you, Somit, for joining us. Time for us to take a very quick break.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic.
Developments coming in Moosewala murder probe case. Now a BJP leader has approached the Supreme Court calling for the case to be transferred to the CBI. Now BJP leader Jagjit Singh Milkha has filed a petition with the Supreme Court and he has leveled several serious allegations on the Punjab government. He has said that the security of the singer was removed just a day before he was ambushed and killed, and therefore law and order situation in Punjab cannot be trusted, nor can the police be trusted with an investigation that is going to give justice to the family. Therefore, he wants the case to be transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. He has filed a plea in the Supreme Court. He has said that there is a lot of fear in Punjab after this murder and the Supreme Court must take note of this. The basic rights of people in Punjab are being violated. Law and order situation as well as security and safety of people is facing threats. It is a PIL that he has filed after Moosewala's murder. And he is questioning Punjab government. The plea says that the way the government publicized the fact that Moosewala's security has been pruned and that eventually led to his murder, and that is why Punjab police must not be trusted with an investigation into the matter. For more details on this, I'm now joined by Harish. Harish, what are some other objections that have been raised by this petitioner while he calls for CBI to probe into the matter?
Yes, that's right, Priya. BJP leader from Punjab, Jagjit Singh, has filed a plea in the Supreme Court seeking a CBI probe. He submitted that there is a storm of fear and terror in the state of Punjab, which warrants interference by the Supreme Court as fundamental rights of entire population of Punjab have been jeopardized at large. He also submits that the case involves not only interstate but also international crime syndicates. This is very important, and it is expedient in the interest of justice if the investigation related to the present FIR is transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Also submits that the brutal murder of Moosewala is a glaring example where the conscience of the community as large has been shocked, and the people of Punjab are confident that no effective investigation will be done by the state. So a central agency like CBI has to be given transferred the probe.
Right.
So
thank you, Harish, for joining us with your inputs. We move on to some other stories that made headlines across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has kick-started UP Investor Summit in state capital Lucknow. Addressing the event, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that Uttar Pradesh will show the route to nation's growth.
आपके हर प्रयास में आपके साथ होंगे और हर कदम पर आपका साथ देंगे। आप पूरे उत्साह से उत्तर प्रदेश की विकास यात्रा में शामिल हो। उत्तर प्रदेश के भविष्य का निर्माण आपके भविष्य को भी उज्जवल बनाएगा।
उत्तर प्रदेश में उनका निवेश न केवल सुरक्षित होगा, बल्कि उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार की नीतियों के अंतर्गत उन्हें हर प्रकार का संरक्षण भी प्राप्त होगा। आप सबको मैं उत्तर प्रदेश पर विश्वास व्यक्त करने के लिए हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं।
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has sent out a message to Europe for being silent on several issues. Speaking at the GLOB-SEC forum, he said that Europe must grow out of their mindset in order to resolve global issues.
This is the construct you are trying to impose on me, and I don't accept it. I mean, I don't think it's necessary for me to join this axis or not, and if I'm not joining this, I must be with the other one. I don't accept it. But I think I'm entitled to have my own side. I'm entitled to weigh my own interests, make my own choices.
The Indian government has hit back at the United States over the claims that hate crimes against minorities are on the rise in India. Government has said that remarks made by the US Secretary of State officials are ill-informed and also reminded Washington of racial and gun crimes back home. That's all that we could pack for you in this broadcast, but do not go anywhere, because on the other side we show you never before seen videos of men who killed singer Sidhu Moosewala.
Times now. Action begins here.
explosive exclusive with me, Rahul Shivshankar, and we begin this show with what appears to be the images, the first images ever of the alleged killers of Sidhu Moosewala, the singer who was shot dead just a few days ago. Now, these pictures, viewers, have been accessed by Times Now, and we have deliberately put a patch on the eye so that the identity of these people is not disclosed to the wider public, given the fact that these individuals are still out there and could, of course, be innocent. But the fact is, our sources have told us that these are the individuals that carried out the dastardly killing. And it's pretty obvious when you look at the number plate of this Bolero car. Which gang they belong to, who they might exactly be, is still up for conjecture. But these are the first images purportedly of the alleged killers of Sidhu Moosewala. That Bolero car is the one, its number plate ends in 4 numerals. And if you compare closely the numerals on the back of the photos that we have accessed, and if we just scroll down a little lower on the picture, viewers, you'll be able to see the last 3 numbers of the car and compare it to the pictures that we have from CCTV. And again, the number plate, the numbers are exactly the same. Are these the people that suspect Lawrence Bishnoi say are the ones who pulled the trigger multiple number of times to brutally assassinate Sidhu Moosewala, to kill him in cold blood? We don't know, viewers, but this is what sources in the police are telling Times Now. Police officials have also told Times Now that Bishnoi has revealed that Goldie Brar was one of the gang members who conspired and executed the killing of Moosewala, but has not yet disclosed the names of other associates who were the real conspirators and executioners. So they are the ones, the hitmen, theoretically, who pulled the trigger. I want to go straight across to Gurpreet as well as the newsroom to get a better hand of these pictures. But first to you, Gurpreet. Gurpreet, these pictures coming from your police sources, significant moment in the hunt for those who have killed Sidhu Moosewala.
Well, yes, of course, these are the first time pictures, and only Times Now is able to access these pictures where we can show little bit identity of these shooters who are traveling in this Bolero car. We have seen this Bolero car is the same car, and since that day after murder, we have seen Bolero car was carrying all the arms and ammunition. So more leads are coming in this case, and since morning we have got one CCTV camera footage from Fatehabad, where we have seen 4 days before this murder, this same Bolero was spotted there. And interestingly, this number is the fake registration number, and since first day we have been reporting about all these things because we were the only channel who were able to get the real name plates and after number plates, and after that we were able to catch the real owner of this vehicle, that number plate which was inside. So things are getting more clear. What we have learned from the police sources, one guy from this Fatehabad, he has already been detained by the police, and during the preliminary investigation and questioning of that person, they have learned these all the shooters, they were in Fatehabad, that is a few kilometers away from Mansa, and the route which we have already been showing from Budlada towards Mansa, that is the same route they had followed to get entry in Punjab side. So these pictures are very, very important, very, very crucial evidence for the police investigation also. And the first time what we have learned from the police sources, the top police sources, they say it seems that these gangs are active in Sonipat area of Haryana, and they are trying to establish their identity so that the more leads will be taken from them and they will be able to expose the whole conspiracy. We were saying, we were telling, and each and every CCTV footage we are showing to our viewers that how Sidhu Moosewala car was tailed by these people, and we had multiple videos which we have shown to our viewers. But today we are exposing this conspiracy. The entry of this Bolero vehicle had got from Haryana side. So first day we have been saying that interstate gang involved in this whole
let me just put out
killing
what
of
PTI has been telling us, sourcing official police. They've been saying, viewers, and this is PTI reports, that gangster Lawrence Bishnoi has told investigators that his gang's members, including Canada-based Goldie Brar, conspired, planned and killed Sidhu Moosewala. However, he has not given up the names of the actual shooters, the men who pulled the trigger. Are these the same men? That's the fundamental question. But first, is this footage accurate, Priya?
Right. So we've got a series of footages, Rahul, that establish that even though the man who claims to have organized everything is sitting in Vancouver, Goldie Brar, you mentioned him, it was meticulously planned. The latest images that Gurpreet has managed to access actually shows you the faces of the people who attacked and shot indiscriminately at the Thar that Sidhu Moosewala was in that day. Remember, the post-mortem report that we accessed yesterday had said that as many as 40 bullets were fired at the vehicle. 19 bullet injuries were sustained to the body, most of them to the right hand side. Just goes on to show how brutal were the murderers. Now we've got their faces. We are only showing them partially. Times Now had also got access to CCTV footages from Haryana, from Fatehpur, where these cars were coming from 4 days before the shooting took place. We also managed to track down the criminals who had escaped to Uttarakhand. Remember, they were trying to mix with the devotees over there, the pilgrims over there. They wanted to mingle with the crowds to escape being nabbed by the police. So now this particular case is spread across at least 3 states. It is in Punjab, it has got traces to Haryana, it has traces to Uttarakhand, and which is why now there are also requests being made by leaders from the BJP. They have approached the Supreme Court saying that because it is an interstate gang as well as has international links, it should be probed by the CBI.
Where are these pictures from? What is the location? Do we have any confirmation on this, Priya?
Right. So as Gurpreet was telling us, these images are from Fatehabad. This is the Bolero that was housing the attackers as it was moving towards Punjab, because Fatehabad is in Haryana. We also had images 4 days before this incident took place, the shooting took place. These were the people. Remember, there were 3 different cars deployed for this attack. There was a Corolla, there was a Bolero that was tracking the Thar that Sidhu Moosewala had taken, which was not reinforced. It wasn't bulletproof. He had left behind his personal bulletproof car, and he was being trailed. He was being followed by attackers in 2 cars, one Bolero and one Corolla. But we also showed our viewers footage of an Alto, because such was the meticulousness of the planning of the criminals that to mislead police, to throw them off track, after they had shot Moosewala, they took an Alto and then escaped.
Okay, well, this is very interesting. Stay with me, Priya. This is, of course, the first time if these CCTV visuals that we have been able to capture, access, hold up as evidence, this will be the first time that you are now being able to put a face to those who pull the trigger. Now, Gurpreet, I want to bring you back into this. I want to ask you this question because a lot is being attributed to police sources who say that after questioning gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, Bishnoi said that the 28-year-old singer politician who was shot dead was killed because he was involved in the killing of a Akali Dal youth leader called Vikramjit Singh, alias Vicky Midhukheda, on August 7 last year. Is this independently corroborated?
Well, yes, Rahul, if we can talk about that youth leader, Vicky Midhukheda, we have seen there was the investigation which earlier held by the Delhi police and Delhi Special Crime Cell, and after that it was conducted by the Mohali police. During the investigation, they had nominated in the FIR one of the managers who was very close to Sidhu Moosewala, and after that we have seen that the family members of Vicky Midhukheda, they were creating hue and cry. They approached the DGP Punjab saying that Sidhu Moosewala was involved involved. And if we can talk about Lawrence Bishnoi gang, Lawrence Bishnoi was very close to Vicky Middu Kheda, and a lot of videos and lot of photographs are already in public domain where we have seen that Vicky Middu Kheda and Lawrence Bishnoi, both they were studying in DAV College, Chandigarh, and this Lawrence Bishnoi was projected as a leader of SOPU, Student Organization of Punjab University, by Vicky Middu Kheda. So all these are connecting, and interestingly in this case, what we are reporting today, that is the exclusive report which we are explaining to our viewer at this point of time. One Pavan, that one guy from Fatehbad who has already been detained by police, because till the time the police is not going to officially make this announcement, what we have learned, he has links with some person in the jail, and that had introduced him to Lawrence Bishnoi. What we have learned from the top cops, they are saying he was getting the calls from Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and it seems this Bolero vehicle had been provided from the Fatehbad, and this pictures, this is near Fatehbad, there is a one small town or one point, Bisla petrol pump. These pictures which we are showing at this point of time, it seems that this vehicle had been taken there, the whole tank was filled there. After that they left towards Punjab, and that route from Ratia towards Sardulgarh, and after that they reached Mansa, and where they remain there and they keep on telling.
Well, we have all those pictures, the stalking of Musewala on your screens, the decision to flee after the murder, the escape or the getaway car also on your screens. Same Bolero features, and then of course the tanking up with fuel before the hit, that is also very clearly visible. Does all this add up to the identity of the killers? Viewers, that's a question that will only be answered by the police, but this is the closest anyone can come to linking those inside this car with the vehicle that was used for the crime. Here is a quick walkthrough of our reporter Gurpreet with this car that was used in the assassination or the killing.
Sidhu Musewala was killed in full public view, and we have seen that number of fire had been opened by that unidentified attackers. The police have already started investigation, and we have seen in the CCTV camera footage there were some vehicle which were chasing Sidhu Musewala. We have one of the Bolero vehicle. We can see these visuals from here because it has been recovered by Mansa police, and I'll request my Vijay to show this number. What we have learned from the police during the first investigation, they have learned it's a fake number which was used by the attacker, and this is the Bolero vehicle which was used by some of the people who are chasing Sidhu Musewala when he has just left his house, and we have already procured that CCTV camera footage in which this vehicle has been shown. What we have learned during the preliminary investigation, some of the number plates have been recovered from inside the vehicle, which shows that these fake vehicle registration number was used by these attackers to just save themselves, to hide their identities also. We can see what we have learned. The police say that around 8 to 10 people were chasing Sidhu Musewala when he had just left from his residence.
Well, there you have it, viewers. That's the big breaking development in connection with the Sidhu Musewala killing. As I said, the first time you're going to see the faces of those allegedly the murderers of Sidhu Musewala. We need to move on. We need to move on, viewers, because today Mohan Bhagwat, the chief of the RSS, has stepped into the Gyanvapi debate. The RSS chief has come out while drawing certain lines for the Hindu community, has backed the Hindu community's claims on what he believes are historic sites, places of worship that were demolished by Mughals, by marauders who brought with them Islam, implanted it in this country, and to emphasize their claim over India and subjugate the people, destroyed their places of worship or those places which were most sentimental to them. This is what Mr. Bhagwat said, though he did say that it is important not to look for shivlings under every mosque. Listen in.
वो इतिहास हमने नहीं बनाया, न आज के अपने आप को हिंदू कहलाने वालों ने बनाया, न आज के मुसलमानों ने बनाया। उस समय घटा, इस्लाम बाहर से आया, आक्रामकों के हाथ आया। उस आक्रमण में भारत की स्वतंत्रता चाहने वाले व्यक्तियों का मनोधैर्य खच्चे करने के लिए देवस्थान तोड़े गए। हिंदू समाज का विशेष ध्यान जिन पर है, विशेष श्रद्धा जिनके बारे में ऐसे कुछ है, उसके बारे में मामले उठते हैं। ज्ञानवापी के बारे में हमारी कुछ श्रद्धाएं हैं, परंपरा से चलती आई, हम कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, लेकिन रोज एक मामला निकालना नया, ये भी नहीं करना चाहिए। हमको झगड़ा क्यों बढ़ाना है? और ठीक है, प्रतीकात्मक कुछ हमारी विशेष श्रद्धा थी, ऐसे स्थानों के बारे में हमने कहा, परंतु हर मस्जिद में शिवलिंग क्यों देखना? हम तो कुछ नहीं कहते। हमने 9 नवंबर को कह दिया कि एक राम जन्मभूमि का आंदोलन था जिसमें हम अपने प्रकृति के विरुद्ध किसी ऐतिहासिक कारण से उस समय की परिस्थिति में सम्मिलित हुए। हमने उस काम को पूरा किया। अब हमको कोई आंदोलन वगैरह करना नहीं है। आपस में मिल बैठकर सहमति से कोई रास्ता निकालिए, लेकिन हर बार नहीं निकल सकता। इसमें कोर्ट में जाते हैं तो फिर कोर्ट जो निर्णय देगा उसको मानना चाहिए।
Let's open this up, viewers, because a large number of opposition leaders are accusing Mr. Bhagwat of being insightful, saying that he's opening the doors for more claims by going out there and saying that there are some places of worship which you cannot distance from Hindu sentiments or cannot deny that Hindus have a claim over, and where it is not easy to find an amicable solution, court should be approached, but then the verdict of the court must be accepted. Owaisi says, who is Bhagwat to speak? PMO should speak on Worship Act, which is the 1991 Place of Worship Act. PM should stop Hindu upstarts. And Mr. Owaisi has gone on to say that Mr. Bhagwat is being insightful. He's giving license to people to do exactly what they did in 1992 when they pulled down the Babri Masjid Mosque. Now, let's open this up. Let's open this up and ask a few questions. Abbas Haider, National Spokesperson, Samajwadi Party, do you agree with what Mr. Bhagwat is saying? If not, why?
Well, what Mr. Bhagwat said, if I interrupt him correctly, I think he is supporting 1991 Places of Worship Act. I think Mr. Bhagwat should give this message to his subsidiary Bharatiya Janata Party. I think he, in the past, he said that any Hindu who's asking Muslim to go to another country, she is not a Hindu. But these messages are not conveyed to the Bharatiya Janata Party cadre. If Bharatiya Janata Party would have wanted, they would have given permission to the ladies to pray in the Gyanvapi Mosque, but they wanted to make it a political issue. Bharatiya Janata Party want to be a party in all the communal issues in the country. This is what they are trying to do.
So you're saying that the BJP must listen to the RSS chief, because he's drawing a line, he's being rational, he's saying follow the order of the law, the court.
I think if Mr. Bhagwat is mean what he said, if he's serious of what he's saying, I think Bharatiya Janata Party should take a heed on it.
Okay. Mujibur Rahman, what do you make of Mr. Bhagwat's message?
The first thing is, really the message is good, but these are the just words to keep people of the country to think that the BJP and RSS is thinking differently. But what they are doing exactly, they are preparing for a second Babri incident in the country. What he said, that historical evidence, history should be, they have some sentiments for the places. So what they are just growing a pressure within the Hindu community to repeat the same incident which happened in 1992. Second thing, I want to correct him. Islam didn't come here through the invaders, but Islam was in the 17th century in India, and even a king of Kerala converted to Islam while the messenger of Allah was alive.
Okay, Tuin Sinha, how do you respond to Mujibur Rahman, who says that this is deliberate double-speak, and of course the Samajwadi Party spokesperson to say that yes, Mr. Bhagwat is making tall claims, he's sounding very conciliatory, but the BJP is the one who is fomenting trouble?
So Rahul, these are some of the more sophisticated versions of Asaduddin Owaisi, so we don't need to respond to that. Let me just explain to you what Sri Mohan Bhagwatji said. He very clearly mentioned this, that yes, temples have been destroyed in the past by invaders, but wherever possible, they need to be settled through dialogue. Where not possible, the court is the only solution. But in this situation, we are not inclined to make it into an andolan like the Ram Mandir, because that was a one-time thing. In situations like these, the court should be the binding factor. I think, it's the most pragmatic thing to say. It's the most pragmatic thing, which is what is the view of the BJP as well. If you remember,
it's pragmatic, not political. It's pragmatic, not political. Abbas Haider, be pragmatic. Be pragmatic.
See,
you can't deny that certain evils were visited upon the Hindu community by invaders.
Nobody is denying anything. I think what Mohan
What
Bhagwat...
special attachment do you have for Mughal desecrators?
No, it's not about attachment. I think historical wrongs cannot be undone. That's a reality. So we should talk about the future of the country. Nobody is talking about the present. Everybody here is talking about the past. So we are living in the present, and we should talk about it. Mohan Bhagwat ji said nothing new. I think everybody in the country, they will abide by the court order. Nobody has ever said that they're going to defy the court order, be it Gyanvapi case or any other case. So I don't think there is any trouble. But it is the hate-mongering of Bharatiya Janata Party. Just they want to incite communal violence. They want to incite, communal hatred among communities just for their political interests.
Okay, to Insina, before I bring in Deshratan Nigam. Yes.
The point is, it is about acceptance and acknowledgement of the situation. When people like Asaduddin Owaisi and some of the Samajwadi Party leaders jump in when a court case is going on and threaten that if the court case goes on, it will lead to violence, that amounts to intimidation. Accept that the mosque has been destroyed. It is a fact that 40,000 temples cannot be resurrected. But an honest acceptance and honest acknowledgement will only expedite closure.
Okay, one second. Let's quickly get a quick response from you, sir. You said it's not acceptable. Why? What is the problem with a court-mandated solution? Sir.
Well, it is not welcome. I think all the party, they should be considerate about it. They should not be hasty about any decision. And all the court, or whatever court has given decision about be it Babri issue or any other issue,
there are people like Owaisi who say that the 1991 Places of Worship Act forbids any challenge whatsoever.
Yes, certainly, Rahul. In fact, that challenge is standing in Supreme Court by way of PIL and other cases, and the constitutional validity of the same will be decided by the court. Today, we have various interpretations of 1991 Act by various parties as to whether it is applicable or not applicable. Without going into that particular aspect, because I can speak on the fact that it is not applicable, not touching that subject. What Bhagwatji said today was a very pragmatic thing, as Kovind was saying. The acknowledgement of the truth first and its acceptance is the prime criteria. You have to accept that those places were desecrated, destroyed, and temples were converted, or the mosque was built with use by the temple material. So that acceptance has to be there. I don't think today's Muslims should stand with those Islamic invaders. They should not.
Don't stand with Islamic invaders. Mujibur Rahman, do not do that, says Deshratan Nigam. Mr. Rahman, can you hear me? Are you there? Or is he frozen on it? Yes. Do not stand with Islamic invaders. Break from them. Don't defend their legacy.
Is it so difficult to do that?
The first thing, no. First thing I will tell you, if he will say that the Islamic invaders, so what about the other Mauryas? What about the Kushaks? What about the Aryans? Were they Hindu invaders? If people migrate from one place to another place and lives in the another country, they came to India, they accept India as their home country, and they are buried in this soil. How dare you to call them the invaders? You people are really the invaders who are just bringing out the Indian money in the Swiss banks and just pumping out all the economical resources from the poor. So the person whose father is India, who was born in India, whose grandfather was born in India, whose great-grandfather was born in India, you are still calling him an outsider.
Okay,
so
quick
you have
response.
a different criteria to give him the Indian citizenship.
Quick response.
This is the WhatsApp University of Asaduddin Owaisi. The Aryan invasion theory has been shunned for a very long time with facts and with proper information. Number two, how can you glorify Aurangzeb? What he did to Guru Gobind Singh, what he did to Shivaji, was it any different from the way ISIS behaves today? So at least, have the intellectual honesty to condemn such acts of brutality, such acts of perversion.
Mujibur Rahman, quick one.
Let me tell you who killed the sons of Guru Gobind Singh. Chandu Brahman was his name, and it was not order of the Aurangzeb. But of that Brahman, even you can ask any Sikh of the nation, that he will tell you. Just you are giving a fallacies about Aurangzeb.
Okay. Now we are sort of going into the deep end. Okay, now look, I'm just going to take a quick break, viewers. We're right back because there has been a massive meeting today, chaired by the Home Minister, to review security preparations to secure Hindus in Kashmir. The outcome, the inside track, on Explosive Exclusive in just a few moments.
Times now. Action begins here.
क्या पूछूं आपसे कि आपका जो स्टे था कांग्रेस पार्टी में, ये शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट था कि हॉट एंड सावर था?
जब राजनीति में कोई फैसले होते हैं मैडम जी, तब एक बात बहुत तय होती है कि लोगों के हित के लिए, जनता की सेवा के लिए ये फैसला होना चाहिए, और उसी को देखते हुए ये फैसला लिया गया था। लेकिन जहां गए, जिस कांग्रेस पार्टी पर भरोसा किया, उनके नेताओं पर जो भरोसा किया, उससे एक बात तो तय हो गई थी कि ना ये जन सेवा करना चाहते हैं और ना कोई करता है उसको रोकने का काम करते हैं। जो जन सेवा करना चाहता है उसको रोक दो, हम नहीं करना चाहते तो हमारे साथ जुड़ जाओ, और ये काम हम नहीं कर सकते थे। हम आंदोलन के जरिए निकले थे, लोगों ने हम पर उम्मीद देखी थी, हम पर भरोसा किया था, और हमने कहीं ना कहीं गुजरात के भीतर एक अच्छी उम्मीद को खड़ा करने का काम किया था, जो कांग्रेस को इनडायरेक्टली डायरेक्टली 2017 में फायदा किया था और मजबूत विपक्ष की भूमिका में आई थी। लेकिन आज कहां हुआ, ना आपको मीटिंग में बुलाते हैं, आपको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया, लेकिन कोई काम आपका तय ना किया। कहीं ना कहीं सिर्फ अपमान, और हमारे परिवार में और हमारे कई साथी कहते हैं कि अगर जहां सम्मान ना हो वहां अपमान नहीं होना चाहिए।
तो हार्दिक जी, ये सब आपको पहले से पता नहीं था? क्योंकि 2017 आप पॉलिटिक्स में आए थे और 2019 का चुनाव हुआ था, आप बहुत जगह साथ साथ घूमे थे, क्योंकि आपने फॉर्मली कांग्रेस पार्टी ज्वाइन कर ली थी। और हमेशा से लोग यही कहते हैं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी ओन्ड बाय एक गांधी परिवार है। तो आपको पहले ये पता नहीं था, या अंदर जाके कुछ ऐसा पता चला जो आप चौंक गए और इतना सरप्राइज हो गए?
देखिए नविका जी, मैं 2019 में पार्टी ज्वाइन किया था। 2015 से लेकर 2019 तक मैं इंडिपेंडेंट रहा, जनता की आंदोलन किए, जनता की सेवा की, और हमारे आंदोलन के कारण अनेक योजना गुजरात के लोगों को मिली। कांग्रेस में ज्वाइन होने का रीजन ये था कि हमें ऐसा था कि यार हमारा कोई पॉलिटिकल फैमिली है नहीं, पॉलिटिकल परिवार नहीं है, चलो राहुल गांधी जी हमें प्रोटेक्ट करेंगे, इसीलिए हम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ज्वाइन किया। पहले दिन से जो विपरीत परिस्थिति हमारे साथ होती थी, हर दिन हर मुद्दे को लेकर हम राहुल जी को मुद्दा बताते रहते कि आज इन लोगों ने ये किया है, आप थोड़ा देखिएगा। कोई रिस्पॉन्स नहीं, कोई जवाब नहीं। लगातार हम अपनी परेशानी पार्टी के भीतर जो थी वो राहुल जी तक पहुंचाई, लेकिन उन्होंने कभी स्टैंड नहीं लिया। तो हम जो इस भरोसे से आए थे, उस भरोसा तो हमें काम करने नहीं दे रहा था, वो तो प्रोटेक्ट नहीं कर रहा था। बात रही जब कोई लीडर दिल्ली से गुजरात आता है तो उसकी जिम्मेवारी होती है कि यार जो लीडर से यहाँ के स्टेट के, उन सबसे 1 by 1 मिल लिया जाए। कभी भी 1 by 1 मिलने का मौका नहीं दिया गया या ना 1 by 1 मिलने का काम किया। गुजरात में 2017 के चुनाव में 82 सीट्स कुल मिला के कांग्रेस की आई थी। आज कितनी है मालूम है आपको? 65। यानी कि आपके इतने विधायक चले गए, तो आपने कभी एक साथ सभी विधायक से बैठने का काम नहीं किया। जो 4 साल से मैं कह रहा था कि आप सभी विधायक से मिलिए, वो काम अभी दाहोद में 10 दिन पहले जब आए थे तब पहली बार हुआ। तो जब आप जनता के हितों के लिए काम करना नहीं चाहते, उनकी मदद नहीं करना चाहते, उनके लिए खड़ा नहीं होना चाहते, तो आप कैसे ये विश्वास करते हैं कि गुजरात की जनता आपको मौका देगी, आपको सहयोग देगी? और मैंने लगातार उनको कहा कि आप गुजरात में, ये व्यापारी राज्य है, व्यापारी स्टेट है, यहाँ हर एक व्यापार से जुड़ा हुआ लोग है, आप उद्योग को गाली क्यों दे रहे हैं लगातार? कोई व्यक्ति अपना उद्योग बड़ा कर रहा है तो वो अपनी मेहनत से कर रहा है। आप ये बोल देंगे कि तुम्हें सरकार ने मदद की इसलिए तुम खड़े हो गए। अरे नहीं, 2014 से पहले भी अदानी अंबानी थे, 2014 से बाद थोड़ी ना आए, पहले भी थे ना वो। तो आप लगातार व्यापारी के नाते, एक गुजराती के नाते आप सिर्फ गाली देते रहोगे तो ये ठीक नहीं है।
आपने अपनी रेजिग्नेशन लेटर में लिखा है कि जितने लीडर हैं वो गुजरात में वो चिकन सैंडविच के इंतजाम में ज्यादा लगे रहते हैं। तो ये चिकन सैंडविच का शौक किसको है कांग्रेस पार्टी में?
वो तो सबको मालूम है। जो पार्टी के नेता यहाँ प्रचार में आते हैं तो यहाँ की लीडरशिप उनको मुद्दे कम और अपने खाने पीने की व्यवस्था में ज्यादा लग जाती है। जो हकीकत है वो तो।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Blueprint Explosive Exclusive and I'm Poonam Burde.
And I'm Meghna Rekha. First up, we are going to start with a Times Now mega exclusive. The inside track of the high-level meeting currently chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah regarding the security of Kashmiri Hindus.
Some strong words coming in from the Union Home Minister there. A tough stand being taken in that meeting. Details of which have been accessed here on Times Now. Special measures are going to be taken in the light of the targeted killings that we have seen of non-locals of Kashmiri Hindus in the valley in the last couple of weeks. That prompted this very crucial meeting that is being chaired by Union Home Minister Amit Shah at the North Block.
Well, in fact, let's go across to Priyank Tripathi, who's joining us with the very latest. I believe, Priyank, in the inside track, which is coming in exclusively here on Times Now, that it is being said by the Home Minister that intelligence must be stepped up as well as the security coverage at the local levels.
Yes, certainly, and there was an extensive meeting which happened here where all the stakeholders who were responsible to take care of the law and order situation in the state of Jammu and Kashmir were present here. What we have got to know that the government has very clearly stated that there is no chance that all those Hindu Kashmiri Pandits will be shifted to some different location, although those people who could be under threat, they can be given a suitable position. But the Amarnath Yatra is another big challenge for the law enforcing agency because of the threat which has been coming out from the Pakistan-sponsored ISI and all those terror modules which have been working on the behest of ISI. So what measures will, a new measure will be done this time is that the meeting was also, in the meeting, the officers of the Information and Technology Ministry were also called in, and all those people who will be enrolling into this Amarnath Yatra, their digital footprint will be tracked from their house. The moment that they will step out from their house and they will move towards the valley, everything will be tracked digitally. We know that previous year the government also came up with an option of having RFID tag on all those vehicles because the car bomb threat was already there in the previous years. That's why this step will also be followed.
Right, sorry to interrupt you there, Priyank. Important information coming out of that meeting, but we are shifting focus now to some news coming in from Hyderabad now, where a protest is taking place over the gang rape of a minor by alleged VVIP brats.
And it's quite interesting because this protest that you can see is by the BJP's youth wing, the BJYM. It's staging this protest at Jubilee Hills Police Station, demanding justice for the victim and demand the arrest of the culprits. As we were mentioning, there's also a political link of the AIMIM which is now coming to the fore.
Shomit is now reporting live for us on this. Shomit, we're given to understand that the culprits have been identified, but no arrests have been made so far, which is why we're seeing politics happening over it. The BJP now upping the ante.
Well, now we can clearly see here, the protest has started here and the BJYM along with the BJP leaders have staged a protest here, and we can clearly see here. This is the situation now and police trying to control them, but actually, the situation is not under control, and finally the policemen from the nearby police stations are being deployed here. They are demanding the justice for the victim, and also they are raising slogans against the Chief Minister as well as the Home Minister. So as of now, the situation, police are trying to take the situation under control, and well, as of now, we can clearly see here, they are demanding the police that the FIR was registered 4-5 days ago, and till now no action was initiated. And now we can clearly see the police trying to control them, but the situation is not in control. Finally, however, they came into the police station, and now the situation is, however, taking the matter. So we'll try somewhere, and however, we'll try to speak to the BJP leaders here, and the situation is, we can clearly see the protest is still going on, and the other BJP leaders also claiming that the MIM leader, MIM MLA's son is also involved into the matter, and police are not initiating any action, and no protest has been taken. We can clearly see here a scuffle is broken between the the BJP leaders and the Congress leaders, the BJP leaders and the police, and they are trying to ask them that please take out please be peaceful, and also do not protest at the police station, because they are trying to arrest the culprits and also trying to identify the people there. So this is the situation as of now, and we will also try to speak to the leaders here. So we are joined by BJP leader here. प्रोटेस्ट क्यों कर रहे हैं आप, क्या डिमांड है?
ये 28 में वो इस दुर्घटना को एक माइनर बच्ची के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ, इन लोगों को अरेस्ट नहीं किए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण रूप से हम खंडन कर रहे हैं। MIM TRS वाले मिलजुल के ये अत्याचार करे, तो बच्चों लोगों को, उन लोगों को आश्वासन देकर उन लोगों को प्रोटेक्ट करें। इस प्रोटेक्ट को हम लोग भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण रूप से हम लोग खंडन करते हैं।
आप क्या डिमांड कर रहे हैं सर?
हम इन लोगों को अरेस्ट करना और कोर्ट के अंदर इन लोगों को प्रोड्यूस करना और लीगली इसके ऊपर एक्शन लेना बोलकर डिमांड करते हैं।
So that was the senior BJP leader who spoke to us. He said that they are trying to actually take the they are demanding the police to take the accused immediately into the custody and probe the matter. However, we can clearly see the dramatic visuals here. Police trying to arrest the local BJP leaders, take them into the custody. However, the situation is not fine here. However, we can clearly see here even the women protesters can be seen here being protested here. Even the other women police stations trying to lead them, and the BJP local MLAs and the others can be seen here protesting, and even the police are trying to drag them, and the situation is not in control here. And this is all happening inside the Jubilee Hills police station, and we can clearly see in the visuals what is happening. And even the ACP can be seen here, they are dragging here, and the police said that we will be not resting. The local police, we will be not resting until and unless the situation comes to the control. And as of now, this is the situation here. All the local BJP leaders and are staged here, and also the DCP has clearly stated that we will be arresting all the minor culprits who are involved in the gang rape case very soon. Now the BJP is not resting, and also asking TRS to respond on this matter. Also come forward and speak about the MIM-MLA son involvement, as well as there are also allegations, angles coming up that there are other Netha's son involved in this matter. So as of now, it is being said that 4 to 5 people are involved in this matter, and all the accused, all the minors, juvenile culprit with laws, all the juveniles should be arrested immediately. So this is now. The protest is still going on since last half an hour, and police trying to take the situation into control. This is how, you can clearly see the situation. This is how the situation is going on. These are BJYM leaders and the BJP leaders being dragged out of the police station, trying to shift from these places, and they are not in a mood to listen, and they are just demanding justice to the victim. So this is the situation here we can see.
Well, Shomit, you must try and speak to some of them. I know you spoke to some of the protesters there. What are their demands, and why is it that they are alleging that there is political patronage by the TRS government?
I will try to speak to a few of the BJYM and the BJP leaders here. And actually, the situation is not so good here. But however, I try to speak to a few of the people, and we can clearly see however the local leaders and also the BJP leaders, including the BJYM, are being shifted from here. So we'll go outside and we will see where the police are shifting them, and we'll try to speak to them where they are actually taking these BJP and BJYM leaders, and what are their demands, and what is this exactly happening. So here the organizer is here. What are you demanding? What is your demand? Why are you doing the protest?
English में पढ़ते हैं.
हिंदी में बताइए.
Our demand is to protest the who is the.
बताइए आप हिंदी में बताइए, कोई नहीं.
माइनर बालिका जो भी है उसको न्याय करने का है, और बीजेपी डिमांड कर रहे हैं जो हत्या किया है उसको इमीडिएटली अरेस्ट करना है. तब तक हम पूरा युवा मोर्चा सब लोग इधर भागवत करेगा. उसको इमीडिएटली होम मिनिस्टर को इमीडिएटली रिजाइन करना और डीजीपी को इमीडिएटली रिजाइन करना है.
आपका एलिगेशन क्या है? नेता भी है बोल के कोई बोल रहा है.
एमएम का दो नेता है, एक भोजपुर का चेयरमैन का बेटा है और एक बहादुरपुर एमएलए का बेटा है. दोनों को as soon as possible they need to arrest them, or else we are going to continue the same protest throughout the state. This is a call from our BJP president, Mr. Bharat Prakash ji.
So this is the situation here. They'll be continuing the protest here until and unless the police investigate the matter clearly, and also take the juveniles who are involved in the matter into the custody as soon as possible. So as of now, the situation here is somewhat tense in the Jubilee Hills police station. The police are trying to take the local leaders, including the BJYM leaders, into the custody, and also trying to shift them from here. But as of now, they are still continuing the protest. They are not leaving the site. They are reluctant to leave the police station. However, additional force have just now, coming here, including the DCP has come here. So now we can say that the situation is, they are trying to shift all these persons here, and even the complete traffic has been blocked here. This is one of the main road, Jubilee Hills main road, where we can see complete traffic has been blocked. The local BJYM leaders as well as the BJP leaders being shifted from here. So they are simply demanding that the culprits, the juveniles, should be immediately shifted. So they are from here, and also raising slogans against the ruling TRS party, also raising allegations against the ruling party as well as the MIM party. And we have clearly heard what they said. They wanted to police investigate the MIM angle as well as the sons and also Netha's son. Another, their allegation is that another work board chairman's son is also involved into the matter. So even they wanted that this investigation should be done, and all these people should be immediately taken into the custody and should be arrested. So additional forces, however, reached this police station, and they are trying to take all the BJYM leaders and the BJP leaders into the custody and also shift from this station. We can clearly see the dramatic visuals here. We can clearly see how the police are pushing these local karyakartas and also trying to shift them, but they are really reluctant to move from this spot. So this is the situation here. A tense situation prevailed here after they staged a dharna here and demanding that immediately action should be initiated. And it's been 5 days since the incident reported. It actually reported on 28th of May, and the complaint was lodged on the 31st, and from then no action was initiated. And police are still saying that we have formed more than 10 special teams trying to investigate the matter, also probing all the angles, including the political angle, and also they are trying to arrest all the culprits who are involved. So as of now, this is the situation here, and till police are trying, we can clearly see here, till police are trying to get all the BJYM karyakartas who have barged into the police station and staged the protest there, and trying to take them into the custody and shift them from this spot to the other spot, because complete road has been blocked. But this road which leads to the Banjara Hills, which is one of the main road in the Hyderabad city, this road has been completely blocked because they are really reluctant to move from this spot. They are not they are no mood to move from this spot. So finally, this road has been blocked there itself, and the police are sending the vehicles away, and even the other road, opposite road, is completely blocked here. And still, BJYM leaders are protesting here. So the situation is completely tense here. However, even the BJYM president has collapsed at this spot. He was being shifted from this spot by the police. At that time, he felt some height, and he was dehydrated and he fell down there. However, he is being right now shifted from here. So the situation is completely tense here, and police are still trying to get the situation into control and also clear the traffic which was blocked here. And this is the peak time. We can clearly see in the opposite road complete traffic has been blocked, and even they are trying to take the situation into control, and additional forces are also coming here to take the situation into control. As of now, the situation is here like this, and also the shifting of the BJYM and BJP leaders are still on, and we can clearly see the dramatic visuals we can see here. However, even the DCP has reached the spot when they are trying to take all the BJYM leaders away from this spot, and also take the situation into control, clear the traffic, also clear take the law and order situation, however take the main situation normally. So still again we can clearly see here, again women has gathered here, even after clearing all the local karyakartas, the women has gathered here. They have again started protesting here. So now the situation is completely tense, and they are simply raising slogans against the government. They are stating that police in action after the complaint was lodged and no action was taken. Why no action was taken? Only because MIM Netha's son is involved or not. That is what they are demanding, and the probe that should be immediately should be intensified, and also after probe is done, immediately the culprits, the minors, should be taken into the custody, because the DCP has clearly stated that there are 4 to 5 minor boys.
Right.
They have lured the victims.
Right. Now, we did see the manner in which the BJP karyakartas there, or the protesters, were actually dragged by their collars out. They were pulled and shoved through, but the police did manage to get them out of that particular entrance of the police station. Perhaps they do not have that many female constables, which is why those female karyakartas of the BJP are still there and they're protesting. If you could just go to them and try and get in a word from them as well.
Well, exactly. We'll also try to see. Finally, however, women have been, the senior leaders have been shifted from here. Women again gathered here. So again, women police have, they are trying to shift them. We'll try to speak to them. Once again, there are a few women here who are being... So they are being shifted from here. So basically, they are saying that police are arresting us, not the culprits who are actually involved in the matter. So actually, the culprits should be arrested, not the BJP karyakartas. That is what they are stating. However, as of now, all the karyakartas and the BJYM leaders, including the BJP leaders, have been shifted from here, from this spot. Additional force can be seen here. The police have gathered here, trying to clear the situation, trying to clear the road, trying to clear the traffic. However, the anti-slogans can be seen here by the BJP leaders, stating that because only the MIM Netha's son, as well as, Waqf Board chairman's son is involved, they are not taking any action. This is what being alleged by the BJP and the BJYM leaders. However, the situation, just, can be seen here, somewhat they are trying to take it into control, but, additional force can be seen here. The situation now is somewhat peaceful after BJP and BJYM leaders have been shifted from here. However, the demands remain the same. And the police said the same thing, that, the probe is on, and as well as they're trying to take all the culprits into the custody, and all the angles is also being proved. So let's ask the police officials also what exactly investigation. What do you want to say? What happened, sir? What exactly happened? What do you want to say?
Amnani arrest chesina amnani evarni local rani. Okay. It is not a time to speak me. Okay. It is not a time to speak.
If these things change, what do you have to say?
When is the case to be arrested? BJP persons who did I don't know about that case because we are busy in this case. Okay. See you. Thank you.
So police also can be seen reluctant here not to speak, and they are not even speaking. They are saying that this is not the time to speak, and they also not revealing a single detail about the investigation which is being carried out. Off the record, DCP has said that the probe is going on. 4 to 5 minors have been identified, and all of them, all of them will be being taken into the custody after the teams find their whereabouts. As of now, more than 10 special teams have been formed to mainly nab the accused, the juveniles, and take them into the custody. And we are at the police station, even the ACP and the circle inspector as well as the DCP, who is also monitoring the case investigation. They are here. We just tried to speak to the ACP of this jurisdiction, and he's simply denying to speak that where did the investigation reach, what exactly the case details are, and whether they have taken any juvenile into the custody or not, whether they are investigating, in what angle they are investigating. They are not speaking or revealing a single detail about this investigation. But as of now, the situation is can be seen as peaceful after a local BJP leaders and the BJYM leaders were taken into the custody and shifted from this place, and it is heard that they will be shifted to the Gosha Mile and they'll be kept there for some time and later will be released. But as of now, police are not revealing anything about the case details, not even a single thing. Only DCP afternoon said that there are around 4 to 5 minors have been identified, and the political angle is also clearly there. And even the probe where MLA's son is also being probed in this angle, and questioning has already done, and whether his involvement is there in the rape or not, that police should reveal. And for that thing, we are actually tried to speak to the local jurisdiction ACP, but he simply denied. He said that it is not the time to speak. So as of now, the situation is somewhat peaceful here, and we'll also be trying to speak to the police continuously, but now only they are reluctant and refuse to speak or give any details to the press, to the media about the incident, about the investigation, about what exactly is happening. However, additional force can be seen here. They said that anyone will be protesting will be taken into the custody and will be shifted to the other spot from here. And now we can clearly see here the dramatic visuals can be seen continuously. Local BJP leaders are one after another arriving to this police station. They are staging protests, and police trying them to shift them from this spot to the other police station, so that at least they can actually probe into the matter well. However, see, we can again see another woman came here. They are still protesting. Police trying to take them away from this police station spot, and also police said that they are probing into the matter. But if we see continuously since 28th actually the incident reported, and on 31st the complaint was lodged by the victim's father, and after that police immediately registered a case under sections 353 and other, including 323, 353, 506 and 505. And later, preliminary investigation clearly stated that she was actually not sexually assaulted, she was raped, gang raped. And immediately that was altered by the police on the 31st itself, and they launched an investigation into the matter. And later, after seizing few CCTV visuals at the pub spot, and also at other spots where this car was going on, they have noticed that there were 4 to 5 minor boys who actually lured the victim, then taken her from the spot, and while the car was on move, she was gang raped by around 4 to 5 minors. That is what exactly we heard from the DCP today afternoon in a verbal conversation with the media. So now we can say that only 4 to 5 people have been identified. Again, we'll try to speak to DCP. Sir, what do you have to say about DCP?
We will hold a formal press meeting.
So now, just to be attempted to again speak to the police, he is again refused to speak. He said that we will conduct a press meet, then we will release the further details. So now it's very much clear that even they are closing the gate here. The DCP is not, DCP and even the ACP is not interested to speak to the media, and he said that we will address the media very soon. That too, we will not be speaking now. So that is what we are hearing from the local ACP, and just DCP we spoke to him.
Right.
Joel Davis, IPS from the West Zone. We have asked him that what is the situation of the case, what is the situation here, and what is the status of the investigation of the minor girl.
Right, so for now the police is extremely tight-lipped, but massive drama there unfolding at the Jubilee Hills police station, Meghna.
Well, absolutely, and one of the reasons why we must point out, because this incident, this gruesome rape happened allegedly on the 28th. Since then, why is it that almost 5 days later, there are still no arrests being made? Perhaps which is why you can see the anger and the desperation coming out from the opposition parties.
With that, it's a wrap from Meghna and I. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Times now. Action begins here.
For the last 2 years, the world has been relentlessly fighting the COVID-19 pandemic. As the countries across the globe prioritize vaccinations to keep the next wave of COVID at bay, India also rolled out precautionary jabs this year to achieve herd immunity against the virus. While COVID has not risen substantially in India in the last few months, the pandemic has not yet faded. India has remained on guard, but vaccination among children remains low and is significantly less talked about.
Immunizing the kids will not only check the spread of the asymptomatic infections, who can act as silent hosts for the virus, and which will lead to again spread in the society, but again it can also mitigate the severity, the intensity of the infection in children. Now that the schools have reopened, it is very important that the children are vaccinated. A lot of parents are still hesitant about sending the children to school, but definitely children should no longer stay at home. They should definitely go to school. And so to vaccinate them, by vaccinating them, we can allay this fear in the parents' mind. Almost 40% of pediatric deaths below the age of 20 years were in the age group of 0 to 9 years. Majority of infection in children are asymptomatic infection. Almost 70 to 80% of children have very minimal infections or they remain asymptomatic. We want to check the spread of the virus. Almost 60 to 65% of the adult population has been fully vaccinated with the successful ongoing vaccination program. So if you want to take up the figure to a much higher level, say 80 to 90%, it is important that the children are advocated the vaccine, and that is possibly the only way to end this pandemic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know. I'm Padmaja Joshi. The big question The Nation wants to know today is, could Sidhu Moosewala have been saved? And that was the question they asked the Chief Minister of Punjab, Bhagwant Mann, and his party members who visited Sidhu Moosewala's village 5 days after the singer was ambushed and brutally shot dead, and 3 days after his funeral. Today, for the first time, the CM of Punjab went to meet the family of Moosewala. But hours before his arrival, angry villagers blocked Aam Aadmi Party MLA Gurpreet Singh, who had reached Moosewala's house ahead of Mann's visit, forcing him to return. Eventually, the CM himself arrived, but not before the entire Mansa village had been turned into a fortress. Thousands of cops were deployed, both in uniform and civil clothes, forming a human chain around the Chief Minister's cavalcade, ensuring there is no repetition of what happened in the morning. And it was this end-to-end police deployment that raised hackles. Critics were quick to point out the AAP government's security hypocrisy, seething with rage over Moosewala's murder. Day after his security was pruned, they gunned for the Punjab Sarkar. The opposition asked if the same government that today pulled out all stops over security could have deployed 4 cops for Moosewala, perhaps today he would still be alive.
गुरप्रीत बनाली का विरोध हो रहा, मुख्यमंत्री की फेरी रद्द हो चुकी है, मुख्यमंत्री नहीं आ रहे, पिंड वासियों का गुस्सा 7वें आसमान ते क्योंकि इस तो पहले पिंड नूं सील किया गया सी। गुरप्रीत बनाली का विरोध होया, MLA गुरप्रीत बनाली का विरोध MLA सरदूलगढ़ का विरोध नहीं घर में एंट्री कर दी गई। पिंड वासियों ने विरोध, पता लगा कि मुख्यमंत्री का दौरा भी होया रद्द। पिंड वाले नाराज ने, पिंड वाले का गुस्सा 7वें आसमान ते है। देख सकते हो गुरप्रीत सिंह बनाली का विरोध होया, गुरप्रीत बनाली अंदर नहीं जान दिता जा रहा। सूत्र दसदे ने कि भगवंत मान मुख्यमंत्री ने अपना दौरा रद्द कर दिता है, मुख्यमंत्री मूसे नहीं आउणगे। तां नारेबाजी हो रही है, घर दे बाहर नारेबाजी हो रही है, मुर्दाबाद दे नारे लग रहे हैं, भगवंत मान मुर्दाबाद दे नारे लग रहे हैं। गलबात करने की कोशिश करांगे।
But what led to a bigger outrage was several politicians pointing out that not only was security placed around the Chief Minister, there were cops actually flanking Moosewala's parents as well. Shiromani Akali Dal and the Punjab Youth Congress claimed that there was a special DSP tracking Moosewala's father. In fact, a female cop was placed even behind his grieving mother. Several pictures that were put out suggested that constantly a policeman was standing behind Moosewala's father even as he was talking to the Chief Minister with his arms on his shoulder, leading many to ask, what is the Chief Minister so scared of?
डेथ होई सी, डेथ वाले घरे भी नहीं जा सकते यार, अफसोस कर। ये थोड़ी कि भगवंत मान ने आना ते होर कोई बंदा ही नहीं घरे जाऊगा। ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਐਕਸਐਮਐਲ ਆ ਦੱਸੋ ਕੀ ਇਖਤਿਆਰ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਆਰਡਰ ਲਿਆਓ ਦਿਓ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਈ ਆ ਇਹੋ 4 ਬੰਦੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਅੱਜ ਆ ਦਿਨ ਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੇਖਣੇ ਪੈਂਦੇ
भगवंत मान जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि एक हफ्ते के बाद उनको समय मिल गया कि वो हमारे कांग्रेस के जो नेता हैं और मशहूर गायक सिंगर सिद्धू मूसेवाला के जो पीड़ित परिवार हैं उनसे मिलने का उनको टाइम मिला। दूसरी बात, आज भगवंत मान कोई वहाँ दिलासा या अफसोस जताने नहीं गए दिल से महसूस किया वाला, वो मगरमच्छ के आंसू बहाने गए हैं। सत्य तो ये है कि भगवंत मान जी को आंखों में आंखें डाल के सिद्धू मूसेवाला की माता पिता को एक प्रश्न का उत्तर देना चाहिए कि क्यों बिना सोचे समझे उनके पुत्र की सुरक्षा वापस ले ली गई। आज भगवंत मान सरकार ने खुद हाईकोर्ट में बयान दिया है कि 424 लोगों की सुरक्षा हम 7 जून को वापस दे देंगे, जो ये दिखाता है कि बिना सोचे समझे निर्णय लिया गया था।
So was Sidhu Moosewala betrayed? Joining us on the debate, Neha Joshi, spokesperson of the BJP, Advocate Jagmohan Singh, spokesperson of Punjab Lok Congress, Ravi Giri, political analyst Dr. Ravi Srivastava, political analyst, and Dr. D.K. Giri, also political analyst, both supporters of the Aam Aadmi Party. I want to start by asking you, Vivek Srivastava, what is the Chief Minister so scared of? So many policemen, including one each, doing man-to-man marking on his parents.
I am Ravi Srivastava, you called me Vivek. Yes.
I'm so sorry, I got really mixed up. Sorry about that, Mr. Sharma.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Go on.
Bhagwant Maan went there after 5 days to express his condolences to the family. Yes, you rightly said he had to carry a lot of security because the situation is very, very volatile and people are angry, people are asking for a revenge, all those things are there.
Why are people angry?
He had to take all these precautions.
That's a great observation you made. Why are people so angry with the Chief Minister that he's scared?
Yeah.
He's scared of the people who actually voted him.
I have to make 3 quick points. First is that the list of those people whose security was ruined was not made public by AAP.
Sir, you are not answering the question. Abhi to we'll come to that list later. You tell me today, is it true that the parents of Sidhu Moosewala were literally put under a corpse cover while they met the Chief Minister? This is a straight allegation being made by the Congress that there was a DSP level officer standing with his arms on Sidhu Moosewala's father's shoulders throughout.
It's nothing unusual because people are in anger, the fans are also in anger. Some gangster is giving a reward of ₹5 lakh for the revenge of for catching the killer of
Moosewala. So sir, there would be an anger against the gangster, not the Chief Minister. What is the Chief Minister scared of?
Sitting in some gangster in Tihar jail is claiming to be, that he had masterminded. Now, I don't know the convicted people's statement. Why a credence is being given to such people? One more thing I want to ask.
That's a great point you raised, though, कि अगर तिहाड़ से that entire conspiracy is being planned, तिहाड़ जेल किसके prisons department के अंडर है, sir? तिहाड़ जेल की security के लिए कौन responsible है? तिहाड़ में जो होता है उसके लिए responsible कौन है?
They should be caught if somebody is doing mischief.
Sir, who is responsible? If indeed conspiracies are being hatched inside Tihar jail in Delhi, whose responsibility is it?
For making a statement, what responsibility can you fix? That too of a convict person. He can say anything. Goldi Brar can say from Vancouver that I am going to kill somebody.
Sir,
how you can believe that?
I am not believing. You are the one who brought it up. Okay, let me quickly take a response from Neha Joshi. This is very usual apparently for it to happen, Neha Joshi. People are angry. A star has died. People are angry. This is usual. Neha Joshi.
Thank you, Padmaja. Padmaja, first of all, what we saw in Mansa village today, the village literally was converted into a fortress. Now, I'd like to remind you when clashes happened outside the Kali Mata temple in Patiala, the police was nowhere to be seen. When the state is being rocked by a series of murders, which seem to be clearly motivated, and a lot of people who are being targeted, these are very targeted killings, and security has been systematically withdrawn from these people. The Kejriwal, the Bhagwant Maan government, it's hard to, say there's the Bhagwant Maan government, but clearly Delhi is running it. So, the Bhagwant Maan government not only withdrew security from these people who are vulnerable, but also leaked that list so that elements who are out for these people actually know who to target. At a time when Sidhu Moosewala was killed, Punjab did not have an ADG law and order. It's important to mention this. And even when the ADG law and order was there, the cops of Punjab were being sent on a... Mr. Ravi Srivastava, allow me to complete, please. Do not heckle. Allow me to complete, Mr. Srivastava. There is no way to debate. The cops of Punjab have been gallivanting across the country, targeting people in Patna, raiding houses in Delhi.
Answer, Mr. Srivastava.
They are everywhere except Punjab. And look at what's happening in Punjab. And suddenly today, Mansa village is converted into a fortress because Bhagwant Maan is scared.
Government took the charge 2.5 months
the normal people of Punjab are scared today. They're scared for their lives.
Congress and your party, BJP, Akali Dal, were running the government in Punjab. And all these gangsters are created by you. And they are part of your setup. Bhagwant Maan has not created these gangsters.
A young,
it is created by you.
Man died. Whatever difference in ideology I may have with him. This was a man with a lot of promise and he was brutally murdered. And his parents today...
Oh, okay. Congress, Gaurav Gandhi. What about Sidhu Moosewala? Are you aware of the tweet that he is a sympathizer of the Bhindranwale? He is promoting the gun culture there.
Okay.
Are you aware of it?
Sir, that still doesn't mean that his security is withdrawn and he is allowed to die. Let me ask Advocate Jagmohan Singh. Today the Aam Aadmi Party is saying, Arvind Kejriwal also said that investigation is happening and all of you are doing cheap stunts. Advocate Jagmohan Singh. All this heckling of an MLA, making allegations about Bhagwant Maan, cheap stunts.
No, you see, madam, whenever the security of important persons, the decision has been taken by the state government to cut down the security of the some of the important personalities, including Mr. Moosewala, the breakthrough of the targets have been taken because of that. Otherwise, they are targeted. The group is targeting the Sidhu Moosewala for such a long time, but no breakthrough. They have taken it. When they know that the security has been cut down to the negligible level, and they again plan their strategy and hit the target. Therefore, this parent government, our government, is exclusively responsible for that, and Captain Amrinder Singh has condemned this brutal killing. And,
our government is responsible, Dr. D.K. Giri, and it was like salt on wounds today when villagers said, आपने उनकी तो security कम कर दी, और आज खुद मुख्यमंत्री गाड़ियों के काफिले में आते हैं.
This is a big contradiction of the AAP government. The Kejriwal and Mr.
Yes, Professor D.K. Giri, if you are indeed cracking down on VIP culture, then why does the Chief Minister himself come in such a big cavalcade?
Mr. Kejriwal and one
like Mr. Srivastava was saying, this is a very angry and violent situation that has arisen out of this murder and the publicity that has been generated. You see, when the farmers' agitation was on, Mr. Khattar even could not attend a meeting. And forget about security. He was, with all his security, he could not attend meeting. When there is public anger, the chief minister or any other minister has to go with the security. This is not unusual. This could not be compared. It is happening throughout our country. Now the BJP has found a right in Aam Aadmi Party.
Why is the public angry? How many murders have taken place in Punjab in the past 1 week?
They are raising the murder of Moosewala, who was a congressman on a humanist ground.
That security was withdrawn from these people?
Pandits are dying every day
Why
in Kashmir.
is it that the list was made
Kashmiri
public?
Pandits are dying every day in
the government of Punjab is an accomplice in the murder of
the state into three. No, but you are taking up a case.
They did not just make him vulnerable by withdrawing the security.
BJP has no case. Let me tell you, BJP has no case here. BJP has no case.
This is not about the BJP.
Your humanist approach is really a bluff. What is happening in Kashmir? What is happening in Kashmir to the Pandits? What are you doing? What are you doing to save the lives of Kashmiri Pandits? No, don't tell me what about I am showing you the mirror. I am
He's
asking
facing
you,
corruption
have you
charges.
made any
While the
statement
Punjab police is
about the
gallivanting
death
across
of the
country,
Pandits in Kashmir?
While Bhagwant Mann rushes to Delhi.
Okay, Professor D.K. Giri, Dr. D.K. Giri, you are really not doing any favors to the party who you claim to support, because essentially you are comparing Punjab to a state which has active terrorism. So you are saying that Punjab has been turned into Jammu and Kashmir.
I am an independent political analyst.
That is fine. But if you are trying to defend the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab, then you're really doing them no favors. Where you're saying, oh look what's happening in Kashmir, it's happening in Punjab. Kashmir is a state which has terrorism. Terrorists are there. The attacks are by terrorists. If you're saying that Punjab has been turned into Jammu and Kashmir, you're really not doing anyone a favor.
They are double standard. Their humanism, their sense of humanism is misplaced. I am showing BJP the mirror. They are double standard.
In showing a mirror, how can you make a comparison between these two states?
Say about murders anywhere.
A simple question. Yesterday, Professor Dr. D.K. Giri, you
every life lost is a life lost.
Absolutely, but having a life being lost by creating conditions for the murder is very different from having a terrorist attack. And here's how. Yesterday, the Punjab government claimed in court, just a second, Punjab government claimed in court that we temporarily withdrew the security. If indeed it was a temporary withdrawal, then why did you call it VVIP culture पे चोट? Temporary withdrawal पे आपने चोट कौन सी कर दी? आपने जब एडवर्टाइजमेंट दिया था आपने कहा VVIP कल्चर पे चोट रवि श्रीवास्तव. Then if it was a temporary withdrawal, either आप लोगों को तब बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं या आप कोर्ट को अब बेवकूफ बना रहे हैं. If indeed this was a temporary withdrawal, answer a simple question. Sir, just a second. See, you can keep defending till kingdom come. The fact is that today it was the people of the village who told you what they think. It's as simple as that. Ravi Srivastav. Okay, you are not answering anything. So let me quickly bring in Ravi Srivastav. I have a simple question. Was this a chot on VVIP culture? Or was this a temporary withdrawal? Which one? Just choose between the two. Which one was it?
If you refer to the statement by the DGP on the same evening when the assassination took place, he had clearly said that the anniversary of the that attack on Golden Temple, they are going to need more security personnel for the duties at that particular spot. So it is definitely was a temporary measure, and the government is in right to review the security of the personnel. And
you are still not answering the question. The question was very simple. Either it can be a strike on VVIP culture or it was a temporary withdrawal of security. If it was the latter, it can't be the former. If it was the former, it can't be the latter. That being said, there are people now in Punjab, or at least fans and family of Sidhu Moosewala, who singularly believe, and they are angry because of that belief, that he was turned into a sitting duck by withdrawing his security and publicizing the fact. And the government has been wrapped by the Punjab High Court, nobody else. Thanks very much, all gentlemen. Neha Joshi for joining me. Taking a quick break.
Times now. Action begins here.
horrific crime that has shaken the IT city of Hyderabad. Protests continue in Jubilee Hills in the city. This after the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha protested outside the Jubilee Hills police station demanding justice for the victim, for a minor girl who accused 5 people of rape last Saturday. Remember, this case has taken on huger proportions after it was said that at least 2 people among the 5 minors who are accused of gang rape have political links, are linked to netas of the TRS and AIMIM. What's the latest on the investigation? Samit, over to you.
Well, right now, we are standing at the Jubilee Hills police station where we have seen, massive protest of